Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Sorry. I'm Georgie Heath and I'm joined by Dan Jads alongside me. Dan, it's probably better you pronounce your surname better than I do.
Yeah, Dan Jatovic, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having us as well, Sussex County Cricket Club, the Sussex Cricket Foundation. Going to be a fantastic day. As you say, we've got 4 games of T10 cricket to look forward to, played between Essex, Surrey, Sussex and Hampshire. Apologies if there's a bit of a reverb through the microphones here.
Give me 1 sec, I'm going to play with some wires.
But to start proceedings, we will have Surrey in the field. Essex will bat first here this morning at Hove. The only thing we're missing at the moment is a pair of umpires who are just making their way out to the middle to join the players.
I'm back.
We're back.
I think I'm now a qualified electrician because I can turn the volume down on a screen. We're all good.
Fantastic. Well, in case we get in any trouble, we know we're well catered for.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we know who to blame.
Well,
but that's probably me too. So just losing the sun a little bit. It is often very windy down here. We are obviously by the seaside, down here for the women's this week, and sort of trousers being blown you could see from a distance, so it does make it a little more difficult. But today, just a nice breeze going across from left to right. Umpires out to join us in the middle, so we have got 2 umpires. Obviously the far end, the Cromwell Road end, and then the end we're commentating from the sea end. So Surrey with the ball in hand going to open things up. So 10 overs aside, T10 Disability Cup, the first match of the day today. We've got Essex taking on Surrey. Essex in that magnificent sort of royal purple and Surrey in their traditional pale blue. And Harris is going to begin proceedings from the sea end, just being told to wait. Nice floppy on the umpire as well. And coming left arm around the wicket, a bit of spin to start things off, and he starts with a dot right on the money from the beginning here. And we're underway.
We are indeed. What have we got? So we've got 10 overs aside, obviously in T10 cricket. 3 of those are the power play at the start of each game. Only 2 fielders are permitted outside of that 30-yard circle as Essex get the first runs of the day on the board.
Yeah, it's a different beast, T10 cricket, and I like it. Quick fire, short, snappy, all the kind of things we like to hear. Harris just being asked to wait again. Goes for the sweep this time, manages to get it fine. Fielder does come round and he'll cut it off and they'll settle for just 1. So both batters now underway. Score moves on to 3 for none.
Have you watched much T10 cricket, Georgie?
I haven't really, and I also realised there was no bat on that. So it's going down as leg byes. Given that a big whack, and that's going to be the first boundary of the day. Have some of that. Talk about smashed.
Climbed in, isn't it? And he's absolutely muscled it down through mid-off. It was a big diving effort from the fielder there on that 30-yard circle. Made good ground, but couldn't quite cut the ball off. Just timed it really well. T10 cricket, I haven't watched a great deal of it, but I'm excited to see what these players can bring to this spectacle today.
Yeah, going to have to scamper through quickly, and there's good running in the end, putting the pressure on the fielder. I think it's one of those you just haven't got time to get yourself. You just have to go from ball 1. We say it a lot in 2020 cricket, and obviously we're halving this. So yeah, you just got to go from ball 1. And there he goes, aerial again, and that's going to be the second 4 of the over. This time over mid-off in 1 bounce, slams into those advertising hoardings. And this is turning into a really good over for Essex. Now 12 for none. Some powerful hitting. This time just nicely clipped off the pads into the onside. Mid-on comes around and cuts it off. So it'll be 1 to finish off the over. First over of action, over and done at the end of 1. Essex 13 for none. They'll be pleased with this as a start.
That's a great start to the power play. Great start to the innings. We've got Jeeves on 6 and Moss on 5 off just 2 balls. 2 overs remain in this power play. Then Surrey will be able to push a couple of extra fielders back outside that 30-yard circle and offer their bowlers a little bit more protection. Looks like we're going to get a bit of seam, Georgie, coming down the hill at the First Central County Ground. So a slightly different look here for Surrey. The 2 fielders outside of that 30-yard circle, both behind the bat, 1 at deep third, 1 at fine leg. First slip in place, there is a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-wicket catching there. A man just in front of square on the leg side. And we're just waiting to see where Surrey's final fielder goes to. He's just going to go down to a mid-on as well. So a pretty orthodox field, with a bit of pace coming down the hill.
Yeah, I like that we've got the slip in early as well. So coming in from that Cromwell Road end.
Here we go, over number 2, about to get underway. Shorter ball, pulled away, and it's travelled down over the leg side. All eyes on the umpire. Has it gone all the way? It has. First 6 of the day. Essex, what a shot that was. Just picked up length, didn't it? It was dragged in, it was dropped short by the Surrey seamer. Essex batter there, Moss, just pounced on that. He's 11 off 3 now, the opener.
Barely any follow through as well, sort of a short arm across the leg side, and it's not a short boundary out that way. Fans it's sitting there in the sun, getting their drinks in to watch, going to have to keep an eye out.
Just punched it, didn't he? What reply have Surrey got? They go again, it goes straight over the leg side. It's deja vu cricket, a little bit fuller that time, but still the same result. Well picked up just off the top of the bails and pulled over deep backward square for another 6. What a start this is.
Yeah, and it's good pace coming down, but I think he just shuffled across slightly, gave himself that room, moved into the leg side, and then just helped it on its way, used the pace of the bowler. I mean, back-to-back 6s to start the over. Essex absolutely flying here, and this is what you need in T10 cricket. You need to take advantage of that shorter power play.
Wider ball. Has he got away with it? He hasn't. Umpire signals wide. They're good change, good plan, I think, there for Surrey, just to try and open up that offside, but just went too wide on that one. Well left alone by Moss. Feels like the type of format of cricket that, as a bowler, if you don't get things right, things go wrong very, very quickly. And to try and come back in, and he goes again through the leg side, there's going to put the fielder under a bit of pressure down at deep mid-wicket, and he's not going to get there. Third boundary of the over.
Yeah, it's a very tricky, and there's no hiding as well. You know, you haven't really got the overs up your sleeve to then come back and fight back later on. So you sort of just got to be able to go from ball 1 if you're bowling and batting as well, because they're not going to wait around. They're not just going to let it go at any point and know that they can catch up the batters. 10 overs aside, they're going to take you on. You give them any space, and they're going to give it a whack.
Absolutely. 21 off 5, straight back over the bowler's head, up the hill. Is it going to be caught? It isn't. Couple of bounces, and wowee. Joe Moss is on absolute fire this morning here. He's 25 off 6 deliveries, the Essex skipper. And he really has taken to T10 cricket like a duck to water.
Hasn't he just? I mean, talk about leading from the front and stamping your authority early on. Don't know what he's had for breakfast, but it's the protein gains.
It goes again, well bowled. Good comeback. All the pressure on the bowler here. And Joe Moss is not looking to slow down here at all, targeting that leg side. It has brought about a change in the field with the striking that Moss has shown in this over. We've lost the fielder at deep third. They've gone out at, what's that, deep mid-wicket, down in front of the Spenkarma Pavilion. Goes again, as you'd expect. There's a big load up there from the skipper. And it's the end of the over. A good finish for Surrey to get away from that, but it is 34 for no loss after 2. Moss 25 off 8 and Ward 6 off 4.
Yeah, sensational start this from Moss, and I think you can see that his form of cricket is more of a bludgeoning game. It's a sort of see ball, hit ball. I'd rather hit boundaries than have to run twos, and I'm all here for that kind of cricket.
I don't think Jeffrey Boycott has much of a T10 career in him. I think Joe Moss is playing this absolutely perfectly here. He's putting Surrey under pressure at the start.
Yeah, striking at 150 already. No, 357. Sorry, James Ward going at 150. So this is what you want from your opening batting partner. I think we're going to have a change in bowler as well now for Surrey.
Yeah, so it's 2 overs per bowler, isn't it? Through the course of a T10 game. This would be the final over of that 3-over power play. So Surrey just got those 2 out, one on the leg side, one at long off.
So here comes Umar Khan. And looks to just hoik that into the leg side, tucked up a little bit in the sort of stomach. So what I really love is that obviously we've had information come in about all these players. Well, Umar Khan, apparently says he can fall asleep anywhere.
Jealous.
Nicely pushed into the offside. This one, and they'll just scamper through for 1. Yeah, I always think that's really handy. Really handy. You think, I just need a quick 10 here. Off you go, into the back of the changing room.
I'd pay a lot to find the ability to be able to sleep on an aeroplane.
Yes.
And I mean serious money to be able to do that. So, Umar, if you've got any tips for me.
As he skips in this time. And he's tried to muscle that over the top, and a slight misfield. It is a bit of a half stop. And it is, in the end, cut off before it reaches that boundary. I have a friend who used to fall asleep on nights out, and was always a worrying one. Just anywhere.
Was that the night out, or was that your company, Georgie?
Oh, it might well have been. It could well. That's probably the same as our listeners. They're all just having as is. All having as is.
That was well fielded by Aditya there at mid-on. He's just come away from that over being pumped by Joe Moss, and to stop that, I think, is really important for him.
Well, here comes Umar Khan again. Just a little extra flight on this one, and that is magnificently driven through the covers, and going to pick up another 4 here. And this opening partnership is absolutely racing for Essex.
This has been perfect. What an absolute start here for Essex. I think they got stuck in a bit of traffic on their way down to Hove this morning, but you wouldn't think so, would you? Their preparation so far has been perfect for this game.
Sometimes I think that's almost better. This is just worked down to deep square. Because you don't get in your own head then, you sort of think, right, we just got to get up and go. Once we get off the bus, it's about, you get to the loo, you get your stuff, you get your kit on, and off you go. Whereas sometimes you get to somewhere too early, you're sort of wandering around, you get a bit sleepy. If you're Umar Khan, you could probably get a little nap in.
It's been a good start to this. He's got 1 ball left, hasn't he? 1 ball left of the power play. So far, he's just gone for 7 off 5 balls.
Yeah, really good recovery. And almost played on there, and he's managed to get away with it. So closes out with a dot. A really good over this from Umar Khan. Just the 7 runs coming from it. It's that front on action. And look to just give himself room, open up his legs, and so nearly played onto his stumps. I think plays onto his own pad in the end. And finishes with the dot. And that's a very happy looking dugout at the moment, the Essex one. And it should be 41 for none.
Yeah, there's a few dismissals in play there, wasn't there? I think that might have been put down by the wicket-keeper as well. I think it nearly chopped on. I think it did carry through to the keeper. So how big of a scout would that be to get rid of Joe Moss? What is he, 26 off 10, 3 4s, 2 6s, striking at 260. Is at the non-strikers end, so that'll give Surrey a bit of respite. And the other thing that will give them a bit of respite is that is the end of the power play. So 5 fielders can go out of that 30-yard circle, and Surrey are just putting them in place now. So it's going to be a fine leg, a deep third. There's a long on, a deep extra cover. No, deep third's coming back into the circle, and there's going to be a deep mid-wicket. So Surrey are just going for the 4 outside, aren't they? I think, looking at it, they can have 1 more if they want to, and they are going to have 1 more. There's a bit of hokey-cokey going on here in front of us down at deep third.
He's just trying to get his steps in.
Oh, well, hey, why not? Why not? That'd drive you nuts, wouldn't it? With your skipper telling you to come in and drop back and go back again. I'm not sure they're done yet either. The wicketkeeper here is still just getting the people in the right position, making sure the angles are set up. Good angle for a wicketkeeper to be able to set that field up and make sure those cricketers are in the right place. So it's Michael O'Mahony from the top of the hill here coming down, just starts drifting it down the leg side, and it's just going to be one added to the tally. I think it's going to be a leg bye as well.
Yeah, just got to try and slow the scoring here now. Sorry, obviously taking wickets is crucial, but just try and put the pressure on and just try and bring down the strike rate of these two opening batters, because they could very easily run away with this very early on and set that foundation for the rest of the team to just come in and have a whack.
Well, I think the foundation's been set. I don't see Essex doing anything other than what they're doing. A bit of flight there, and Moss couldn't make the most of the full toss. He did advance towards O'Mahony and maybe just tightened himself up a touch there. Interesting, they've gone for two fielders down on the boundary behind the bat with the spinner bowling. Potentially you could have looked for another one in front, maybe at deep mid wicket, but they're looking to protect this boundary down here at the C end as the ground just runs away. Good pace, and he's gone straight through him. Surrey have their first wicket, and it's the wicket keeper of James Ward has got to go. He's made 12 off 9. And Surrey have the breakthrough. They've broken that partnership. They put on 43 for the first wicket, and they just got outside of the power play.
Looking at that as well, did you see how far the bail went? The bail has almost come up over the boundary. It went about 30 yards in the air in the end, but he was caught in such a tangle in the end. And this is the veteran O'Mahony showing what he does best. Middle stump, bails flying in all directions, literally taking flight. And that was just the breakthrough that Surrey needed at this point, because these two were going along really well. So James Ward, he goes for 12 from 10, but his opening partner is still out there in the middle, having an absolute day of it.
Yeah, was it 12 off 10, 2 fours, striking at 120 at the top of the order. He's done his job, hasn't he? They've put on a fantastic partnership for the first wicket. Yes, he'll be disappointed he's only contributed 12, but as a partnership, it's been absolutely perfect for Essex. In at number 3, joining his skipper will be Matthew Edwards. Another right-hander goes out to the middle. That's got a little bit of time here. Just maybe one ball to have a look and see what's happening here from, as you say, the veteran O'Mahony. That one there's just tailed in a bit, hasn't it? And clipped the top of leg stump, I think. Very well bowled. Nice bit of the Stuart Broad headband as well. Steaming in down the hill here at Hove.
So Connor Flaunty comes out to the middle and he takes guard, showing all 3 stumps.
Well played, dropped it into a bit of space in the offside, gets off the mark straight away and does the right thing, I think, with the way that Joe Moss is striking the ball, gets his skipper back on strike. So at the minute, it's just get as many balls for Moss to face as possible here, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think Flaunty will be aware of that. He's seen the power his batting partner has and how he's able to clear the rope here.
Little shuffle down, gets a bit big on him, bit of bounce in this pitch and hits the top half of the bat, falls safely into the leg side, and a comfortable 2 in the end for Moss and Essex.
Yeah, it's good running as well, actually. Ran the first one hard, and Flaunty, the younger of the two, was really quick to turn around and head off back, but it was Moss running to the danger end and did well in the end, put the pressure on the fielder.
Yeah, and they wanted that wicket, didn't they? That closer set of stumps would have been Flaunty's running at the non-striker's end, but they were desperate to get that throw in down to the wicket keeper, trying to pick up the Essex captain, who's now on 29 off 12. Gives himself a bit of room through the offside. Nicely played, just wide, and a misfield at mid-off. They're going to come back for at least 2. They're going to be a look for 3 here. No, Moss is quite happy just to stroll back and complete the second. And that is the end of the 4th over. 48 for 1 off 4. So Essex are absolutely flying. Moss on 29, Flaunty on 1.
Connor Flaunty is one of the players that's come over from Middlesex to make up this Essex team. today, I believe. They were having a few difficulties with numbers at times, and so what is great is that other counties have said, here's someone, and it means that we have been able to come together and have a full tournament today. And also, you put your hand up, why not? Come down for a trip down to the seaside, get your cricket in.
Imagine getting the WhatsApp coming through. Fancy a game at Hove on Sunday?
Yeah, happy days.
Go on then. Yeah, if I have to, I'll head down to Sussex and play at a first-class ground. What an opportunity, what an event that the Sussex Cricket Foundation have put on today. 4 teams here in a bit of a T10 finals day type setup. Going to have some floodlights on later in the day, which will make that final game even more special.
So Umar Khan is going to bowl his second. He had a pretty good first over, actually. And Connor Flaunty just surveying the field. Takes guard. Umpire still got his arm stuck out. Went for just 7 from his first over, did Khan. He's in now. And that's kept a little low this time. And again, good running from these two. And they'll pick up one more, add one more to the total. So score moves on to 49 for 1. Remember, Essex were put into bat by Surrey. So they won't mind this as a start, having been asked to bat. They said, right, fine, we'll show you what we can do. Here comes Khan again. And this time looks to rock off onto his back foot. He almost did that in the previous over, didn't he? Played it onto his own pads, and this time just almost getting that bottom edge into the stumps. This time, not quite time, but on the bounce through the covers. Well taken, well stopped. Rolling extra cover.
That's a brilliant effort, isn't it? He's just got to the end of his over, or he's broken that opening partnership. He finds himself at extra cover, throwing himself on the floor to make sure that doesn't run down for what would have been a certain boundary down at deep extra cover. There wasn't a fielder behind him. Just struggling to line up Umar Khan here, aren't they, Essex?
It goes aerial this time, and again, not quite timed. Yeah, just as you said, even Flaunty coming out to the middle as well. He's not quite coming out to bludgeon the ball in the same way Moss is, but that time he's looking to try and take it on, just not quite timing. He's difficult to read. He's a wily bowler, I would say.
Big pocket down here at mid-wicket. If he can find it, he can't. He just gets it straight to the fielder at long on.
This is the kind of over they needed, though. Much quieter. Just the 4 runs coming from it so far. 1 still to come. They bring the fielders up inside the ring on that leg side. And now just pushing square leg out. Now pushing them both back again.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's sensible. That's giving Flaunty the 1, isn't it? So they want to bowl at Connor Flaunty for the next over. They don't want Moss on strike.
And he does just turn this into that space on the leg side, and it means it will be 1. So plan perfectly executed. Adds 1 more to the total, 5 from the over. Essex now 53 for 1 after being put into bat by Surrey.
It's a good comeback by Surrey. It was 41 for no loss at the end of the power play. Halfway stage of the innings, they've restricted them down to 53. So they are dragging that run rate back in their favour. That second over, Georgie, went for 21 runs from the seamer coming down the hill. How expensive would that be in the context of the game? Is 10 runs and over, is that a good run rate? Is that an excellent run rate? Is it under the run rate? I don't think we'll fully know, will we, until we got to the end of this game. But
yeah, I think it's something we're going to have to gauge from both teams batting, because we were both sort of stunned by the hitting so early on, but that is T10 cricket, and you have to sort of turn your head and get back around to that. We don't know what the pitch is really doing and what it would do in comparison for both sides. So it's such a cliche, I know, but you can't judge a pitch until both teams are battered on it. But I guess there's a reason it's a cliche.
Yeah, I say that second over, how expensive, how important could that be for both of these sides? That's a huge number to get away in 6 deliveries. Incredibly impressive by Essex and Moss, and disappointing, I think, for Surrey to concede that many from the 6, but it is the nature of the beast, isn't it? We're just going to spend a little bit of time here just as Surrey get that field exactly right. They have got Connor Flaunty on strike, which is what they wanted. They gave him the one at the end of the over. They could have quite happily given him the squeeze, but they wanted to bowl at him. Can they try and keep him on strike? Can they frustrate Moss? Can they keep him at the non-striker's end? Chipped down to long on. They can't, so it is one off the first ball of the over.
They won't mind them dealing ones, though, I can tell you that. Especially now slowing things down from those sort of first couple of overs where they were sort of stunned into... Well, they were just stunned, really, by some of the hitting. So just slowing it down here. Luke Saunders with the ball in hand, having a discussion up the top with Harris.
Yeah, a little bit of seam up. Surprised, actually, that Michael O'Mahony didn't bowl his second over. I thought with the start there he would have carried on. Oh, had a bit of a tickle on there through to the keeper. Not sure, but a good take, good stop in the end. Dot ball, very well bowled by Luke Saunders. If Moss can line this up, there are some big pockets down here on the boundaries. Mid-wicket is wide open. If you can get that pass backward point, it's just going to run all the way down the hill, behind square leg as well. No margin for error, and Moss is targeting that leg side. He's already had success, hasn't he? He's at 2 sixes down towards the Spen Karma Pavilion already this morning, but he just can't quite get hold of them. Amazing, isn't it, how the game changes? Maybe there wasn't as much pressure on him at the start with the power play, and now he's kind of set that platform. There's a bit of expectation on him. He's 33 off 18. Well bowled, well played.
I love that we're already going, oh, he's only 33 from 18 now. It is that expectation. You show what you can do at the beginning.
Well, strike rate was nearly 360. It's halved. It's down at 173. He's got to stay in. He can't get out. He's just got to start rotating the strike here with Flaunty. Otherwise, he'll get frustrated, play a big shot, which he's tried to do there. Toe ends it up to long on and jogs through for the single. So just 2 runs off the over so far with 1 delivery remaining.
Yeah, really economical this. And this is what they need, string a few overs together when the run scoring just dries up a little bit, and then cause the batters to get frustrated and really try to do something.
What a beauty. What a beauty to finish. What an over from Luke Saunders. Shows what I know. I would have kept Michael O'Mahony bowling. Surrey knew something different. Luke Saunders' first over of the day has gone for just 2 runs, and what a fantastic 6 deliveries that was. Yeah,
really good turnaround this. They're looking slightly more worried in the Essex dugout. You can just see a few nail biting going on, but they will be happy with the start they had, which is obviously how they've got themselves into this position. Losing the 1 wicket, yes, but you feel like Moss is just getting frustrated again. It is his opportunity. He knows that he can take on these boundaries. We've seen him launch 2 back-to-back 6s just earlier on, so he's got that opportunity now to try and get himself back up with that scoring rate. He's still 34 from 20, so it's not exactly a bad day at the office so far, but with the foundation they set, they really will be looking to try and sort of springboard themselves up way past that sort of 70 mark, if they can, 80 at least. And this time he does try and take it on, and as well stopped in the end in the follow through, and they do scamper through. That's great running. It's a direct hit, but I do think that Flaunty he's quick between the wickets, and he's got himself home there. Ground his bat well, and it'll just be a 1.
Yeah, he was a little bit panicked, wasn't he, for a while? They're just running uphill. You do get that with the nature of this ground, and I'm sure that gradient just felt a little bit steeper as he was running up towards there as the ball came in, but
it's a great throw in the end, right at the base of the stumps. Keeper did well as well to not get in the way of it. You know a lot more about keeping than I do, but I can imagine at that point you're sort of stuck in that 2 minds. Do I try and take it, or is it going to take out the stumps?
Yeah, you want to try and trust the fact that your teammate's going to be backing you up as well, so that if it doesn't go through and hit the stumps, you know that somebody's going to be there. But there is that kind of split-second judgment call, and you think, yes, it's going to hit it, I'm going to leave it. You can look a bit silly, but in that instance, absolutely fantastic.
Here comes Harris again, the left arm round the wicket, and the stump is out of the ground, and Flaunty is on his way. 2nd wicket down for Surrey now. They slowed down the run scoring. Flaunty looking to just try and put something back into this batting, but a great bit of bowling. Looked to try and have a big swing, missed it completely. You miss, I hit. Leg stump out of the ground by Harris.
That's a beauty. That's just drifted into Flaunty, isn't it? And he's given it the big load up. He's tried to target this short straight boundary down the hill at Hove. Played over the top of it, and his leg stump's been removed.
That's an excellent bit of bowling. Really, really good stuff from Harris. In the left arm around the wicket, gave it that extra flight as well, and just that little bit of last-minute turn. And you just hear that death rattle behind you, don't you, as you hold the pose, bat over the shoulder, and you think, I'm on my way here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that's certainly going to stem this run rate for Essex if Surrey can just keep taking wickets. They broke that partnership, didn't they? It was a fantastic bit of bowling. They've just broken this one as well, which was still struggling to get going a little bit, but let's see what Essex have got in at number 4. We'll just wait for the scoreboard to update. But it was a big wicket. They will keep coming though. There aren't many. What have we got? 3.4 overs remaining. It's so quick, T10 cricket. You don't get an opportunity. You don't really get an opportunity now even to have a look. There's so few balls left. There's 8 wickets remaining for Essex. They can just keep going hard and keep putting Surrey under a bit of pressure, but they are struggling at the moment.
Yes, it's Ben Orst that's come out to the middle. Oh no, it's not. Screen's changed its mind, says Lee Walker. We'll wait on that one. We'll get the update. Well, in he comes again, Harris. Left arm again round the wicket. And he's bowled him. 2 and 2. What a great over this is turning to. He's now on a hat-trick. Such a quiet, muted celebration there. Just saw the bail fly in the air. The finger went up next to me in the commentary box. And, well, suddenly Surrey are looking all over Essex, and Orster has to go without scoring.
What a comeback. What a comeback. Matt Harris's first over, Georgie, in the power play went for 13. That's an absolute beauty. That has gripped into this surface down at Hove today. It's taken off stump. Yeah, first over went for 13. He now has figures of 2 for 14 off 1.4 overs.
Yeah, so 1 wicket dot wicket, not a bad over at all. 2 still to come in this, and Essex have really been slowed down. It's almost like, you know, when they say don't eat too much sugar and you go flying and then you just have that bit of a crash. They're having a little bit of a crash at the moment. Need to get the slow release carbs in and they'll be off and running again. But two balls still to come in this over from Harris, and this really has been sort of game changing. That first wicket to go down seems a long time ago now, but now find themselves 3 down, Essex, 56 on the board.
Slow release carbs, that's so sensible. Just throw some more blue Smarties out there and get on with it.
Yeah.
Start targeting the
Maybe
boundaries.
T10 cricket is the blue Smartie of the cricket world. As Harris is in again, left arm round, and nice and solid in defence, finds that outside edge and fields it off his own bowling.
What an over this has been. This has been a remarkable comeback for Surrey. It was 53 for 1 at the halfway stage. 55 runs on the board after 6, and it's looking like it isn't going to be many more than 56 after 7.
And again, just gets that big stride out to this one, does Walker, and he's off the mark. I won't make a pun about running to get off the mark. No comments. So Essex now find themselves, after 7 overs, 57 for 3. And they really have been slowed down by Surrey.
It was nicely played. Interesting as well that the skipper took the single there. I just wondered with, what have we got, 18 balls, 18 legal deliveries left in this innings. I just wondered whether Joe Moss would have fancied his chances to have kept the strike there. And surely the blueprint here for Essex has got to be to get Moss to face as many deliveries, as many of these 18 left. There's only been 4 extras as well. Surrey have bowled really well as Luke Saunders gets to the end of his mark and makes his way in to start his second over.
Yeah, he's been very quiet at the other end, hasn't he? What was so explosive early on. He's just been kept to the other end. That's exactly what Surrey needed to do.
That's a beauty. Just beats the outside edge. A little bit of a way drift there from Luke Saunders. Oh, it's just seamed away slightly, hasn't it? It's just done enough to beat the outside edge. Where's the boundary coming from, Georgie? Where are the gaps in the field? Can Essex find them? They go for a big load up. It goes into the leg side. It goes down towards deep mid wicket. They could look for 2. They don't. They settle on just the 1. Now that might have been an indication to get Joe Moss on strike, because There was a big gap, there was a big pocket.
Yeah, if they'd run the first one harder, perhaps there was the opportunity of coming back for a second. Don't think Moss seemed particularly keen. He wants to get himself back on strike and start finding those boundaries again. And actually, that's exactly what Essex need, because they really have slowed down.
There we go, down the ground, straight back over the bowler's head, but really well fielded down at long on. He's made good ground to get round to that, picks it up on the one bounce and keeps that down to just a single, and a bit more frustration for Joe Moss.
Yeah, he got good contact as well, and I like the way he sort of stepped across into that offside, but really good bit of fielding, awareness of that rope as well.
Big swing, big load up, and a good bit of work by the wicket-keeper to whip the bails off, but fortunately for Lee Walker, that back foot hadn't moved. Just wonder whether Essex are just looking a little bit too leg side here. Like, can they open up the offside? Can they try and get one away down towards? It's just one fielder on the boundary on the offside at deep extra cover. If you get it through that or get it over that 30-yard circle, you're pretty much in business for a 4 here. If you can go up the hill towards one of those temporary bits of seating here for the blast. That's nicely played. Can it get past him? Oh, it's a great bit of footwork there. What a first touch that was. Reminiscent of yesterday's FA Cup final.
Yeah, although it wasn't the team in blue doing it yesterday.
Terrible bit of luck that, wasn't it? Always nice to watch the underdog win. Good bit of fielding from Michael O'Mahony. He's been good in the field. He's put himself about. Good pace. Dropped into the leg side. They're going to look for 2, are they? No. Well done by the Surrey fielder down at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Keeps it down to just 1, so it is a single to end the over. There's 12 balls remaining, and the score is 61 for 3.
Yeah, just the 4 coming from that over as well. So Surrey will be really pleased with this, because obviously they were a little bit shocked early on with the run scoring, and the runs were just flowing, more than flowing. They were gushing. They were just runs in all directions. But they took that early wicket, and still they were run scoring, but they really, really dragged it back. They just stringing together. That's all you got to do, is try and string together quiet overs and then force the batters to try and do something. 2 wickets then in just 3 balls. And now I'd say they look on top now, sorry. They'll be feeling pretty confident. 2 more overs still to come. Moss now 37 from 23, but a long time since those back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, it was 4 overs. They were 48. They were going at 12s. And they've dragged this back. What is it? 61 off 8. Current run rate 7.6. So Surrey have nearly halved this run rate that Essex started with, which has been absolutely incredible. One interesting thing here, they've gone a lot of pace off. Is that going to be a telling tale for the rest of the day? I don't necessarily see them going back to Patwadan, who went for 21 off his over coming in down the hill, but is there going to be a bit of pace off? Is there a seamer in amongst one of these 4 sides here, Georgie, that's going to make a difference here, or is pace on going to be the downfall?
Well, it's interesting because obviously we saw Patwadan earlier go for a very expensive 21 from his over. He's only bowled 1. They haven't brought him back on yet. It's whether they're keeping him for the end or decided it's not a good decision as he comes around and does the fielding this time.
Yeah, does well, doesn't he? Covers a lot of ground, keeps it down to just 1. Moss now 38 off 24. It's been a long time since that last boundary was hit. It was in the 3rd over.
Now, Mike O'Mahony really is an absolute stalwart of Surrey disability cricket. He made his debut in the same year I was born, which is sensational, and he's still out there performing, took the early wicket, and he's sort of guiding this team. You've got some really young players coming through, and I think that's just such an incredible sign of someone who's been such a servant to the game.
Yeah, he's bowling with good pace as well, isn't he? Off a couple of steps and just really slinging that arm through and coming down, surprising the Essex batters here, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, and Surrey actually last year unveiled a disability honours board at the Kia Oval to really help recognise the disability cricket that is being appreciated at Surrey, and he was part of the 12 Surrey players who've donned England colours over the years. And that's massive. That is absolutely massive. Well, it doesn't matter how many years you've been playing cricket, if it sits up like this, He's going to take it on, is Moss, and that is his third 6 of the innings. And that's just what they needed to inject into these run-scoring Essex as we come into the final couple of overs.
Yes, his third 6 of the innings. It's been a long time coming. I say it was the 4th ball of the 3rd over was the last boundary that came off the bat for Essex. Can Moss keep going? Ooh, that's a great change of pace, Georgie. That is a huge change of pace that Joe Moss didn't read.
He really went for he got the backswing in there, and then he had to just try and really hold it back, and he could have been through the shot twice almost before it got to him.
I think if he'd have connected there, that was going a long way. I think that might have been just landing in the crashing waves down at the seafront here in Hove.
Take out a seagull on the way.
Oh, not the seagulls.
Yeah, and that's well taken. Really well taken. It came down with snow on it. This time, just couldn't quite time it. And it is the veteran again, O'Mahony, who takes the wicket. Well taken. Watched it nicely into his hands, does Patawan. He may have struggled with the ball in hand today, but cleanly taken this one. Just tried to shuffle across, maybe a little outside edge on it, and just not quite the power he would have hoped for. And the celebration behind the stumps, the double fist pump.
It's a great catch. That is a great catch. That hung in the air for an age as Michael O'Mahony picks up his 2nd wicket. But let's have a nod to Joe Moss's innings there. The skipper of Essex. He's walking off with 44 to his name off 27 balls at a strike rate of about 165. 3 fours, 3 sixes. That is a fantastic start. That is some of the most brutal power play hitting I have seen for a long time in any format of cricket from the Essex skipper.
Yeah, and really well taken in the end as well. He ran in hard, got himself set, both hands under it, never dropping that one. And a crucial wicket, so just the 1 over still to come now.
Get him back in the game. Get the ball back in his hands.
Yeah, there was a point earlier, wasn't there, when I was saying they'd be looking at 80. At this point, 69 on the board, 1 wicket still to come. Brings Alfie Jeeves out to the middle.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be the chap who's just taken the catch there. It's not going to be Patwadan to finish the innings off. It is going to be Carter from the top here at Hove, just to round out the innings. So there's 6 legal deliveries left for Essex. What can they do? Walker is on 4. Jeeves has yet to face a delivery. 69 for 4. Can Essex get up to? Could they get up to 80? Is 80 a number that they'd be happy with? Would they want more? It's going to be pace on. That's nicely guided down through the offside. Down to the man at deep 3rd, and it's just going to be a single. So that takes them up to 70 with 5 to go. What do you reckon, Georgie? Do you reckon 80? 80 feels like a number that you're in a game.
I think I sort of banded 80 around earlier, but maybe at that point they were bludging it to all parts, and I thought perhaps 80 wasn't enough. But I think they'd be happy with 80. It gives their bowlers something to bowl at. If they can take an early wicket, obviously they'll be feeling more confident in this. But nearly 10 off these final 5, it can be done. They could do it in 2 if they really wanted to.
Yeah, a couple of decent hits. Where are the boundary fielders? We've got one down at deep extra cover. We've got a long off and a long on. There's a man at deep fine leg. And we've got one at deep 3rd as well. So that leg side, if Ben Carter goes too straight, that leg side is open, isn't it? It's not a big hit down there today. Goes Yorker length, gets through that dot ball. So a fantastic start to this final over for Ben Carter.
That's an excellent delivery. Really good stuff. Full enough, looking to try and give himself room, almost finding that outside edge. That's smart cricket, it's brave cricket as well in the final over.
Yeah, just 4 balls left. 70 for 4. It's been disciplined by Surrey as well. Just 4 extras. And that's been heaved away on the offside. It's just going to land with a couple of bounces. They're going to come back. They're going to put him under pressure. That's really well run for 2. Essex aren't finding the ropes, so they are going to have to put those fielders under pressure just to round this innings out. 72 for 4 now with 3 left.
Yeah, great bit of running as well. Long boundary down out there. Put that pressure on the fielder. They ran the first one hard, which is so important because the fielder can see you out the corner of the eye. and just scampering back for 2. They've got wickets in hand, so it's worth taking that risk.
Yeah, Jeeves on strike, loads up, again goes through the offside, doesn't quite get it down to the boundary fielder at long off, and it is just going to be a single. Again, this comeback from Surrey with the ball in hand. Just a reminder, after 4, Essex were 48 runs on the board. They've just restricted them down to 73 as it stands. There's 2 legal deliveries remaining in the innings. Can they find the rope? Can they get one last boundary? Tries to give himself a bit of room, and Carter just follows him there, does really well, drops into the offside for a single.
Yeah, great bit of bowling this again from Carter. I'm surprised we've only seen him for 1 over actually, because this has been really good stuff. Bowling the final over, so he's had to stand out there for 9 overs. Comes in and say, right, you're bowling the death over, and he's absolutely delivered for his captain.
Yeah, it's been absolutely superb. Right, last ball of the innings, 74 for 4 on the board for Essex. How is it going to end up? Goes Yorker, very well played down the ground. They're going to take on 1, of course. Are they going to come back? They're going to put him under pressure, and they come back and complete the 2. That's really well run by the Essex pair, Walker and Jeeves, at the end of the innings. And Essex finish theirs on 76 for 4. Top score, of course, the captain, Joe Moss, 44 off 27. James Ward, 12 off 10. That opening partnership, 3.5 overs it lasted, and they put on 43 runs for that opening partnership. A huge contribution from those 2. Connor Flaunty made 5. Ben Oust, 0 off 2 deliveries. Lee Walker, 6 not out. Alfie Jeeves, 3 not out. Pick of the bowlers, well, Michael O'Mahony, 2 overs, 2 for 14. Matt Harris, 2 for 15 from his 2. Luke Saunders, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 6. What an incredible spell of bowling that was in this format of cricket. But there we go. 76 on the board. Georgie, do you think it's enough? Can they defend 77?
I think it's going to be tough actually, because we've seen that there is the chance to score those runs. If you can score big runs early and set a foundation, because they were really slowed down. Surrey's bowlers were so tight in the sort of back end of that innings. So I think it's around par. I'm going to go with that. We were thinking 80 would be a good score. So 76, Surrey, they're just going to know that they've got to come out. They've got to come out all guns blazing from the off. There's not really much time to get yourself in this format of the game. But I think we've got an exciting chase on our hands. So Surrey are going to need 77 to win this opening match at the T10 Disability Cup. We're going to have a very short change between innings, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Welcome back, everybody. The Surrey batters making their way out to the middle. The umpires are already there. Essex, as you can see on screen, they're just going through their final warm-ups and their final preparations as they try and defend 76 here at the First Central County Ground in the opening game of the Disability T10 Cup, hosted by the Sussex Cricket Foundation. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Georgie Heath throughout the course of the day. And what did you make of that first innings?
Well, it was a sort of innings of two halves, really, wasn't it? It was the man, Joe Moss. He's going to be the talking point from that one. Absolutely smashed his 44 from 27. 3 really big sixes in there. 2 of those back-to-back as well. And that sort of really helped set a foundation for Essex to springboard from. And maybe they'll feel they've left a few runs out there after they managed to get off to such a flying start. But got themselves up to 76 in the end. So it's a reasonable score. Obviously, we can't really judge a pitch, as we said, until both teams have batted on it. So Surrey will be looking to come out firing straight on. I just love that the veteran O'Mahony is still out there. I'm not getting over that he made his debut the year I was born. That's astonishing, and he's putting me to shame.
No, it's a fantastic bowling performance. The 3 of them really stood out. Matt Harris, Michael O'Mahony, as you mentioned, and wicketless, but just went for 6 runs from 2 overs. Luke Saunders was a absolutely fantastic effort by the Surrey bowlers, but they have got to go out there and they've got to get that number. It's always harder to get that one extra run, isn't it? And will Essex have learnt? Will they have pace-off options? Will they bowl more spin? We are yet to see. The opening batters for Surrey are going to be Mark Pilkington and Jonathan Gale. They are out in the middle. Just waiting here for Joe Moss just to get his field exactly right. Looks like he might be opening the bowling as well. Opens the bat and opens the bowling. Captain of the side. Captain leader legend, Joe Moss.
I like that. Just does everything. Just says, I'll take over. Drives the bus.
He's got it. I think he probably does here. What are we going to see to start with? Batter there on strike. Just take guard.
So 3 over power play in this T10 format means 2 fielders out of the ring.
There's going to be a bit of pace on here from the skipper as well. Joe Moss just marking his run up out. Getting his field exactly how he wants it. The 2 fielders out are both in front of square. One at deep mid-wicket, one at deep extra cover. Obviously they feel that a bit of gravity will go in their side if there's an outside edge as it runs up the hill here off the bat of Gale, who will open the batting. And in goes Joe Moss and starts on the money. Nicely played. Nice quick single taken to the man just on the 30-yard circle there at mid-on.
Yeah, really good running, wasn't it? They set off an absolute pace, and I think that's going to be really important. Just run those singles, push hard on that first one. If you're not able to find the boundary, pierce that ring, get through for the single quickly. And also it means they've got the confusion now that they've got the left-hand, right-hand combination up the top for Surrey, which is what you see so often in an opening partnership, don't you? And it just causes that field change and causes the bowler to really have to adjust.
Yeah, particularly limited overs cricket just creates a bit of confusion for the skipper and for those in the field, as you just don't know whether you're exactly in the right place. Oh, it's a beauty. Absolute beauty from Moss, just drifting the ball away from the left-hander. Good take by the wicket-keeper. It's that second over, Georgie. Went for 21. How crucial is that? You'd feel if Surrey don't match it, you're going to be a long way behind. Can you catch up? I know there was that quiet period in the middle, but that feels huge.
Yeah, 21 off an over that's a hell of an over.
Tries to give himself a bit of room and does so. Hacks it into the leg side and runs up the hill towards the pavilion, and it's just won the race. You just see the pink ball there just skip over the boundary rope. That is the first 4 of the Surrey innings.
I mean, it's not pretty runs, but it's gone fine enough. He just managed to get enough on it to race to what is probably the longest boundary he could have picked out on that side, actually. It almost meets at a point, the boundary rope out there in front of the indoor school.
Doesn't matter how it gets there, Georgie.
And you know what? When it goes down in the scorebook, it just says 4. It doesn't say scratchy 4, ugly 4. It just says 4.
Exactly. Joe Moss, can he respond? What's he got? Again, a bit of room. Past Pilkington through to the keeper. Fantastic by Moss. Good response. Yeah, that MCC coaching manual, I think, has been on a couple of log burners and some bonfires. Nobody reads that anymore. Give yourself room, open up the offside, and just hack away in this format.
And I think that's what makes it so exciting to have all such short formats and that kind of thing, that you can just throw the rule book out. You can just mix it up and play the way that you're going to find those runs.
Yeah, last ball of the opening over from the skipper. And again, through the leg side, well fielded. Just can't get it past the man there. He's in a long way off that 30-yard circle. Fantastic bit of field placement. He spent a lot of time, did Joe Moss, getting that field right. I don't know whether you spotted it, but he had a sheet of A4 paper out there just making sure that he had the people in the right place. I think it'll be in his pocket, ready to come out as and when he needs it. So it's 5 for no loss off the first 5 deliveries. Mark Pilkington, currently on 4 off 3, will face the final ball of the first over. And again, advances at Moss and works him through the leg side. There we go. That's a better shot this time from Pilkington. Just worked through mid-wicket, and it's 2 boundaries in the first over. It's 9 without loss.
Yeah, great finish to the over this for Surrey. Just gave himself room nicely, shuffled down at it, and the full swing through finds that boundary. And so 9 off the first over. Great start this for Surrey, but yeah, as you say, it was that over of 21 they could be forced to rue, because it just went mad, went mental.
Yeah, well, it's coming up next, isn't it? They are currently, as it stands, 4 runs behind where Essex were at the same stage.
I think it's one of those, it's very hard to compare these two. If we looked at the worms, obviously it would be quite a vertical worm for the Essex batting early on, but it really petered off and it really levelled out later on. A tidy final over. Runs were sort of dried up. But they don't want to start falling behind early, Surrey, because there's not a lot of time to try and catch up to. So 76 was what Essex made. So Surrey still trying to get into the double figures first, and then 77 is that target for them. And it's a wonderful pair of shoes.
There's some proper wheels, those, aren't they?
So Gaskin with the ball in hand and the bright orange shoes. Continuing with a bit of spin here. He comes in off that short run up, and it's just pushed down to 45, and they'll pick up 1. Nice little soft touch. And they move into double figures, 10 for none in the second over.
Yeah, another one for Essex, just making a bit of a substitute appearance. Plays his cricket over in Wales. Played 12 games for Wales with a high score of 75, but talk about him with ball in hand instead. There's some snazzy boots, aren't they? I like those.
Yeah, I think you could rock them down. Why not? Get your pair up in here. So he's bowling to the left-hander this time, and that's just pushed into the offside. Good start this, and it's just taking the pace off as well, so not giving anything for Pilkington to use to try and sort of muscle over through that infield. Still in the power play at the moment. Gives himself room this time and is put down. Catch well above his head. Managed to get both hands to it, but crucially has kept the runs to a minimum.
That's well stopped, isn't it? He'll be disappointed. He's got 2 hands to that, but he has done well, because I think that would have just raced away for a certain boundary had he not got there and stopped it.
This time advances down, goes aerial into that leg side, and it's going to be the first 6 of the chase. There's a fist pump in the middle. He really got a hold of that one and swung straight across through the deep mid-wicket boundary, and 6 more to the Surrey total.
It's been good. It's been good by Mark Pilkington. He's been the aggressor. He's trying to do what Joe Moss did for Essex.
So 16 on the board now. 7 from this over, 2 still to come. The orange boots are in, and this one darted in, worked nicely round the corner, backward of square, and that's going to be back-to-back boundaries. 6 followed up by a 4.
Very, very good striking for Mark Pilkington. He's on 18 now of 9, striking at 200. He's putting Rhys Gaskin under pressure, isn't he? is they're going to bring about a change in the field here. Are they going to move one of those players down onto the leg side boundary? They're not. They're going to back him. He's trying to get him to play up into that pocket on the leg side.
Going round the wicket again to the left-hander, looking to try and turn it round the corner. Wide down the leg side signalled, so one more still to come in this over. Just a bit of spit. Use the left-hander, taps his bat. And the full toss dug out, and that's going to be another boundary. That's gone hard. That's accelerated almost up the hill, actually. Finding the outside edge in the end, but really taking advantage. And that was an expensive over in the end. 25 for none now on the board after 2 overs.
Yeah, what a good start. The current run rate for Surrey, 12.5. But we saw that, didn't we? We saw that in the Essex innings. Everything did slow down. Just require 6.5 runs per over now to be victorious here in the opening game of the Disability T10 Cup and book their place in the final later on this evening. Is it Pilkington on 22? Gale will be the man on strike. He's on 2. He's only faced 2 balls, to be fair, and he's done well to get his opening partner, Mark Pilkington, on strike when he's had the opportunity to do so. We are going to get a change of bowling from the C end, as the skipper has taken himself out of the attack. There he is with his A4 paper.
I love a bit of paper out on the field, actually.
Good, isn't it?
Is it Mark Watt that had his little bit of paper?
I think so. I think he's a bit of a showman, though, so I don't know how much there would be on that paper.
Oh, okay.
Bit of show. Now just making sure that the field is exactly right. So the 2 fielders outside. So this is the final over of the power play, as Flaunty will be the change of bowling. He's just going to have a little bit of a run through here, make sure that that run up is right up the hill. Final ball of the power play, 6 balls obviously in it, 6 legal ones, 2 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. One is at deep mid-wicket, the other one is at deep third. And as it stands, 25 for no loss. Essex at the same stage worth 34 for no loss. So currently ahead, Essex, but Surrey did the hard work. They did the heavy lifting in the middle of the innings and they restricted Essex through that period of play. There was a 3-over period that just went for 4 runs, which is unheard of in T10 cricket.
Just a few clouds also appearing overhead, but we seem pretty well set still for a nice sunny afternoon.
There we go. Pace on, Conor Flaunty. What a beautiful cricket shot that is by Jonathan Gale. Just stroked through the offside, forward of cover, all the way along the carpet. And it's going to be his first boundary of the afternoon. He moves on to 6.
Now, we talk about throwing the MCC manual out, but that one is out of the book.
Page 1, chapter 1. What a beautiful cricket shot that was.
I was going to say verse 1, but it's not quite the Bible.
Depends who you ask. Depends who you ask. But no, that was a cracking cricket shot. We've seen a lot, haven't we, today? Just giving themselves room, opening up the offside, trying to work it into the leg side, and that is just beautifully timed. Width on offer, over pitched from Conor Flaunty to turn out to be a bit of a half volley, but well put away. What can Conor Flaunty do to reply? And he's on the money. That's a great comeback.
That's absolutely perfect. Just full line of length, full and straight, not giving him any space to free up his arms or give himself room to drive it through the cover. Yeah, that's mature cricket.
Very well played. Very well played. Well watched. Conversation there between Moss and Flaunty as he gets to the end of his mark, makes his way into bowl. Kind of feels like Pilkington will be the aggressor of the two of them, and as I say that, and Jonathan Gales goes for a big heave down over the leg side. Doesn't connect, fortunately for him, as it went through to the wicket keeper. Maybe I'm wrong. Jonathan Gale could be the aggressor from the partnership.
He's trying to join the party here, isn't he? Pilkington very much at the other end as the man striking it well. He's just standing there at the moment, hand on hip, single teapot.
We've got 3 balls left of the power play. Boundary off the first, ... afterwards. Oh, that's a big advance by Jonathan Gale. Just runs at Conor Flaunty, trying to muscle him over long on. Doesn't connect. He's out of his ground. The keeper collects cleanly, throws the bails off, but Jonathan Gale does make his ground. So 2 balls left, and there's just a little bit of panic here for Surrey. They'll be disappointed, I think, that they've only managed to get 1 away in this over. It's been a great comeback from Connor Flaunty, having been driven through the covers for 4 first ball of the over. 2 left in the power play then, 29 for no loss. That's well played, well timed. Square drive from Jonathan Gale. There is that second boundary in the over. Flaunty's gone for 8 off 5. There's still 1 ball left of the power play. Just shows there's good pace in this pitch. The outfield is lightning as well, Georgie. Not everything has to go through the air.
And that's a lovely looking shot as well. It's just showing that it's about timing. It's not necessarily just having to use muscle and having to use power. If you can wait and be brave enough to wait and play it late, you can really time it, find that gap, and it's just going to race to the boundary. Because it's been so dry as well, obviously, the last few weeks/months. Outfields are so quick at the moment.
They are 33 for no loss. Last ball of the power play. Flaunty into Gale and tries to hide it out of the reach of Gale, but goes too far outside of those blue lines. Umpire just signalling wide through to the scorers, so Flaunty's going to have to reload and bowl that one again. Another 1 added to the tally, takes Surrey up to 34. Still behind at the same stage at the end of the power play. Essex were 41 for no loss, so they've got a bit of catching up to do still. Surrey, can they do a bit more off this delivery? Or they go for a ramp straight over the keeper. What a cricket shot. Jonathan Gale. We'll show you the cover drive, we'll show you the square drive, and we'll get the dentist out and we'll just chip it over the keeper, and it's gone 4 up the hill. Great over for Surrey. They finish the power play 38 for no loss.
That is absolutely magnificent. He managed to move himself across as well as getting under it, and it's just perfect. What's the word I'm looking for? Not precision. Anyway, it's just perfect. What is the word I'm looking for? I've lost my words. Anyway, he does it. It's just magnificent to look at, and that's what you want. You've got a bit of traditional cricket and then a bit of innovation just over the bowl, over the keeper's head. Takes him on to 38 after just 3 overs. So 7 to go. 77 is that total. Just the 2 extras so far. So they've been pretty tidy on that. Execution. I found the word, everyone. It's okay. Perfect execution.
That was a great shot. Great shot to finish the power play. Does it set the tone for the rest of the innings as well? Because that was played with such confidence by Jonathan Gale. So
a change in bowler again. Deshmush with the ball in hand now. Just pushing his fielders out. So we've got the 45 out on the boundary. Point. Extra cover out on the boundary too. We've got 1 man out at deep mid wicket. You've got a long on, a mid off, and looks to just try and turn this one round the corner. It's going to be signalled wide down the leg side. So just missing his line to start the over.
Yeah, pretty much neck and neck, aren't they? Just 3 runs behind at the same stage.
Yeah, and that's much better. Much better line of length. Is he coming through for the run?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I don't know whether you spotted at the start, but Surrey have gone out there with a runner. So Mark Pilkington, he gets the fun bit of batting. He gets to stand there and whack it, and then doesn't have to worry about covering those 22 yards. He makes his way over towards square leg to get well out of the way of the Essex fielders, but it was just a single taken up to the skipper at long on.
So 40 for none now. Gale looking to try and continue how he finished the previous over. Just be on the aggression. Slightly shorter this time. Goes aerial. It's going to be over the fielder inside the ring. 1 bounce and slight misjudge out on the deep mid wicket boundary. Bit of spin off the wicket in the end.
Yeah, he's just kind of chopped underneath that as he's tried to pull that through the leg side, and as it's just landed in front of the fielder down there at deep mid wicket, it's just gripped into the grass here at Hove, and always makes you look a bit silly, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. It's almost like when you run past it. Shorter this time, has a feel for this one outside the off stump. Just going to beat that fielder at point, but cut out on the boundary. Really good running. Great running. Gets the round of applause from his teammates as well.
That's superb, isn't it? Could have left it alone, it would have been wide, but nicely played. Nicely, I think there was a bit of a fingertip on there at backward point just to take a bit of pace off it, allow the fielder down on the boundary to come around and make sure it didn't cross the rope.
This time tries to almost hit it too hard and bottom edge back past the bowler. So he'll pick up one more. Pilkington will make the stride back from square leg towards the middle.
We've all been there. We've all been there in this short format of cricket that you think, oh, just stroking the ball nicely. There's a 4 there, there's a 4 there. And all of a sudden you get a bit of rush of blood and you think, I need to muscle it.
Yeah.
You lose your shape, which is what Gale did that time. And just Q ended it, clothed it really down the ground for a single.
Well, that is glorious. He just takes on the full toss, works it backward of square leg, and that's a really good bit of cricket. Smart cricket, read it early, did Pilkington, and he picks up another 4, and they move past 50, so now 51 for none.
Yeah, 50 up. They are ahead of the game now as it stands. End of the 4th over. Essex were on 48. So they require 31 from 39 deliveries.
Around the wicket again to the left-hander. Full, this time skewed in the air. No one out there, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. Well, Pilkington is showing an absolute display of batting class here. Gives himself room down on one knee, and their full follow-through, and he moves into the 30s. And that's a very expensive over. So after 4, Surrey now 55 without loss.
55 without loss, 27 runs to win from 6 overs. The runs required just 3.7. Surrey cruising along, just under 14 runs per over. Jonathan Gale, 21 off 11. Pilkington, 31 off 13. This is looking like one-way traffic at the minute here for Surrey. Essex desperately need to find somebody to break this partnership. Then they'll need to take another wicket as well. It's looking like Surrey are going to be booking their place in the final later on this evening here at Hove.
Well, we had a look at it, didn't we? We were saying, what do we think a par score would have been at the change of innings? And we were saying, north of 80 perhaps. But the way Surrey are going about things here, you'd say 90 at least.
Yeah, I mean, the outfield's quick, isn't it? The outfield's quick. The boundaries have been brought in a little bit. It's not easy, but you can hit 6s. If you find a gap, the ball is going to run away for 4. Just makes you think, unless you've got an absolutely stellar bowling lineup, which, as we saw through the middle overs that Surrey possess, they occupy that. They have those players. And it feels like 10s at the minute might have not been enough for Essex. As it was, they made 76, so they've got 77 runs to defend, and it is just 22 runs required from 36 deliveries for Surrey to win the first game of the day here against Essex. Change of bowling, Alfie Jeeves comes into the attack. Starts with some nice leggy there, nice bit of flight. And it's just going to be one just dropped into the offside.
They've got to break this partnership. I know it sounds like we're just stating the obvious, but that is the first milestone they've got to try and tick off here as Pilkington makes his way again back towards the stumps, and his runner gets out of the way, basically.
Yeah, he's 31 off 13. I wonder where he's going to be looking to try and hit Alfie Jeeves. They've sent reinforcements down to the leg side. They've got a deep mid-wicket. They've got a deep square leg just in front of mid-wicket, to be fair though, and a long on. They've just brought another fielder over on the leg side as well, who's just waiting to get instructions as to where he would like to go. So they're going to have an orthodox square leg. They've got a fielder on the 45, they've long off, and then also a fielder down at deep extra cover as well. So Mark Pilkington just eyeing up his options here. If he can go over cover, there's a big gap. If he goes in with the leg side, it's going to travel all the way. It's well bowled. Just sliding it past the outside edge of Pilkington. Good take by the keeper.
Yeah, got to start trying to just string a few dots together. That's going to be the first port of call, you'd imagine, for these Essex bowlers, because it's just going to run away from them otherwise.
Flight on offer. Swept away. Slog sweep. It's gone up in the air, down to the boundary, and it's a great catch. What a catch that is down at deep mid-wicket. Great bit of bowling by Alfie Jeeves. Mark Pilkington pulled out the slog sweep. Didn't get all of it and was caught on the boundary rope. There is the partnership broken. The first wicket in this innings for Essex. And it's Mark Pilkington has to go for 31 off 15. Fantastic innings at the top of the order for the Surrey opener, and a great catch to get rid of him.
Yeah, that's an excellent catch, because at that point his momentum was pushing him forward, so his arms almost ended up behind his head, sort of on the right hand side. Managed to get two hands to it and just cling on. He's sort of almost hanging in the air. It's sort of Michael Jackson on his tiptoes at that point. And a really good grab, and it was going to take something special to get rid of Pilkington, and it's a great catch in the end. But 31 from 14, that's a fine knock, and he strolls off with his runner as well. So you don't have to walk off on your own if you've got runner, which I always think is quite nice. I always think that's all right if you're a number 11 batter. You never have to walk off the field on your own.
Bit of company. A fantastic innings by Pilkington. Apologies from myself, a correction. The bowler from the Cromwell Road end, the C end, is Matt Key. It's not Alfie Jeeves bowling the leg breaks.
So 6 fours and a 6 on his way to that 31 mark, Pilkington. That's some heavy striking. And a very important 31, striking at over 200 as well. And it brings Umar Khan out to the middle, also with a run-up. And he's just going to take his mark here.
Fantastic with ball in hand, wasn't he?
He was.
Just went for 12 runs from his 2 overs. He was the real kind of catalyst, really, that stifled that Essex innings, just took the momentum away from them. Can he finish this off for Surrey? Nicely bowled, nicely played. Just works it into the leg side and gets off the mark straight away. So it is down to 20 runs required from 32 deliveries. It's been a good over for Essex. It's just gone for 2 runs with the wicket as well of Mark Pilkington. 57 for 1 on the board. 2 balls left in the 5th over, and we'll get to the halfway stage of the innings. At the same stage, Essex were 53. They had 53 runs on the board. It's a nice action from Matt Key. It's always fun watching a wrist spinner bowl. Watching a wrist spinner bowl at Hove. Mushtaq Ahmed took all of those wickets down here during that period of time. It's nice to see. Makes you feel a bit warm and fuzzy inside.
Yeah. I like a cover drive as well. You know, I'm thinking a Laura Wolvart cover drive. That's another warm and fuzzy.
Last ball then. Last ball of the 5th over for Matt Key. Just 3 runs from it. Can he get away? Can he get away with a 1? Can he get away with a dot? Can he take a wicket with him? Can he finish this over perfectly? It's into the pad. It is going to be a dot. It's not a bad end. It's a good end to the over. It's halfway stage then. 5 overs complete. Surrey are 58 for 1 and they require 19 from the final 5 overs.
Yeah, a great finish to the over and a very tidy over in the end, also with the wicket coming from it and a key wicket of Pilkington, who was striking it so nicely, so they'd be pleased with this one. 5 overs gone. Surrey now 58 for 1, so they've got plenty of wickets in hand, and they, as you say, need just 19 now, and whether they'll just want to work their way through those 19 or if they're going to try and knock them off quickly.
Well, this is where they did the damage. The next 2 overs for Essex went for just 4 runs. They went 53 at the end of the 7th. They were 57 runs on the board. So at the same stage, if Surrey don't add anything, there's still going to be 1 run ahead. It was just an incredible spell of bowling for those 12 balls.
So we're going to have a change in bowler as well here for Essex. Still Gale and Khan out in the middle. Umar Khan obviously with his runner out at square leg. So it's Ben Orst with the ball. He was dismissed without scoring. A second ball duck for him today, so he'll be looking to try and make his mark with the ball. Yeah, it's a good start. Nice touch and really quick running, actually. That's good running. Set off quickly from the non-strikers.
Can always add a bit of confusion, can't it? Having a runner out there in the middle. But so far, Surrey have done this really, really well. You wouldn't have noticed, which I think is testament to the team and how organised they've been with the three batters out there in the middle.
Also, it's one of those things, when you turn the telly on to watch, you go, but why are there three batters out in the middle? What's going on? This isn't baseball.
And they walk out as a pair.
Yeah.
You think, hang
on.
Something doesn't quite line up with what I'm expecting here.
Left-hander facing up again. Austin. And that's going to go fine enough. Two fielders giving chase. Really good effort. And the ball is going to win the race coming down the hill towards the sea. And they pick up 4 more and just ticking off those runs now, Surrey.
Yeah, that's the trade-off with the field that Essex have set here. They've got all of their protection in front of square. They've got long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, deep point, deep square. They've got nobody on the boundary behind the bat, and that was a thick outside edge, wasn't it? Just ran down the hill as well, just to make it even harder for that to be cut off. And it's a bit of a soft 4 to give away in the end off Ben Oust. I like his load up here as he's running in. Have you seen the hands going around? It's almost
the wind up.
Yeah, it's generally winding himself up.
I'm thinking this is a new dance move. Get that one out.
The Ben Oust.
The Ben Oust, yeah.
It's fun. I like it. As you can see him make his way in now.
Reels you in. Oh, he has been reeled in there. That's a nice delivery. It's gone through the legs of his batting partner. So he'll pick up 1 more. Another one ticked off. 64 for 1 now, sorry. Yeah, I really like it. The sort of wind-up hands.
Yeah, you kind of just start expecting to spin your elbows on your fingers next, don't you?
Oh, yeah. The Ketchup song, is that it?
It could be. Could be.
Oh, he's in again now, turns quickly at the top, ready to go again. And goes for the slog sweep and not managed to get a hold of that one, rehearsing the shot.
He's nicked that as well. I think Jonathan Gale's got bat on that. It had been a tough take for that Essex wicketkeeper there, but the reaction shows that there was a little feather on it, I think. It almost hit the wicketkeeper as it popped up into the leg side, just couldn't quite get round to it.
This one dragged down, and that's hit uppishly over point, sticks out a right hand, picks up another 4. Score moves on to 68 for 9, and now just single figures needed by Surrey to win this game.
Yeah, down to 9 now. 9 with, well, plenty to spare, isn't there? We haven't even completed the 6th over yet. This has been comprehensive by Surrey, and it's going to take a miracle, I think, for Essex if they're going to come out with this game victorious.
Goes aerial again this time. That's a magnificent strike. Couple of bounces, straight back over the bowler's head. Picks up 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. That's just delicious. You'd love to play a stroke like that. So at the end of the over, 6 overs gone, 72 for 1. So now just 5 runs needed for Surrey to take victory in this opening match of the T10 Disability Cup.
Yeah, 5 to go for Surrey. It's been an absolute masterclass from the team from South London. Absolutely superb with the ball in hand, great in the field, and then even better with bat in hand as well. Looks like it is going to be... I might have to correct my correction, Georgie, here, because I initially quoted it was Alfie Jeeves bowling, then spotted that it wasn't, and now it's gone back to Alfie Jeeves. So it is Alfie Jeeves bowling the leggies from the C end, and he is going to get the challenge of bowling the next over.
Go with your gut. You've got to go with your gut call.
Stick with it.
Stick with it. I'm loving the blue shoes as well here.
Yeah, they're a good look. They're not quite as good as the orange for me, but they're still pretty striking. Fielders just making their way out. It's the skipper there, Joe Moss, just heading down to the long on boundary. So deep mid wicket, deep square just in front of square, long on, long off, and a deep cover as well for Alfie Jeeves to bowl to. And that is back of a length and work down into the leg side. It will just be a single. So 4 required for Surrey, and brings the dangerous Jonathan Gale back on strike. 32 off 17. just milk this. Just knock it around, knock the 4 runs off. There's no need to do anything too crazy here. Change.
I'm never sure that's the way he likes to play, though. Want to do this in one stroke.
Hey, it's an easier game from 80, 90, 100 yards away, that is for sure. It's a full toss in the end, swept away, down into the leg side, and well fielded down on the boundary, just to make it a single. That's a great shot, well timed. For a second there, I just thought whether it was going to sneak under the bat. There was plenty of flight on it from Alfie Jeeves. Swept away down to deep square for 1. So 74 for 1, 3 required to win for Surrey to win the opening game here of the Disability T10 Cup.
I thought he might have had enough on that as well to just bisect the 2 fielders.
Yeah, it was sneaky, wasn't it, for a while, but really well fielded. Nicely bowled. Bit of pace off. Nicely played as well. That's going to run away up the hill. Are they going to come back for a third? Is it going to go all the way for 4? What a teaser. That has been a right little race up to the boundary, and that is it. It's 4 to end the innings, and Surrey comprehensively have beaten Essex by 9 wickets with 21 balls remaining in the innings. Handshakes all round for the 2 sides. What a great start to the Disability T10 Cup down here at Hove. It was Jonathan Gale, 33 not out, Mark Pilkington, 31 off 15, and Umar Khan finishes on 11.
Yeah, as you say, convincing win this from Surrey, sort of stamping their authority early in the day. We thought perhaps they might have got a bit bogged down behind when Essex were racing along early, but they fought back so well. Their bowlers did such a good job to keep that to below 80. And then the 2 opening batters just came out and said, this is easy to knock out. Both of them scoring in the 30s, but also the strike rate. Gale, 33 from 18, striking 6 fours along the way. Mark Pilkington, 31 from 15, 6 fours and a 6. So it was just some sensational striking from the openers, and they've knocked that off with ample time to spare. I don't know if they're just hungry and decided it's lunchtime, want to get it done, but a really good start for Surrey. Essex, they know that they showed some really good signs in there, especially early on, their opening batters too, but it just wasn't enough on the board today, and Surrey have knocked them off, and it's a great start from the team in light blue.
Absolutely, yes. So Surrey have booked their place in the Cup final, which will be the 4th game of the day later on this evening once those floodlights are on and shining here at Hove. Not that the sun's doing a wonderful job at the moment, but those floodlights will just make it a little bit more atmospheric. And Essex will play again, 3rd game of the day in the Shield final. So that's it. The first day, or the first game of the Disability T10 Cup is done and dusted. It's in the books. Next up, we have the hosts, Sussex, taking on Hampshire in El Clasicost. I've always wanted to say that.
Oh, love it.
Always
love
wanted to say that. But look, Georgie, let's take a little break as Hampshire and Sussex get warm and get ready for their first innings, and we'll be back in a short moment.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Hello and welcome back to a slightly less sunny Sussex here at the first central county ground. We have the T10 Disability League. We've already seen one game today and it was Surrey who came out on top against Essex in the first game. Now we have game number 2, Hampshire taking on the hosts Sussex. So Hampshire won the toss and they have decided they're going to have a bowl first. So the two Sussex openers out there in the middle now, ready for game number 2 on this T10 Disability Cup.
El Clasicost. What a derby. The two local rivals going head to head in the second game of the day, looking for that second spot in the cup final, which will be played later on this evening under floodlights here at Hove. Is it going to be Hampshire? Is it going to be the hosts?
So Stewart and Smith opening up with the bat for Sussex.
Bit of a false start there, I think, Georgie. The umpires might have just signalled dead ball on that one. I don't know whether the batter was actually ready for it or not.
Nicely played and worked off the hip into the leg side. So they'll pick up one to start things off. So they're up and running now, Sussex. Good running between the wickets as well. Set off hard for that first run. And the scoreboard ticks over to 1.
Yeah, so Aston Stewart and Ted Smith opening the batting for Sussex, and Greg McKenzie opening the bowling for Hampshire. Ooh.
Dug into the pitch this time, left arm over the wicket. Does well to keep that down. Got a bit of bounce out of that.
Yeah, there's a bit of life there, isn't there? This is a really quick arm from Greg McKenzie. It's off about, what, 3 paces?
If that, yeah. And again, slightly shortened, just nicely kept down, pushed into the offside, quick in the outfield. Good bit of fielding. This is good stuff from Hampshire. They're up and about in the field. 2 for none in again. And just slightly fuller this time. Finds that bottom edge, and again they scamper through. Well, if that had hit, I think he might have been gone. He sort of slowed down. But in the end, comes through safe. So score moves on to 3 for none. Another one still to come in this over.
Yeah, I think Ted Smith would have known there that he was struggling had that have been a direct hit. So I think he just gave up a little bit trying to make his ground there.
Final delivery of this over. Just has a feel for that outside the off stump, and it's a dot to close the over. So first over goes for 3. Means that Sussex are 3 for none.
What a start. No, there is one more because of the dead ball at the start.
So it's a joke. We've just tricked you into thinking the over was over. And this time, I think there might have been a chance of a run out. But they do well to get home for 1.
End of the over. What a start that is for Hampshire. These power play runs that we've seen in that game so far have been free-flowing. 21 came off an over for Essex earlier on this morning. And Greg McKenzie just starts giving away, 4 runs off the first over. Sussex running hard between the wickets, but some real intensity in the field as well, which is nice to see. It'll be interesting, Georgie, to see the makeup of these two sides. Is there pace? Is there a team full of spinners? Is pace off going to be the option between these two? How is this going to work? We are going to get a seamer from the C end. We're going to get pace on for the second over of the innings. It'll be Ted Smith on strike.
And Ben Williams with the ball in hand.
Making his way up the hill. Starts with a great Yorker. Superbly bowled, and Ted Smith just strolls through for a single. 2 fielders out then. There's sweepers on either side for Hampshire. One just in front of square on the leg side, and the other one at deep extra cover. Everybody else, as you can see on your screen, is fairly orthodox around that 30-yard circle. Just 2 catchers in at short mid-wicket and short cover. And they're going to take on one of the fielders just inside the 30-yard circle. Well placed by Aston Stewart.
Also really like to see a fielder in a bucket hat. Rate that as well. The bucket hat and the bright orange shoes. This has been a good start, this, from Williams. He's got some really good pace and finding a good length.
It's been good by Hampshire. Again, pace on, carved through the offside. A bit of work for the man down on the boundary. Does well just to keep that down to a single. So Sussex at the minute just dealing in ones. 7 for no loss on the board off 9 deliveries.
Just 19 years old, Williams, as well. So it's always time to sort of grow, get a bit stronger, get faster.
Oh, it's pulled away. It's gone up and it's gone. Oh, it's gone down. It's been grassed at mid-on. There was a big chance. Just got a bit big there on Aston Stewart. Couldn't quite get all of it, and it went straight up the chimney. It was a pretty easy catch in the end at mid-on, but it went down. The man in the bucket hat put it down. There's a chance for Sussex. And there is a thick outside edge that's flown away up the hill towards the flats here, and there's the first boundary of the innings for Sussex.
Just rubs salt in the wounds, doesn't it? The previous one put down and then scratchy outside edge, just evading the fielder down there at the 45. And Williams has to go back and recover from this now.
Yeah, there's a bit of width on offer and a good length for it. And Ted Smith's thrown his hands at it. And he goes again, but through to the wicketkeeper. No connection made. Right. End of the second over. It's 12 for no loss.
Yeah, unlucky there actually in the end, Williams. It could have been a very different looking over if that wicket had been taken. But creating chances, so we've got to take the positive from that. But going at 6 and over to start things off, these two. Not quite the explosive start we saw to both the batting innings in the first game, but steady enough. And 2 batters in now, but, you know, it's T10 cricket. They've only got another 8 overs.
Yeah, it's quite an incredible format, actually. It's, as I said earlier at the start of the stream there, it's the first time that I've really consumed much of T10 cricket, and it is intense, and that final over just looms on the horizon, gets closer to you ever so quickly.
And a little shorter again this time. Looks to try and work it round the corner. Chance of a run out. A little slow off the mark, but it was a good throw in the end, just missing by a couple of inches perhaps. And there's also no one there backing up. So Mackenzie bowling his second over, leg bye signalled.
Yeah, a bit of ball watching, wasn't it, by Aston Stewart. To be fair, he can be forgiven there. He's just been badged by Greg Mackenzie, just been hit up under the armpit there. I'm enjoying watching Mackenzie bowl here. He's quite happy, isn't he, just to test out the middle of the pitch there. It's a short leg side boundary, but he's quite happy just to dig it in and make the batter do the work.
Showing us that we don't need to be taking these huge long run-ups. Save your legs. 3 steps, and you can still bang it in. This one's slightly fuller and really tucked up Smith, didn't it?
Yeah, it's quick as well, isn't it? It's quick, it's skiddy. That bounce is quite steep, which I think is what caused that bit of surprise for Aston Stewart.
This time has a big swing. All swing, no ding. From Smith.
The sledge from the 12-year-old in the commentary box.
That's me. That is 100% me. It's about where my sense of humour sits as well. The 12-year-old. So now just pushing backward square out onto the boundary, bringing point up inside the ring. And right on the pads. Really, really good bowling this from Mackenzie. Angled in. And the thud into the pad. You can hear the pace of it as it hits him.
Yeah.
And has it been given?
Well. No, it's been run out, Georgie.
Oh.
There was absolutely no interest from Aston Stewart at the non-striker's end, and Ted Smith's got halfway down, pretty much shaking hands, I think, with his opening partner. It's interesting that, isn't it? Sussex were so quick, so keen between the wickets at the start of this, and that one there, I don't think there was a single, to be fair. It did fall into the offside, and it was attacked, wasn't it?
And that's quite a stare Stewart has been given by Smith as he turned to walk off. Not very happy about that one.
Confusion between the two of them. As I say, if the game plan was to take those quick singles, then you've got to be on board with that. You've got to be prepared to take them on. Whether that was a little bit of a hangover from the short ball that Stewart got from Mackenzie at the start of the over that just got him in the rib cage. But yeah, you can see the disappointment on Ted Smith's face there as he just makes his way back towards the dugouts and past his teammates.
So 13 for 1. 2 still to come in this over. A really good over this from Mackenzie. And they're just struggling to get him away. And it brings Owen Piper out to the middle. Number 8 emblazoned across his bat. Some good cherries on the middle of that bat too. Shorter again and just into the ground from Piper, unable to time it.
Yeah, the good news for Sussex here is they've just got one delivery left from Mackenzie to negotiate. Piper can get through here, even if it is a dot ball. They can have a look at somebody else, and as it is, they get a little bonus ball there, an extra run on the tally.
So still one to survive against Mackenzie. Yeah, and that's just gone fine enough. He's got enough on it to hit the boundary. Has he managed to get a bit of bat on that? Yeah, it's being signalled runs. So still a good over from Mackenzie in the end, just falling away a little bit at the end, but at the end of 3 overs, Sussex 18 for 1.
It's a great spell. 2 overs in the power play. It's just gone for 9 runs, including, and he'll take part of that. He'll take part of the run out for Ted Smith. It doesn't go towards him, but he was certainly a big contributing factor to the wicket that fell in the middle of that over. I think that just a little bit of rough up of Aston Stewart just gave him second thoughts about taking that quick single. And unfortunately for Ted Smith, he paid the ultimate price and has made his way back and is currently taking his pads off in the Sussex dressing room. So it is the end of the power play. The score is 18 for 1. So Sussex just ticking along at 6s at the moment, which, as we saw earlier today for Essex, that wasn't enough. Fielders can spread, and Hampshire have done exactly that. They've put 4 out at the moment. Just a bit of indecision as to whether they're going to send the 5th out, but they are on top, so I think they might try and keep the squeeze on. Got fielders out, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, and a deep extra cover. There are 5 still inside that 30-yard circle. Hampshire keeping the squeeze on here for Sussex, and they are going to have a change of bowling. It's going to be Loveless from the C end. That one left alone from Aston Stewart, whether he thought that was just outside the painted lines, but it's a dot ball to start. That one worked away into the leg side, and it's just going to be 1.
Yeah, tried to give himself room there, didn't he? Trying to hoik that and sort of get some momentum back into this innings, because that previous over just slowed things down. Yes, there was a 4 at the end of it, but it was scratchy at times, and they're just struggling to find the boundaries. Complete chalk and cheese, complete contrast to the first game that we saw when it was all boundaries early on.
Yeah, 5 out for Piper. Oh, and that's a beauty by Bailey Loveless. Just tucks him up there, just doesn't give him any room to throw his hands through. Plus he knows that leg side is filled with catches. Well bowled and well played. Just the single down to long off. Again, this has been fantastic by Hampshire. They've not given Sussex any real option to score here. They're 20 for 1, the home side. Reverse sweep. Oh, he's got a bottom edge on it, and it's gone through the keeper's legs, I think. It's going to run up the hill. Is it going to win the chase? No, it's brilliantly fielded. Brilliantly hauled back in by the Hampshire man, and Aston Stewart just adds 2, and that frustration for Sussex just continues to build. 22 for 1, and there's 1 ball left in the 4th over. Yeah, the 4th over. It was actually Byes, my mistake. There was no bat on it at all.
Yeah, I definitely thought he managed to get something on that and just get it fine enough.
Gives himself a bit of room, drops it into the leg side, takes 1, and will keep the strike. So 4 overs done in the Sussex innings. It's 23 for 1.
Yeah, well, they'll just be pleased that they haven't got Mackenzie. Or has he got 1 more up his sleeve?
No, 2.
No,
he's done.
He's bowled as 2, exactly. I thought he was waving a 3 around there for a minute. I was a bit confused.
Be wrestling
that
cricket ball out of his hands.
Yeah,
He will bowl all day.
So 4 overs gone, 23 for 1 on the board. So a much slower start than we saw in the game earlier on today. But it's all about what you can do against the team you're playing against right now in this match. So 23 for 1 is the marker at the moment. And we're going to continue to see a bit more spin from Hampshire. So Freddie Lehman is going to take up the mantle. And that's a great delivery to start things off. Really trying to loft that one down to the boundary on deep square leg. But just can't get a hold of it and start to the dot. Great start this from Lehman. Bowling in the sunglasses. Just pushing cover slightly squarer down to more point. 45. And this one dug into the pitch. Goes aerial. And long off is going to have to scamper in to cut this off. They're going to come back for a second, and that's really good running. Piper was rapid on the turn, turning on a penny. And I think it sort of surprised Stewart. He sort of turned around and Piper was charging towards him, heading to the danger end. So it adds another 2 to the total, 25 for 1.
I think it's a nod there by Piper, isn't it, to kind of say we've not got enough at the minute. We're going to have to try and pick the runs up how we can.
Yeah, this time, again, trying to slog sweep and not timed. So finds that bottom edge and picks up another one. But good stuff this from Lehman to start things off. They're trying to take him on and they're just unable to at the moment. He spins the ball to himself. And this time Fulham, well dug out by Piper. And again, that fielder at long off is having a busy old time. Gets a round of applause from his keeper. Just hanging out in front of the temporary stands at the Cromwell Road end, where Lehman again tosses the ball up to himself. 2 to come in this over. And this one is struck on the pad. It's a big appeal and the finger goes straight up. Absolutely no hesitation at all that time. And it's a second wicket down. And Lehman bowled so well and now has his man.
Yeah, it's that's an interesting call, that one. I just wondered whether Stewart had got himself outside the line. Umpire's call, I think, going on to hit the stumps. No doubt about that. But yeah, Aston Stewart has to go. Gone for 9 runs, just struggling to get going, wasn't he? 9 off 14 balls, not quite getting the timing of the pitch. Looked like he did struggle up against Greg McKenzie at the start, which is understandable. He was quicker than what you think. It's hard to line those kind of bowlers up that come in off a couple of paces and really sling it through. But going to be James Bunday in at number 4 for Sussex.
Yeah, really good stuff from Lehman. He started really well in this over. Just a few runs coming and then getting that pressure on. They just were struggling to read him. And this one, you could tell it was almost frustration, just trying to hoik across the line and misjudged it completely in the end. And Lehman has his first of the day. So 1 still to come in this over from Lehman. Just counting the fielders. Again, spins the ball to himself at the top of his mark. And this time full and just finds that bottom edge. And it will be a dot to finish the over. So successful over that one for Lehman. 4 runs coming from it and the wicket. The end of 5. Sussex 27 for 2.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like enough, does it?
No, definitely not.
Based on what we saw earlier this morning and not based on what you expect to see from this format of cricket, Hampshire, you have to say, have been absolutely fantastic. They've not missed a beat so far in this game. 27 for 2. There was the run out of Ted Smith, the confusion there between the 2 opening batters, and then the most recent wicket. The LBW for Aston Stewart by Freddie Lehman for 9. So it's 9 for Aston Stewart, 8 for Ted Smith. Owen Piper is 6 not out, and James Bunday is not, having just faced the 1 delivery. He won't be on strike. We are going to get a change of bowling from the C end. And it's going to be James Humphreys to bowl a bit more seam. 5 out on the rope. It is short. It's pulled away, and that is going to head down towards the boundary rope. And it's gone all the way for 6. What a shot that was. Well picked up by Owen Piper. Bit of a drag down to start from Humphreys. And really well picked up over the leg side.
Yeah, glorious looking stroke, that one, just as the sun comes out again as well. And that's what Sussex need. They need a bit of injection of pace into this innings because they're going nowhere too fast.
Slow ball out the back of the hand. Really well bowled, really well played, well picked. It's just going to be the single. Good batting by Owen Piper. Get your boundary, take one, get down the other end and hand it over to your skipper, James Bundy. 34 for 2. Now the score. This game happened so quickly. 4.4 overs remain in this innings. And Sussex, it feels like, have gone absolute mountain to climb at the moment. Out the back of the hand again, well bowled. That one just drifting down the leg side, but into the pads of the Sussex skipper.
He's got a bit about him, Humphreys, hasn't he? He's sort of skipping down, picking up the ball, looking like he wants to throw it at the batter, even though he's standing next to him, giving a bit of a stare. He's got the slick back hair. He's come out fighting. And after being hit for 6 from the first ball, this is a really good response.
Yeah, a lot of pace on show for Hampshire as well. They want to put the ball in the hand of their seamers. And again, into the pads. Might have been a little inside edge on that one. We'll see what the umpire signals. It's just going to be one more added to the score. It's not. It's going to be a leg bye. Sussex will take whatever they can get, however it comes at the moment.
Yeah.
They are struggling here in this innings. 35 for 2. 2 balls remain in Humphreys' first over. And what was it? 76 wasn't enough for Essex. 35 doesn't feel like enough for Sussex. There's a big load up, and that is going to travel. It's just cleared the man at mid-off, who does well to make sure it doesn't cross the boundary rope. For a second there, he was interested in the catch. Just travelled enough to clear the Hampshire man, possibly the tallest Hampshire fielder out there as well. Just evaded him for a couple of runs.
I think your heart would be in your mouth for a moment if you're a batter and you've just skewed that one up. And as you say, the tallest fielder, so if anyone was going to get near it, it was him.
Sussex need boundaries. Can they finish the over with one? It's a big inside edge again. That ball's just swinging back into the pads, isn't it, of the Sussex batters? And it is going to be 1 to finish the over. So it's 6 overs done, and it's 38 for 2.
Yeah, and you'll just be having a look to see if it will be Lehman to bowl his second. I would imagine so, going for just 4 from his first over and picking up the wicket. And yeah, he's got the ball in his hand there. And what a glorious view, Sussex. I hadn't actually been down here until a few weeks ago, came for the first time, and now seem to be here all the time. It's lovely. Lovely part of the world to come watch some cricket. Obviously, there's a lot going on here. Women's has been happening. Men's, T20 Blast all kicking off. T10 Disability Cup. It's the place to be.
Proper cricket ground, whimsical, and I love it about county grounds. There's just bits here that kind of don't feel like they should fit together, but they just do.
And that's just dug out. Fielder at short mid-wicket, just unable to cut that one off, but they'll come through for 1. Full again from Lehman. And he's been really impressive with the ball, just not giving them anything. Can't afford to just suddenly have an expensive over after they've been so tight on these Sussex batters the whole way through. And just looks to try and cut this one again, not timed, hit into the ground, bottom edge. They think again about a second and decide against it, perhaps thinking still about that very first wicket and the confusion that caused the run out.
Well, captain, wicketkeeper in the middle together. I think Sussex will know they're 3 and 4. Probably the biggest partnership here in this side, in this lineup today.
And again, this is just hit up to extra cover. Fielding in the bucket hat still. And sent back is Bundy at the other end.
Yeah, the running's been interesting. Because Sussex have taken singles where they've not looked like there's been singles. Turned down singles when it feels like there has been singles. But they are up to 40 now.
And this time the full toss just pushed down up to wide, long on. That's Mackenzie hanging out down there still, isn't it? Got a good arm. In that grey cap, which I think actually might have been a navy cap before it saw a lot of sunshine. I'm undecided yet.
sunshine, a bit of sweat, a bit of sun cream. I love that about a club cricket cap. Starts off nice navy blue and crisp, and then over the years just fades. What's going to be enough here, Georgie? What's going to be a number that Sussex are going to be able to bowl at?
Oh, it's going to be tricky. They've got to be aiming for at least 65. So, can they get another 24 runs in these next few overs? Problem is they're just not really finding the boundary. They'll be happy to see the back of Lehman, who's got just another 2 deliveries to come. But I think they've then got to try and start taking some risks and really trying to take on the ball and go aerial if they can. Just rocks off the back foot, played nicely through covers, well fielded. One hand sticking out. And again, that'll be just one. They've been really good in the field. Yes, we've had one drop catch from Hampshire, if I'm right.
Yeah, just the one. It
was
just the one, wasn't it? Was it James Humphreys, wasn't it, I believe?
But other than that, they've been pretty good in the field. Very tidy, not letting those ones turn into twos, which is so crucial, especially in such a short format. If you're not finding the boundary, you've got to be pushing for twos. And this time, just hit into the leg side, and that will again be just one. So 5 coming off that over. End of 7. 3 overs still to come. Sussex 43 for 2.
Yeah, 18 legal deliveries left in Sussex's innings here. Hampshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first at Hove. They're just above a runner ball at the moment, Sussex, and that a runner ball feels like an absolute minimum that you would need in a game of T10 cricket. 61 doesn't feel like enough, not with the speed of this outfield. And you have to say that you mentioned the fact you spend a lot of time down here, you're enjoying your time down here as well, but the ground looks incredible today. The outfield looks like looks like a snooker table looking out here. The ground staff have obviously done a fantastic job through the course of the summer so far. They've prepared a fantastic 22 yards for this T10 Cup organised by the Sussex Cricket Foundation. We are going to get a change of bowling from the C end. It's going to be a bit of spin, and it's going to be from Alex McAdam. Again, leggies, and that is a real drag down to start, and Sussex will say thank you very much, pick up an extra run. Although Owen Piper will feel that he's missed out on that he couldn't catch up with and deposit it over the boundary rope, down on the leg side. Skipper on strike then. He's 2 off 5, just struggling to get going at the minute. But what's he got? Again into the surface. Bit of forearm, I think, round the corner. And it's going to be a leg by. So extras doing all right for Sussex. They're at 8 at the minute, but someone needs to light the blue paper here and get it going. And is that it? It's gone away into the leg side. There's a chance for a catch, and it's gone through the hands, and it's gone all the way for 6. What a good pickup by Owen Piper. His second 6 of the innings. 3rd boundary. Again, he would have had his heart in his mouth for a moment as that just tracked down towards the Hampshire fielder at deep mid-wicket, but just had enough on it to carry the rope. 52 for 2. Goes again, can't get it, drops it into the leg side, and Sussex will make their way through for a single quickly off the boundary there at deep backward square.
Again, it would have been heart in the mouth stuff, wouldn't it, as that launched towards the boundary. There is a man directly under where that had gone. If he was maybe 5 inches taller.
Well bowled, well played. Take on the single to the man in the covers. I think that would have been close had he had hit, but the skipper made their way through. 1 ball left of this over. Then obviously the wide off the first ball of it. Just the 1 boundary. There haven't been enough. There's been 4 boundaries in this innings, Georgie. There could be 5 now as it goes towards the leg side. It's not. It's really well fielded. Really well anticipated by the fielder down at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, it can be so tricky that, can't it? Whether your anticipation and you've judged it correctly. Sometimes you get that when you're sort of coming in thinking, am I going to try and dive in, take this as a catch, or let it come on the bounce? You still got to attack it.
Last ball of the over, into the surface again, pulled away down to those 2 fielders on the leg side who have been really busy, and it is just a single to end the over. So it's 56 for 2, and there are 12 deliveries left in the innings.
Well, I said 65, didn't I? They'd be hoping at least they can get to. That's only 9 runs away, so you would feel like that should be on. Whether they can get up to that 70 could be a push. 14 coming from the next 2 overs, but I don't know. They two look like they're just getting going. Piper now 27 from 16. Bunday at the other end, he's having more trouble, 4 from 8. And it's just the ability to find the boundary. That's where they've really struggled.
Yeah, for what felt quite easy, didn't it, in that first game for Essex at the start of their innings in particular, and then Surrey throughout. Sussex have just found it a little bit tough going out here.
Yeah, so change in bowler again means that Flynn Rochford has been handed the ball, so he's going to come in for the penultimate over. This over from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, Hampshire just making sure that they had the 4 inside that 30-yard circle. For a moment there, they did have 6 outside, can only have the 5 outside of the power plate.
And full toss to start things off, clipped away out to deep mid-wicket. And so Bunday picks up 1 more. He moves on to 5 from 8. Score moves on to 5 from 9. Even score moves on to 57.
Yeah, good batting by the skipper there. I think he knows that Owen Piper is the more destructive of the 2 at the moment. He's 27 off 16, so just get your wicketkeeper on strike. Get the man that's found the boundary back in the middle.
Well, he's gone aerial this time. Cries of catch it. Not got a hold of the middle of the bat on the outside edge. And just over the head of the fielder at mid-on. And that's always a really tricky one, that, because you're sort of turning, having to go over your shoulder, and is trying to judge that as it swirls in the sky. But in the end, they come back for a second. Score moves on to 59.
That's come down with snow on it, Georgie. Fielder's done so well to judge that, to get into a position to even think about taking the catch.
Gives himself room this time, goes aerial, up over extra cover. And fielder gives chase well. And almost manages to get there. Just wins the race, does the ball, picks up 4 more, and this is just what they need. Sussex, they move on to 63.
It's a teaser, isn't it? We've had that twice now. There's been a drop catch and it's been followed by a boundary for Sussex. It's, as you said earlier, just twisting the knife, rubbing salt into the wounds, and just to add insult to injury there. It's the fielder that put the catch down that's had to chase all the way up the hill and just been beaten by the ball at the last minute.
All right, 7 already from this over. This time full toss, finds the bottom edge, but manages to squirt away out to deep square leg. What I really like from Hampshire, they're really up and about in the field. You know, they sort of hunt in packs. So there's one chasing it, and the other 2 are there on the backup or on the relay throw. You're sort of never out there on your own.
Yeah, they've been incredibly well organised. Had fielders in good positions. They've cut boundaries off well. And just all on the leg side, offering one if Bunday can get it there.
And that's just tried to clip that off his legs, and it flies through. Has it got a bit of pad on it? I think it must have done. Dot signalled in the end, so not a wide down the leg side.
Free hit here for the skipper. 12 balls left, or 13 balls left, isn't it? You've got plenty of batting to come.
7.
Sorry,
balls
7.
left.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do here is take 1 and put Piper at the non-striker's end for the start of the final over. It's a free hit for the skipper.
That's really well bowled through the legs of Piper at the non-strikers, and they're going to think about coming back for a second, decide against it. And really good backing up in the end. So just the 1 run. So at the end of 9, still 1 over to come. They've hit that target I set them, 65 for 2, and another 6 balls to see what they can get themselves to. Bunday out there on 6. He'll be on strike, and Piper at the other end just watching for now, 34 from 19.
Yeah, not beyond the realms of possibility to go and add another 10 to this and take Sussex up to 75, which would be, well, 1 less than what Essex weren't able to defend earlier on this morning, but it certainly would give you a number that you've got something to bowl at, and 65 doesn't feel like enough. The speed of the outfield today, size of the boundaries as well, you get a couple away here and you could be flying, but it's been a good bowling and good fielding performance by Hampshire so far. The skipper, Bunday on strike, 6 off 11. All you've got to do here is find 1. find one, get Owen Piper on strike, give him 5 balls to see what he can do to end this innings. It's Ben Williams will be bowling from the C end. His first over in the power play went for 8. Can he tie this innings up for Hampshire? Bunday advances, drop kicks it into the leg side, and it is just going to be 1. Wasn't quite how I expected the 1 was going to be taken, Georgie, but he's done what I would have liked to have seen there.
I just really like the description of drop kick because it just described it so perfectly. The height, the trajectory of it, and when you're that fielder, it's so agonisingly close to it that you do feel just like a rugby poster that it's dropped over.
Yeah, he's done what he's needed to do. He's got Owen Piper back on strike. Sussex need boundaries, and they need them from the bat of their wicketkeeper. Loads up, gets a big inside edge on it. They're going to look for 2, and they're going to settle on just the 1. Hampshire again flying in off that boundary rope to keep it down to 1.
See, that's another one of those almost trying to hit it too hard. When you're trying to overhit the ball, that's all you can really think about. And you've got to think about the timing as well. And you just keep finding the bottom edge, sort of hitting it into the ground and then only making it 1 instead of what could have potentially been a 2 and a boundary.
Absolutely. 4 to go. Skipper on strike, down the ground. Gets it straight to mid-off, and it is just going to be another single. So a great start for Ben Williams here. He's just gone for 3 singles off the first 3 balls. 68 for 2.
But Piper's got to have a swing at this. I know we're saying he's trying to hit it too hard. He doesn't need to try and necessarily just hit it hard. Find the gap.
See if you can play somewhere. Come back for at least 2. You've got to try and face these final 3 balls. As Owen Piper gives himself a bit of room, and it does slide down the leg side. All eyes on the umpire there to see whether there's any signal called there. Maybe that's just brushed the thigh pad on the way through, or whether the umpire there has just said, no, actually, you've moved. So the wide line has moved with you.
Because you sort of think at this point, all the fielders out on the leg side or on the boundary, you can just drop it into that leg side and you'll get through for 2 easily.
Yeah, you can indeed. 2 to go. Slower ball. And that one is going to be a wide. So a little bonus run there for Sussex takes the score up to 69 for 2 with 2 legal deliveries left. Yeah, you're right. There is a pocket there in the leg side. You could time it. You could weight it well. You could pick up a couple. But let's be honest, Sussex need boundaries, and they need 2 of them to wrap this innings up. 2s aren't going to be enough, I don't think. Slow ball again. Really well bowled by Ben Williams, but unfortunately outside of those tram lines, so he's going to have to reload and do it again.
I actually think he sort of gave himself away a bit there. So he'd bowled it, hadn't been signalled yet, and then he almost looked at the umpire to say, what are you saying about that? Just poker face.
Yeah. I like Owen Piper's double teapots here at the end of the, whilst he's waiting for the bowler to come back in. That's well played. It's over the offside, and it's going to beat the man on the boundary. A width on offer from Williams. He's hung it out there the last couple. He's given away wides, and he's just given away 4. 1 legal 1 to go. 74 for 2 now the score. Sussex need another one. 74 doesn't feel like enough. Can Williams wrap this up? Can they make sure this is just a legal delivery and restrict Sussex to as little as possible? Oh, there we go. Bit of mind games going on. Well done, Ben Williams. He's just seen Owen Piper take a step over to the offside, and he's pulled out. He's doesn't want to take any part of that. Last ball then. Ben Williams. Owen Piper on strike again, goes over to the offside. Big load up. They're going to take on the wicketkeeper, get through, take that single, and they get it to finish. So Sussex's first innings ends on a bye, and it's 75 for 2 after 10, which means Hampshire will require 76 for the victory and a space in the cup final.
They've actually done pretty well to get themselves up to that 75 for 2 because they really weren't going anywhere particularly fast. It was sort of like trudging uphill through sand at one point. But they've done well at the end. Piper, you've got to give him kudos. 39 from 23, especially after losing those 2 fairly early wickets. It was 9 from 14 for Stewart, 8 from 10 for Smith. But Piper, the pick of the batters in there. And then the 11 extras bowled by Hampshire as well. Will they be forced to rue that? Because in a game, in a low-scoring game, in a short game like this, that's quite a lot of extra to be sending down in there. And you see the Manhattan just getting taller as the innings went along. So they built well towards the end, just as they were trying to get some boundaries in. Managed to find a few, were gifted a few extras. But it's still 76 now required by Hampshire. And actually that's probably north of what they thought they would be chasing.
I think so. After the start that they had, they just struggled to pick up wickets, didn't they? Which would have been the bit that just stunted that run rate for Sussex. But it did grow as the innings went on. They got the run out and they got the 1 wicket of the other opener, Aston Stewart, LBW. But yeah, Hampshire require 76 in the second game of the T10 Cup. We'll be back after 5 minutes. Hello and welcome back to the first Central County Ground at Hove. Just completing the innings break here for the second of the T10 fixtures in the T10 Cup, hosted by the Sussex Cricket Foundation. Sussex earlier on posted 75 for 2 from their 10 overs, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first by Hampshire. Hampshire openers make their way out to the middle to join the umpires. Sussex have done their warm-ups. There's hypes and high fives all around from Ferguson there in the Sussex shirt. 75 going to be enough, Georgie?
Sorry, my button wasn't working. I think it might just be. I'm not sure. Basically, early on, we thought they were really struggling. I said 75 as a sort of target, 65 at first. So when they pushed ahead of that, but it's all going to be about whether they can really restrict on the boundaries, because what we found was that Hampshire was so good in the field. They were really athletic, really attacking that ball and not giving away free boundaries. So that's where they're going to have to be really tight here, Sussex.
Yep.
Out in the field, take those catches, take those opportunities, and really not let those ones turn into twos when they can, because it's not going to be about having to hit loads of big boundaries early. They can just work their way into this game. You feel, Hampshire?
Yeah, there's a good huddle here for Sussex just down in front of us. They make their way out to the middle. I kind of like that. That's a good tactic. They've made Hampshire wait in the middle. It's this is our tournament today, chaps, and we'll be with you when we're ready. Sussex make their way out. 2 opening batters for Hampshire have been there for a little while now. So 76 runs required, 7.6 runs per over. Even I can do the maths on that one. It does get a bit tricky as the game goes on, but what can Hampshire do? It looks like it's going to be the skipper who's going to open the bowling from the C end. It'll be James Bunday, who's passed his cap to the umpire. He's going to take the time to make sure his field is right. So it is the power play. There's 3 overs in the power play in this T10 format of cricket, where Sussex are just allowed 2 fielders outside of that 30-yard circle. Sussex's power play earlier on was 18 for 1, so that'll be the first little milestone checkpoint for Hampshire to surpass if they are to be successful today and book their spot in the cup final, which will be played at the end of the day. The 2 fielders out will be on the leg side. One is just being pushed a bit wider at long on, and the other is at deep mid wicket, and the rest will make up that 30-yard circle. So the skipper, James Bunday, to open the piece, and just a little bit more tinkering in the field. But here we go. The run chase begins now. And that is carved away. Wow, he's hit that incredibly hard through the offside. Really well half stopped at point. And it is just going to be 2, which, well, I mean, that would have been a certain boundary.
Yeah, it's Greg McKenzie opening up proceedings with the bat. He was great with the ball as well today. He is a really athletic build. He's got the strength in his shoulders. And it was really well stopped in the end.
Yeah, nicely bowled. Good comeback by the skipper. There was a bit of width on offer, wasn't there, for the first one, but that one is back on the money. Be interesting to see what Sussex, how they tackle this. Spin was successful, wasn't it, for Surrey? Real kind of pace-off spin as well. Hampshire stuck with their seamers throughout. They wanted to bowl pace on. They wanted to use the middle of the pitch, and they did successfully. Slog sweep. It's gone up into the leg side. Is there a chance down at deep mid-wicket? No. All the way for 6. Greg McKenzie opened the bowling, he's opened the batting, and he's setting the tone to both innings here.
And that is the longest boundary he could have picked out down there, and it's absolutely wonderful striking, so nicely timed, balanced, and just watched it soar. Didn't even think about the fact they'd need a run there. Fielder for a moment thought he might be in the game. In the end, just sort of stuck an arm up in vain.
Big slog sweep from the Hampshire opener. Oh, it's a big load up for Greg McKenzie, isn't it? They take the single down to mid-off. So he will get himself off strike. 9 off the first 4 deliveries. His opening partner in this second innings is the skipper himself for Hampshire, Ben Williams. Saw him earlier on in the piece with ball in hand. Just conceded 17 runs from his 2 overs. Wicketless, but economical. Skipper against skipper. And that's over the offside, and that's going to be another boundary. Hampshire on fire here at Hove.
Yeah, this is an absolutely racing start from the openers. We wondered whether they would think about whether they just get themselves in. Not the biggest chase. They saw that it was easily chased down earlier, but they said, no, we're going to stamp our authority on this tournament here and show just what kind of striking we have up the order. These two openers going along really nicely. Already 13 and still one to come in this over.
Yeah, Bunday to bowl the last one. And nicely played down the ground for a single. So, barring any overthrows, which there isn't, well backed up in the end. That first over of the run chase has gone for 14. And as it stands, Hampshire are 10 ahead.
Yeah, really great start from the opening bats. Mackenzie, well, we were talking about how impressed we were by his abilities with the ball already today, and then he came out and said, now have a look and see what I can do with the bat now too. Really strong striking. That first ball that he faced, he really looked to sort of assert some authority, didn't he? Just struck down to the foot of point. A hell of a lot of power on it. And obviously, for those of you who are just tuning in, you can see 3 Hampshire batters out there in the middle. Mackenzie does have a runner, so that's why quite often you see a batter over hanging out near the umpire. If you're a little bit confused when you first tune in, which can happen, you sort of turn on and think, what's the batter doing over there? He's run a bit wayward. So 1 over gone, 14 for none on the board. Mackenzie 9 from 4, and Williams 5 from the 2 that he has faced.
Yeah, Gregor Mackenzie, you look through the CV here, he's played DPL for the Tridents and the Black Cats, also plays for St Cross in the Southern Premier League as well, it's over Winchester way, which is a fantastic standard of club cricket for the local area down on the south coast.
So that equation already, 62 from 54. It'd be Williams to face up first, going pace from the Cromwell Road end. And it just looks to try and turn that away. And at the other end, having to scamper back, wide signalled down the leg side from Guy. He's going to have to go back and start this one again. So adds one more to the total as well. So now 15 for none. Daniel Guy from the Cromwell Road end. Has a big swing of that one. He has got a hold of that. That is into the stands. Mackenzie, that is astonishing hitting.
That's a hefty blow, isn't it? Down towards the leg side boundary. What a pickup that was. There was no length to that, was there? He's just pulled him off the bails, down over mid-wicket for 6. What a shot.
Well, actually, I think it was Williams, not Mackenzie. I'm just looking up now. Mackenzie's hanging out with the umpire down here with his maroon helmet on, just waiting for the scoreboard to catch up. So sorry for that little bit of confusion. Sorry, Williams. Didn't manage to award you the 6 there, but yeah, really good striking. So he moves on to 11 from 3. And this has been quite some start from the Hampshire batters in this chase. We did wonder whether their batting would live up to their bowling, and so far it has done. Williams tries to go again, finds the top edge over the keeper, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. So 11 already from this over, and Mackenzie is just watching on while Williams is doing the striking.
This is a really, really impressive opening salvo here. They've 9 balls into the innings. There's already 25 runs on the board. They've done a third of the work already of just 9 deliveries. This has been remarkable.
Right, he's just got to keep his head here. A wide, a 6 and a 4 so far. And that's much better. Fuller on the pads, nicely turned away in the end. And it'll be leg byes signalled. So 1 more to the total. And it does bring Mackenzie back on strike. He makes the walk from square leg back out to the track in the middle. He's sort of just been watching, leaning on his bat for a while.
Good seat in the house there, I reckon, at square leg, just to watch that 6 off the second ball of the second ball, but the first legal ball of the over.
Nice little natter with the umpire. I quite like fielding at square leg. You get to have a chat with the umpire.
It very much depends who the umpire is.
Always get the umpire to like you. That's the plan. Maybe I should talk less, and they probably would. So Mackenzie now on strike. We've seen an enormous 6 already from him today, and he stamped his authority early on. He's a power hitter, strong batter, strong bowler, and a left-hander. And he gives that a big heave-ho. Doesn't manage to get anything on it. And they're going to come back running for a second. So Byes signalled.
Yeah, wicketkeeper disappointed there, wasn't he? Just went under the gloves. Well fielded down on the boundary just to make sure that it didn't bobble over that boundary rope and run away for 4 byes, but really well run again by the Hampshire pair.
28 on the board now. Mackenzie just surveying that leg side field. Both fielders up inside the ring. And he's managed to get something on that. It's not where he was aiming. It's sort of skewed down to 45, and they'll pick up 1. That's also leg by signalled. So the extras are really tumbling in here. 29 now on the board. 29 without loss, and Williams back on strike. 15 from 5. That's not a bad start, is it?
It's a brilliant start by the Hampshire skipper. 47 runs required for Hampshire. Book their space in the final to take on Surrey later on this afternoon and this evening.
Well, here comes Guy again. That is sensational striking. Stand and deliver straight back over the head of the bowler, and it's gone all the way for 6.
What a shot that is. That's just a bit of a short arm jab back over the bowler's head. All the way, just enough, well weighted. Just crossed the boundary rope, all the way for 6. 35 for no loss off 2 overs. There are 8 overs remaining in the innings. Striking at 17.5 runs per over. 40, I think that's 41 runs required. I can just kind of see it round the bricks there on the big scoreboard here at the First Central County Grounds. Flying along Hampshire.
Yeah, really racing here. And I think it's about, you obviously you've got to get the win in the game, but it's trying to stamp your authority and sort of show the other teams how good your striking is. We saw Surrey chase down pretty easily earlier against Essex, and now Hampshire are looking to show them that actually we can go one better in our chase. Only 1 run different in what they're requiring as the total that they're trying to get. So it was 76 set for Surrey earlier, and they chased it down pretty easily. But this is a dominant chase so far from Hampshire. They've got to try and break this partnership.
The last over of the power play. It's going to be bowled by Fred Bridges. 2 fielders out, down long on and deep mid-wicket. The finger spinner comes into bowl, starts with a single down 2-1 of those on the boundary. So a good start by Fred. Possibly would have liked to have been bowled a little bit later on in the piece, but with the way that this game is just racing away from Sussex, they really need to do something to get a grip of this game. They need a couple of wickets really just to stem this Hampshire run chase. Freddie there just making sure that the field is to his liking. Just bringing one of those players in off the boundary rope slightly. They are going to have to make sure they can only have 2 outside. I can understand why Fred would like to have a couple more out with the fact that Ben Williams is 21 off 6 at the moment, but unfortunately, Freddie, you have to have just the 2 outside the rope, and that is going to be 4 down the ground. Ben Williams moves on to 25 off 7. This is destructive by the Hampshire skipper, and Sussex at the minute, well, a few glum faces out there, Georgie. Yeah,
there's no other way to really describe this kind of hitting other than it being destructive. 25 from 7, and he's just making this look so easy, making this look like a very, very small boundary where it really isn't. It's pushed out all the way.
Yeah, he's finding the room, and he's shuffled down the crease, and he's picked up Fred Bridges all the way down the ground into the shark stand here. That is absolutely enormous by the Hampshire skipper. That's his 3rd 6 of the innings as he moves to 31 off 8.
And that's the biggest and most impressive of them all so far. That's gone, what, 15 rows back in that shark stand?
Absolutely massive. There would have been a clamber around for a crowd catch there. I think Ben Williams just keeps going here. There's 3 balls left of the power play. I don't think anything changes. And Fred Bridges has gone straight through him. He's made the comeback. He's got the breakthrough. The trump card for Sussex has picked up the Hampshire skipper for 31 off 9. But 46 for 1. I think the damage might have been done there by Ben Williams.
Yeah, it was a really impressive knock. 31 from 9 in the end. Well, it's Bridges who has the last laugh after being hit for that monumental 6 the previous over. It's a fantastic comeback with the ball in hand. And, well, it might just be too little too late at this point, because the back of this chase has well and truly been broken. Not just broken, sort of snapped into pieces at this point. But you do never know. Maybe just a couple of quick wickets and they can slow this down. But there's not a lot to play with at all here for the home side, Sussex. So they'll come together and have a chat. They know they've got rid of Ben Williams, but it brings Bura out to the middle to join Mackenzie, who's been kept very quiet, having started things off with that big 6 himself early on.
Yeah, he stood at the non-strikers and watching his skipper just pogo the ball all over the place, hasn't he? He's had the best seat in the house to watch Ben Williams' innings. As you say, James Bura in at number 3 will join Greg Mackenzie. He will continue to be resting on his bat handle with the square leg umpire. But big wicket, Fred Bridges, 4 deliveries into his spell. He's got 2 left in the power play. I think this Hampshire look at this and they go, okay, cool, we'll just take a couple of singles off this. We'll get through to the power play, 48 for 1, and then we'll knock it around for the rest of the game. Can Fred Bridges take another couple of wickets here in his spell? It just feels like you need 3, 4 here from Hampshire just to recover some of the damage. Otherwise, it's 30 to win. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW. No interest from the umpire whatsoever, but Bridges asking questions.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want, welcoming the new batter out to the middle. He tried to get the big stride out to this one, did Bura, and 1 still to come now from Bridges.
Yeah, last ball of the power play. On the money, just drift slightly down the leg side, and they're going to come through for a leg bye. So the power play ends, and Hampshire well on top, 47 for 1 after 3. They required just 29 runs from the remaining 7 overs. Yeah, and
Bura will keep strike for the beginning of the 4th over, and Mackenzie still just hanging out with the umpires for now. He is playing just the spectator role at the moment. He'll be keen to try and get himself back on strike and have an opportunity to get in this game too. He's just practicing his hook shot next to the umpire, asking a couple of tips perhaps. But 47 already on the board, 29 now to win from 42, and they've got plenty of time, and they've got plenty of wickets in hand as well.
Yeah, very much in the box seat. Hampshire looking like favourites to make their way through to that cup final later on this evening.
And a change in bowling. Vosloo, left arm over the wicket, and almost plays that onto his own stumps, does Bura. So great start this from Vosloo.
Yeah, the leg spinner comes into the attack. Starts on the money, doesn't he?
A little skip at the top of his mark. Bowled him! Well, it was a great start, first ball, and then the second one, he gives him a little bit of a send-off as he goes on his way. But as we said, 1 can so often bring 2, and Bura is going to have to go without scoring. Oh, what a delivery.
What an absolute start from the young leggy. On the money, the first ball. That one there, even better, just straight through the defences of Hampshire's number 3. And as you say, goes without scoring. 1 brings 2. 47 for 2, 29 required for Hampshire, and Mackenzie now might start getting a bit twitchy at the square leg, going, any danger of getting me on strike here, lads?
That is quite some delivery. It almost looks better every time you watch it. I mean, it was great in real time, but watching it again and again, just finding the top of off. And he gets a great pat on his back, the youngster. This is what they needed. And if they can just keep Mackenzie up the other end as well. It's quite hard when, especially when you're not the runner as well. And so he's got a runner and he's just hanging out with the umpire. He's then got to get his eye back in and sort of get back in the game, because he's not really part of it at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good point. It is a good point. He won't exactly be starting again, but it will feel like that, particularly if Sussex can pick up another one. Best figures in a match here for Jake Vosloo. Took 9 for Sussex in a D40 game.
Well, a bit of extra flight, this time just driven up, and long on comes flying in to cut it off, so it'll just be 1 run. So Mackenzie finally back on strike. He strides back towards the crease. 28 needed from 39, so plenty of time.
Yeah, been a really impressive start. Plays his club cricket up at Mayfield, which is just up near the Kent border. It's quite a long way up for Sussex, but still part of the Sussex Cricket League. Part of a pretty famous cricketing school down here on the south coast at Beeds as well is Jake Vosloo.
So it's the left-handed Mackenzie back on strike now. Point has been brought up inside the ring. We saw one fired to there earlier on. Goes for the reverse sweep, and it doesn't matter how much point has come in. That is flown past him, and such quick hands from Mackenzie, and he picks up another boundary. So showing no sign of having to get himself back in by hanging out his square leg, and he's off the mark again with a boundary.
And no respect shown to the young left arm wristy that's just picked up the wicket of the number 3. Bowled so well those first 3 deliveries, and Mackenzie's gone, you're not going to bowl to me, young man.
So full start there. Vosloo goes back again. A little skip at the top. And goes aerial this time. Has he got a hold of it? Has he got enough fielder under it? And is he just put it down? What a chance that could have been. And you could see eyes lighting up out there on the boundary. Mackenzie just didn't quite get a hold of it.
That is an incredible effort, Georgie, by the fielder down at long off. He's made huge ground to get round to there to his right-hand side, and he's done so well to keep it inside the boundary rope.
So now 22 needed, and just turns this away into the onside. Does Mackenzie, picks up 1 more, knocks off another in the chase. 21 needed, means Mackenzie will keep strike for the beginning of the next over. 4 overs gone, Hampshire 55 for 2.
Well, Mackenzie here is certainly picking up where his skipper left off. 17 off 10 for the other Hampshire opener. It was a good over, wasn't it, by Jake Vosloo? Those first 3, picked up the wicket, just went for 1 run as well. And then Mackenzie thought, nah, I'm not done yet. I've been a bit bored, stood at square leg, so it's my turn to get involved now. And worryingly for Sussex, but fantastic for Hampshire, Mackenzie has kept the strike as well. So Samuel Godfrey, he's just faced the 1 delivery. He's picked up 1 run, will be at the non-striker's end, and Sussex again investing here in Fred Bridges. He's going to bowl his 2nd over. The first one went for 11, but he did get the wicket of Ben Williams. He was deposited the ball before into the shark stand, but fought back and picked up the wicket the very next one. Can he get the next big one? Can he get Mackenzie? Can he give Sussex a bit of hope here? Mackenzie goes down the ground, the big slog sweep down towards mid-wicket, and it's back in the shark stand. We know what happened last time.
Yeah, well, he's going to be hoping history repeats itself, but he would have hoped it without the precursor. You don't want the prequel anymore, just wants the wicket. But that ball is doing a lot of swimming in the shark stand. And Mackenzie is showing that it's not just his opening partner that can hit a big ball. Reminder that it was him that hit the first 6 of the match.
23 off 11 for the Hampshire opener. 61 on the board now for Hampshire. Fired in by Bridges, and that is dispatched through the covers by Mackenzie. Just gives himself a bit of room and throws his hands through it and picks up back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, that is absolutely raced across the outfield, like going across glass almost. Just nothing was going to stop that. Just kept picking up speed as it went, and now just 11 needed for Hampshire to win.
Yeah, 65 for 2. Mackenzie's not done. 27 off 12, and I think everything's going to go here if he can. He's going to take the single down to fielder just inside the ring there and at cover. So 66 for 2, 10 to win. And 3 balls remain in Fred Bridges' 2nd and final over.
You can see he was a little frustrated with that, was Mackenzie. He's sort of rehearsing the shot afterwards, felt that he could have gone back-to-back fours along the carpet there, just rehearsing the shot next to the umpire.
And does Godfrey go, or does he try and get Mackenzie back on strike? And Bridges spears it down the leg side, and that's exactly what Sussex don't need. They don't need to give the freebies away here. Just 9 runs required, and still over 5 overs. 5.5 overs remain in the innings. Going to take an absolute miracle here, Georgie, if Sussex are going to get out of this one.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? I mean, yes, they can get rid of Mackenzie, but they've still got plenty of wickets in hand to come down, so they've sort of got to take 2 and 3 in and over at this rate if they're to really even have any kind of hope. Just 8 needed now. I mean, it can be done in 2 fell blows, which actually is very possible, especially with this man on strike, Mackenzie. 28 from 13, and he's hit some massive sixes already.
Yeah, he's not finished. Oh, well bowled, Freddie Bridges. Interesting there that Mackenzie maybe just looking to run that one off the face of the blade up towards deep third. No protection on the boundary behind square at the moment. They are Sussex trying to protect in front, and why wouldn't you with the power that Mackenzie's got? And that goes down the ground again, all the way for 6, and not quite in the shark stand, but finishes Freddie Bridges' spell with another 6, the 6th of the innings. Georgie, he moves to 34 off 15. It's 74 for 2, and it is just 2 runs required.
So, my maths, nearly half of the runs have been scored in 6 sixes, and that's 36. So of the 74, that's quite some striking. And talk about, I mean, then you don't have to run, do you? Hit it a long way, save your legs, easy peasy. So 34 from, yeah, it's cricket, simple from the commentary box. 34 from 15. Godfrey on strike, just a runnable 2 for him at the moment, and it will be Vosloo who is going to bowl this one. He's already picked up 1 wicket today, and he's somehow got to try and protect 2 runs, and this is very tricky asking of the youngster. 2 from 30. We're only halfway through this chase, and already 74 on the board. Think what Hampshire could score would be quite astonishing. It just has been just massive striking. They've hit some huge 6s. 2 now needed to book themselves a spot in the final under the lights tonight here at the First Central County Ground. So here comes Vosloo. He just goes back and starts again. False start at the top of his run. And he's in again and just pushed into the offside by Godfrey, and they decide they're not going to take that run. Don't need to. No need to be taking risks. Protect your average too. And Vosloo already ready to go again. This time slightly fuller. And that will be the game. They're going to come back for a second. It's gone for 4 as well. And so it's an absolutely dominant performance, this from Hampshire. With the bat, they've bludgeoned it to all parts. They've been assertive, they've been aggressive, and they've been absolutely scintillating from the off, especially in the chase. They managed to keep Sussex down to 75. They did well to get themselves to that in the end, but it was never enough when you saw the mood that the openers were in for Hampshire. And they've come out and they have shown exactly why they've come here. And they've come because they mean business. They're into the final, and now they can have one eye on that cup.
Yeah, they've beaten the host Sussex by 8 wickets there. Greg Mackenzie, 34 off 15. The captain, Ben Williams, 31 off 9. They've chased that down. 76 they've chased down with 28 balls remaining in the innings. Surrey did the same. They chased down Essex's score of 76 with 21 remaining. So it's been 2 comprehensive games, the 2 semi-finals, and the rest of the day will shape up as follows. There will be a Shield final. That will be game number 3. That will be played between Essex and Sussex. And then Surrey will take on Hampshire for the Cup final, which will be the final game of the day here at Hove in the T10 Cup, hosted by Sussex Cricket Foundation. I think the final is building up to be quite a good game there, Georgie.
Isn't it just? Especially looking at the batting power in both those sides. So I'll be very excited to see what happens under the lights tonight. Whether that changes things around a bit, who knows? or whether it's just get into final mode and really go bish bash bosh. But I would think that we'd be looking north of 76 as a target in that final. So just the 2 wickets to go down. Bridges and Vosloo picking up 1 apiece. Vosloo with just his 2nd ball of the day, a really exciting young leggy. He's one to definitely keep your eye out for. Bunday going for 14 from his over, and G 17 from his. It's very difficult to bowl at when you get batters in that kind of mood. And as you can see, the wiggly worm from Hampshire, well, it went north and it just kept going. The 2 wickets fell down in the middle, slowed it down slightly, and then it went boom, and it was all over very quickly in the end. So a very convincing win that for Hampshire. And so they do book themselves a spot in the final, and they look very, very strong. That opening partnership, 46, quick wicket fell, and then the 31 to finish things off. So it was very impressive batting by the team in the dark blue.
Yeah, well, many congratulations to Hampshire and Surrey for qualifying for that final later on today. Well, that's us done for the semi-finals. It's time, Georgie, for a little bit of lunch. So we will join you back for that Shield final a little bit later this afternoon.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the First Central County Ground at Hove, where we have the Shield final about to get underway between the hosts Sussex and Essex. Both of these sides lost their semi-finals this morning. Essex falling to Surrey and Hampshire, more recently beating Sussex. Earlier on today, Essex won the toss and elected to have a bowl first in the third of the T10s, and the two Sussex batters make their way out to the middle. Owen Piper, this time joined by Scott Ridge. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Georgie Heath. I think we're going to be in for a good game here, Georgie.
Yeah, I think we are. Both teams obviously losing their opening games, and they were very tight scores actually, very similar, 76 and 75, the two targets in those games. So nothing really to separate them. Essex, they were great with the bat up top, and it was actually Sussex. They just came up against a Hampshire side on an absolute warpath today, so it was very destructive from Hampshire.
Yeah, but it's Owen Piper to open the batting. He will take one, and he starts with a cut ball outside off stump, and the Sussex start with a 4 through the offside. Owen Piper, of course, the hero really in that Sussex innings. He scored 39 off just 23 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s as well in that innings, and gets Sussex away to a flyer.
Yeah, just what you want to open your account, isn't it? Just stamp your authority on the very first delivery.
Again, short width on offer, and it's pulled away this time through the leg side. A couple of bounces down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Piper. He's carried this momentum forward. He was striking the ball really well at the end of that innings against Hampshire, and just taking it straight into this game against Essex. I think is it Ben Oust opening the bowling from the C end for Essex. Cut away this time, backward of point, it's running up the hill towards the pavilion, it beats the fielder, it's 3 4s in a row for Piper to start the innings.
Yeah, what a start this is for the team in blue. They'll have been obviously disappointed losing their first game, especially on home soil. Would have wanted to put on a show. Well, the first 3 deliveries of this innings really have been a show already from Piper.
It's a tone setter, isn't it? I think as you said, they'll be disappointed. Maybe they didn't quite get the lineup the way they wanted it. Maybe it wasn't meant to be. Maybe Piper should have faced more deliveries. I think he walked out at number 3, didn't he?
Yeah.
Again, back of a length, and it's through the offside. It's cut away. It's one bounce, well fielded down on the offside boundary by the one man down there. There's obviously just 2 outside the 30-yard circle in the power play. And those fielders at the moment are stationed, one on the leg side, one on the offside. One on the leg side down at deep mid-wicket, just being pushed a bit straighter by the skipper. And the one on the offside at deep cover. Get 3 over power play in T10 cricket, and this is the period of the game where you really do need to make the opposition pay and put them under pressure. Exactly what Essex did against Surrey in the opening game. They were 41 for no loss off their 3 overs. Sussex against Hampshire, just as a comparison, were 18 for 1. But Sussex off to a fly this time around, and that goes through for a dot ball. So first ball for Scott Ridge.
Yeah, it sort of stuck in his hand a bit, didn't it, for Aust bowling. And a very short, almost, and the double bouncer just managed to carry through past, and just slowing down a bit after those 3 4s to start things.
Last ball of the over. It's cut away by Ridge and can't get it past the man at point. So it's a dot ball to finish. 2 dot balls to finish. So a good comeback from Ben Oust. It's 13 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, really good comeback, finishing with the 2 dot balls. But Piper is off to an absolute flyer. 13 from the 4 that he's faced already. Ridge yet to get off the mark at the other end. But this is just what Sussex would have wanted, coming back from that disappointment. It was some blistering batting in the chase from Hampshire, but they also had some great bowling up top that really slowed Sussex down. They weren't able to really find the boundaries, and I think that's where they struggled earlier. Well, they've already bashed 3 of them in this opening over, so they'll be feeling a lot more confident in their ability to find the rope.
Yeah, and importantly for Sussex, it's Piper will be on strike again. 13 off for the Sussex opener. That puts him up to what's that, 52 off 27 for the day, I think, if my quick maths are correct. There's every chance they're not, but I think that puts him up there, and it's just showing clearly the important player here for Sussex.
So it'll be Lee Walker who's going to bowl the first over from the Cromwell Road end. And he gives it a lot of flight to start things off and just pushes this one off the back foot up to cover.
That's a real tempter, wasn't it, for Piper, that advanced at him and thought about throwing the kitchen sink at it, realised he didn't quite get himself where he needed to be.
And again, so this time goes aerial into the leg side, just clearing that fielder at sort of short mid-wicket position, and decide they're going to just settle for one. So slowing things down just a bit here.
Interestingly, Lee Walker didn't bowl against Surrey. It'll be the first bowl for him of the day.
Yeah, not a bad start. Dot and a 1. So Ridge yet to get off the mark. He's faced just the 2 so far. And just waits on this one and not timed. It was almost a little too slow. He'd sort of set himself up in position, decided what he was going to do. It was almost like he'd changed his mind almost mid-shot, and in the end just sort of toe ends it up towards mid-on.
No pace to work with at all, is there, from Williams?
And that flight, it's so tempting. This does well to rock off the back foot. No chance of getting in the FA Cup with footwork like that, and that races for 4, so he's off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, silky dummy, wasn't it? But unfortunately, his teammate didn't quite read the script. Just runs down the hill there. The ball just gathers pace, doesn't it, here at Hove as it makes its way downhill towards the sea. Another boundary.
So 18 already on the board for Sussex, and a great start for the home side here. Looking to try and push beyond that sort of 75, 76 that both these teams have sat around so far. Again, a lot of flight, and he manages to rotate his hips almost fully around, works around the corner. That's a lovely looking shot. Does really well. There's no pace to work with, so he's got that time to use his body, turn his hips, and get it really fine.
No, he's done well to wait for that, hasn't he? As I say, there's no pace from Williams at all with these leg spinners that he's bowling down there. It was too straight down the leg side, and Ridge had to wait, and really waited before he could catch up with that and play it down into a vacant final leg region for forward. Back-to-back boundaries for Ridge now.
So into the 20s already here, Sussex. And again, just has to wait and rocks off the back foot this time. Can't pierce that infield, but a slight misfield. He did think about it for a moment and decides against it, and it brings the over to a close. So at the end of 2, Sussex 22 for none.
Yeah, I think just a little acknowledgement there. One, I don't think there was a single to be taken.
No.
I think the classic coaches don't run on a misfield, but also Piper wants the strike, doesn't he? 14 off 6. He is flying really in comparison to the other Sussex batters that we've seen so far today. So he wants to face as many deliveries as possible. Last over of the power play then will be bowled from the C end. It's going to be a bit more spin as well. That's one thing that Essex's lineup was made up of really predominantly, was it? There was a lot of spin bowled by Essex. I suspect it'll be the same plan against Sussex here. Still the 2 sweepers either side of the wicket. One not quite all the way on the boundary at the moment, but I think he's just being pushed down towards the boundary rope. So it's going to be Alfie Jeeves with the wrist spin. The 1 wicket to fall for Surrey did come from the bowling of Jeeves. Bowled really well. Look at the flight on that as that's cut away through the offside, down the hill again. The captain will give chase, but will only be able to underarm it back from the other side of the boundary rope. It's another 4 for Piper.
Yeah, absolutely flying up the top here, and just quick hands across this one. And, well, the rest is history.
Yeah, it was back of a length, wasn't it? Jeeves just dropped that length too short, and Piper's just pounced on it. Just rocked onto the back foot and just smeared it through the offside. He realised that 75 wasn't enough in that second semi-final. He wants to make a difference here. advances. Oh, it's gone straight through him. Straight through Piper, straight through the wicket-keeper. And they're going to just trot through for a bye.
Yeah, somehow that's gone straight through everything, actually. I don't know how that's missed. Extra bit of flight and almost taking out his leg stump. Gets himself back in, worried about the stumping, but missed also by the keeper.
A bit of turn, wasn't there, from Jeeves?
So he goes again, spins it to himself.
Shorter ball, pulled away by Ridge. Can't get it past the man. That's just hiding there behind square leg. So it's going to be a dot ball. Been a good comeback from Jeeves here since the opening boundary of the innings.
Still inside the power play. So still 3 more balls to come in the power play. So just 2 fielders out of the ring. Ridge 8 from 7, taps his bat.
Little shuffle across to the offside. Again, can't get it through the infield. Essex just applying a bit of a squeeze here to Ridge. He's got 2 boundaries away, but he's back up to 8 off 9. Strike rate just dropping under 100 for the Sussex opener. And Piper, hand on his hip at the non-striker's end, but just be desperate to get on strike. He's seeing the ball really well today. And that's left well alone by Ridge. And for a while there, I thought the umpire wasn't going to call that wide. He's done me a bit dirty. I waited, but it was eventually called wide.
I'm convinced that umpires actually get later and later with their wide calling now, because you suddenly think, oh, he's got away with this one, and then they think, oh, now I'm going to stick my arms out.
Just keep us on our toes. Well, Jeeves is going to have to bowl it again. He goes a lot straighter. That's a great shot down the ground. It's going to beat the fielder here at mid-off, and it's going to run away down 4-4. So another boundary for Ridge, putting the pressure back on Essex.
Yeah, it's really well played. He gets nice and balanced and almost as straight as it could be without taking out the stumps at the other end. So he's now into double figures too. Piper on 18, Ridge 12 from 9.
Yeah, what have we got? 1 ball left of the power play. Can this find the rope? It's 32 for no loss at the moment. It's short. Oh, it could have gone. It possibly should have gone. You can see by the reaction from Ridge, he's disappointed he couldn't catch up with that. 32 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, good start though this. Foundation well set. You can even see him there rehearsing this shot again. At this point, you just got to flush it. It's gone. Didn't happen. You'll have another chance again in a minute. But really good start from this opening pair. Just the 2 extras bowled so far. And the Sussex dugout don't look too stressed at the moment.
No, considerably better than their power play against Hampshire just a couple of hours ago. That was 18 for 1 off the 3 overs against Hampshire. So 32 for no loss in comparison. Still not the biggest power play of the day. That falls to Hampshire. They were 47 for 1 off their 3 overs. But the field can spread now. Essex can get a bit of respite as 5 can go outside that 30-yard circle.
So Ridge will be facing up for the start of this one. You just fly through the overs, don't you? With the T10, it's not that the overs go any faster. It's just suddenly you think, oh, we've only got 7 left. It still gets me every time. Right, flighted again this time and pushed up towards long off, who's coming in off the boundary, and they think about a second, decide against it.
Yeah, Ridge ran that first one hard, didn't he? He was going downhill, to be fair, which gives him a little bit of an advantage, but he was looking for 2. I don't. There was never going to be 2 there unless there was a misfield by the fielder up there at long off, but it was just the 1, so Ridge will be on strike. Walker
in again. There's that extra flight, and you've really got to hold yourself back when it's got that kind of flight. There's one part of your brain thinks, I'll shuffle down, take this on the full. The other part, you really have to rock back and wait and trust yourself to wait enough. Otherwise, you're through the shot early, find an edge, or you just completely miss it and you're bowled.
Yeah, it's you try and muscle it, you lose your shape there as well. You're just a little bit through it. You've got to get your timing so right against this kind of bowling if you are going to try and deposit it over the boundary rope.
This time does wait on it and tries to sort of hook it round the corner again. We saw one dispatched that way in the previous over of Walker. And this is when you start to get frustrated as a batter as well, because you're not being done for pace, you're being done for lack of it. Here he goes again. This time, just trying to push backward a point.
Yeah, I think there's an element with this short format cricket, and obviously T10 is the shortest really that's played recognisably, I think would be fair to say, that you can sometimes just take your medicine. Take the one, get your other mate up on strike, rotate it, give the opposition something different to think about. It doesn't always have to disappear off to the boundary. It would be nice.
Oh yeah.
But it doesn't always have to be like that.
Not if you're a bowler. This time goes back over the bowler's head. For a moment, Long On thought he was in the game, did well to stop it in the end, bounced well short of him. And that's one of those you have to really make that decision. Am I going to run forward for it, perhaps lose my teeth and have to visit the dentist on Monday? Or do I let it drop and cut it off? And he's done well there.
Yeah, he just wasn't quite sure, was he? They're always tough, those. You never know. You never exactly know if they're going to get there, just where they're a bit flatter. If they go up in the air, you've got a bit more time. You can judge the distance quite well. But that one was quite flat at him. As you say, he's done really well. He put the body behind it, didn't he? Just to make sure it didn't go for 4.
Walker, and again, that short step. And this time again tries to work it round the corner. I don't think he's got anything on that. No, it's wide down the leg side and they'll scamper through. He's coming back for a second. No, he's not. He looked well set to try and come back for the second, didn't he? He was on his way.
That'd have been an optimistic run, wouldn't it, by Ridge, running back to the danger end with ball in hand as well there.
Maybe he was thinking, I'll be running downhill.
Maybe.
Also, we're talking about this hill as if it is
pronounced.
a sort of a 1 in 3 hill. It's not that much, but there is a slope. And this one slashed through the covers. Nice looking stroke. Gonna do well to cut it off, and he does. Body on the line, diving, and actually I think it's ricocheted into the rope. That's such unfortunate timing for the fielder. He's done so well to get there, done all the hard work, and then just that ball trickling over the rope.
Yeah, he was frustrated with himself there, wasn't he? But he put a serious stint in down there to get up there and try and cut it off. These wides, though, they are expensive in this over. This over's still not done yet.
Again, flighted, lovely looking stroke, and into the stumps at the other end, which have done well, because otherwise that was hit hard enough, that was going to the boundary.
Yeah, certainly would have split those two, wouldn't it, long off and long on, so would have given Sussex an opportunity to have come back for a second.
Well, it brings the 4th over to a close at the end of 4, Sussex 43 for none.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this start. Nearly at 11s and over here for Sussex, considerably better than where they were against Hampshire earlier on today, and just cruising up towards what could be one of the highest scores of the day. Obviously those Surrey and Hampshire innings were curtailed, weren't they, with them batting second and just chasing down the 75 and 76 respectively needed to win. But it looks like it's going to be Alfie Jeeves to continue from the C end. It's the leg spin of Jeeves. Picked up that 1 wicket against Surrey. Yet to break the partnership here, Essex. They haven't found the breakthrough. They haven't got the answer. Piper 25 off 12. Ridge 13 off 12. And it will be Piper on strike. Just getting that field exactly right for Essex. They've got a deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg who's just in front, down in front of the scoreboard. Starts down the leg side into the pads, and Piper can't catch up with it. Otherwise, if you could just get a bit of bat on that, that's racing away to the boundary, up towards those temporary stands for the T20 Blast. But it is a dot ball for Jeeves, a dot ball for Essex. Just need to do something here, just to try and slow Sussex down. Flighted, nice shot down the ground. Just shuffles down to get to the pitch of the ball. And is just one down to the Essex skipper.
Yeah, they'll enjoy that they're just slowing this down a little bit, try and build up the dots, the singles, and they've just got to stop leaking boundaries. That's where they really struggled in the first few overs, Essex, and you wonder if they're going to be forced to rue that. You can't let those extras creep in and those sort of freebies to the boundary.
flighted again, and Ridge just plays that nicely to the fielder there at short cover for a dot ball. So a good start to this over. Just one run coming from the first 3 balls. And that run rate now has dropped under 10s. So Essex just getting a bit of a grip back on this game. And Ridge goes for a big shot in the leg side. Has he found the gap between the two here? He hasn't. Really well picked up down at deep mid-wicket. Fielder keeping that down to 1. That's fantastic work in the deep.
Yeah, it's a great bit of work because the two fielders were converging and I thought that had bisected the two, and actually did well to get his skates on and cut it off, but also quick in the gather and the throw.
Yeah, he did well to get around to it. So 2 balls left of the over, and again, back of a length, it's cut away, half stopped at backward point, but has done well enough to keep it down to just a single. Or has it? It has. Overthrows, a bit sloppy there by Essex to round off that delivery, but well backed up in the end.
Yeah, it was actually a really good half stop because it came fast, and so did well to stick out their hands to the left, sort of parry it, and then got a partner fielding just around, 10 yards to his left, who managed to clean it up. And the throw wasn't the cleanest finish in the end, but enough fielders scampering around to prevent the overthrows.
Absolutely right. Right, last ball of Jeeves' over and spell. Here, just 2 overs per bowler in this format of cricket, and that is a cutaway through the offside. It's dissected those 2 fielders. You didn't think there was a gap there, did you? But Ridge has managed to find it, and it runs up the hill towards the pavilion for a couple of runs to end the over, and it's 48 for no loss.
Yeah, it did really well to sort of thread the needle through that gap. It was very, very small, and just finding it perfectly. Not finding the boundary, but 5 overs gone, so halfway through their innings here, 48 on the board, really giving themselves a platform. Now they've got to accelerate back again because they have just slowed down somewhat after that explosive start. And yes, credit's got to go to the Essex bowlers, but these are 2 set batters now. They come out at the top for one reason, and the reason is to try and set that foundation and then be there to accelerate on.
Yeah, and particularly when you know you've got a teammates, or you've got a shed full of batters that are desperate to get out to the middle and show what they can do with bat in hand. You've got a platform now, 48 for no loss, fantastic. Now it's time to be selfless here. Get some runs, get them quickly. And if it doesn't work for you today, that's absolutely fine, because you've got a bunch of teammates that'll be chomping at the bit to have a hit out here at Hove. Yeah.
So Belchamber is just going through his warm-ups. I don't think we saw him in their first game either with the ball.
First look for us here as well.
So just going through the warm-ups with the shoulders. The kind of ones you do when you really want to have a bowl and you're trying to catch your captain's eye. And you're sort of going through the arm wafting, the spinning of the shoulders, bouncing up and down a bit.
I can confirm, Georgie, I never do that.
Yeah, well.
Not interested in that whatsoever.
Yeah. So here he comes. And that's darted at the feet, nicely dug out by Piper, and they'll think about a second, decide against it. No, I think that'll probably be a bit unorthodox behind the stumps if you suddenly started waving your arms around, warming up to bowl. What would you bowl if you did bowl?
Badly.
Yeah, okay, fair.
And it'd be even worse trying to catch the captain's eye when I am the captain as well, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, that's true.
That would make it quite complicated. But anyway, back to the cricket.
Yeah, this one just dug in a little shorter from Belchamber and worked into the leg side, and again it'll just be 1. They won't mind this so much, Essex. Brings up the 50 partnership between Piper and Ridge, coming just 32 balls. Been out there since the beginning, this pair.
Yeah, highest partnership of the day so far, I believe, the 50 partnership. I don't think we've had one of those yet.
Belchamber again, just straying down that leg side, wide, signalled quickly this time by the umpire.
Oh, have a look, Sussex. There's a freebie for you.
Yeah, you just can't afford for that to leak into the game at this point, especially. So many wickets in hand, runs already on the board, and then just giving away free runs, 8 extras, and the overthrow. So Belchamber's going to have to go back, do this one again. I love how he lines it up at the top of his mark. This time a little quicker. It's gone aerial, and that's got a lot on it, and that's gone all the way, almost into the indoor school. That is absolutely massive, and the first 6 of the innings.
That man Piper again, isn't it? He hit 2 of those in the first innings against Hampshire earlier on today, and he's just picking up where he's left off. He's 34 off 17 now for Piper.
Striking at 200. This one just looks to work it into the leg side. There was a muted appeal from Belchamber, just sort of held his arms in the air, thinking it was perhaps in with a chance. Leg by signal, but well down the leg side. And no one else interested at all, and very muted from the bowler as well.
Yeah, 73 total runs for the day for Owen Piper across the course of the 2 games so far, and he's not finished yet.
2 still to come in this over. Again, just works this off the legs. Backward of square. And that'll bring Piper back on strike. 34 from 18, 62 on the board. They'll be happy with this. Still plenty of overs in hand. And this one just dug into the ground, and another wide. So extras into the double figures, leaking into this game. Now into 12 extras, so 12 of the 63 on the board have just been gifted to the home side.
Yeah, and this is starting to look like a 9-ball over here for Belchamber, isn't it? He's bowled 3 of those wides, and that run rate now just over 11, 11.1 for Sussex.
That's much better, but he takes it on, and it's just going to be a couple of bounces. That's a glorious looking stroke from Piper. He's in such fine form, and he picks up 4 more and moves on to 38.
Yeah, just muscled down there, wasn't it? Just punched back over the bowler. Couple of bounces down the grounds, up towards the sight screen. Picks up another boundary, nearly eclipsing his score from earlier on today.
Final delivery of the over. And he helps that on the way. And it's 6 more.
Massive. You just have to catch up with those. They're fired in down the leg side, and if you can catch up with them, they are free runs. Maybe he could have left it, picked up that extra, but I quite like it in that 6 over the 45.
Oh, it brings the over to a close. 6 overs gone, 4 still to come. Sussex 73 without loss. Great start, great stuff from the home team. They've really come back fighting after losing that first game.
It's a massive over as well. That's gone for, 25 off the over, I think?
It's the biggest over we've seen today. We saw a 21 in the Surrey game this morning. Was that this morning? This afternoon? The first game of the day.
First game of the day, that one. Yeah, Piper moves on to 44. 44 off 20 for the Sussex opener. It will be Scott Ridge on strike, though. He's 17 off 16. He's doing a good job. He's taking those wide deliveries. He's working those extras well, and he's just trying to get Piper back on strike, which is fantastically selfless cricket from Scott Ridge. It's 73 for no loss, as you say. There's still 4 overs remaining in the innings as well. And it's Ben Oust to bowl his 2nd over of the innings from the C end. Essex just taking their time and getting this field exactly right. Obviously there will be 5 outside that 30-yard circle as we continue outside of the power play. 3 of those on the leg side, 2 of them on the off. That's guided away through the offside. Misfielded at backward point. That might run away. Oh, just inside. The fielder wins the race. Keeps it down to 2.
Yeah, it's good running as well. He was unlucky. Just tried to go down one hand, almost too nonchalant, and just didn't get down low enough for it in the end. But Ridge, I mean, I know he's playing bridesmaid at the moment to Piper's bride, I guess. But he's doing his part. It's about batting in partnership, and he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, there we go. That's timed nicely through the leg side, and he gets that single, and as you say, gets himself off strike. Have a rest at the non-striker's end, and over to you, Owen Piper. You're 1 shot away from a 50 if you'd like it.
So Ridge may have only scored 20, but it's a partnership of 76, and that's what's the important part.
Yeah, biggest partnership of the day by a distance now. It's Piper on strike. On 44, carves that one through the offside. It's a beautiful shot through the covers, skips over the boundary rope, over the advertising boards, and into the shark stand, and he moves on to 48.
That's a magnificent looking stroke, isn't it? That's another one we say is straight out of the textbook. Quick hands through it, all along the carpet, never any danger. And the fielders, all they can do is watch it race past and go and fetch it from the stands.
Yeah, 87 runs for the day for Owen Piper. 48 off 21. 2 away now for a 50 for Piper. Those 3 Essex fielders down here on the leg side. That is cut through the offside. Can't get it past the man at extra cover. 2 left in the over. 80 runs on the board without loss for Sussex in the Shield final between the hosts and Essex County Cricket Club. Down the grounds, straight down towards the Essex skipper, who does well to keep it inside the rope. It is just going to be one. So Piper will have to wait another delivery for his chance to pick up 50 here at Hove, and Scott Ridge will negotiate the final ball of Ben Aust's second over. 81 for no loss. That's nicely played. Just guided to the fielder there at backward point, and Ridge takes the single, keeps the strike. 3 overs remaining, and it's 82 for no loss.
Yeah, Ridge playing his part really nicely here. 21 from 19, so he's going along at a good strike rate. He's just being kept quiet, and well, the attention's been taken off him because of the batting of Piper at the other end, smoking it to the boundary at times. 49 from the 23, still 3 overs to come in this, and also 12 extras have been bowled of that 82. And will they be forced to rue this, because that's quite a hefty chunk of the total score?
Well, it's a hefty chunk, and the other thing as well, it's not all of them will have to be re-bowled, but in a 10 over innings, if you're having to bowl another over and a half of extras, that suddenly becomes a huge percentage of the innings that you're giving away for free, and giving the opposition chance to face those deliveries again.
So still 3 overs to come. Just a little discussion between a few of the Essex players. I mean, it's very difficult to start trying to make new plans at this point in the game because you're quite far behind. There's a lot going on out in the middle, and a lot of that is just run scoring. But it's going to be Connor Flaunty who's going to take the next over. 82 on the board already. Piper on 49. He's at the non-strikers. Ridge on 21. And looking to try and take their first wicket of this game. Just bringing the man at 45 round. So a sort of fine leg.
He did bowl 1 over against Surrey earlier on today. He went for 13. One of the low knees, isn't he, Connor Flaunty, that's just making up this Essex side today.
Yeah, a Middlesex player usually. He's going to come in round the wicket this time, a little fuller, and just managed to squirt this into the leg side. And there's an appeal going on.
Interesting that he's bowling a bit of finger spin here. I'm pretty sure he bowled seam up against Surrey when he went for the 13.
So skipper comes around to third. Lovely looking drive, and that'll be the 50 up for Piper. And he's going to finish it with a single. Doesn't want to risk coming back for a second. And that's been an absolutely fantastic knock. 50 from 24 from Owen Piper up the top. And this is just what they've needed. 7 fours and 2 sixes. And he is not done yet.
No, he was the standout in the innings against Hampshire, wasn't he? With 39 not out of 23 deliveries. He's gone again. He's gone better this time around against Essex. Bringing up 50, bringing up the first 50 of the day.
Ridge just digs this one out. Not timed, but he'll pick up one more. Moves on to 23. Score now 85, Sussex. And they'll be feeling very confident in this. They've still got 2.5 overs to bat.
Yeah, it's been a good over by Flaunty though. 3 balls, just going for 3 runs.
Here he comes again. Well, he looked to try and go big with that one. Piper finds the bottom edge. They're going to run the first one hard, think about a second, and wisely decide against it. It's a good arm out from that deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, it's really well fielded. Got there quickly, didn't he? Got the ball in the air quickly as well. It just skipped off the square through to Flaunty. There'd be no chance for a second run there.
Just the 4 off this over. This one dug in and finds the top edge, lands safe. Both fielders out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket and long on. Sort of just lands in no man's land. Again, just 1, so continually rotating the strike through this over. Piper on 51 from 25, Ridge 24 from 22. Piper looking to continue just adding runs and runs and runs, and this one is a lovely looking straight drive and almost an excellent bit of work out in the deep, and he adds 4 more to his tally, and it finishes the over with a 4. So 2 overs still to come. Sussex 91 for none, eyeing up those triple figures.
Yeah, 12 legal deliveries to go. That was a fantastic over by Flaunty, and the last ball, wasn't bad. It was a good Yorker fired in from the finger spinner, but Piper, who must be seeing it like a beach ball now, just digs it out and drives it straight back past the bowler. A diving effort from the skipper, wasn't able to cut it off, and it just trickled over the rope. 91 for no loss. I think we could be breaking 100 for the first time today here, Georgie, in the T10 Cup.
Yeah, very much looks like it. I'd be very surprised if they don't make 9 runs in the next 2 overs.
Yeah, everything's got to go now for Sussex. 12 deliveries left. They've got a shed full of batters that will be desperate to go out there and add their contributions to this score. Piper seeing it incredibly well. Ridge has played second fiddle, but time for both of them to go now. Drop the caravan off, get the throttle down, and try and score as many boundaries as you can in these final 12 deliveries. It's going to be bowled by the skipper, the penultimate over. Did see him bowl earlier on today. We will see him with the bat a little bit soon, Joe Moss, and that was impressive, wasn't it, for the skipper in the power play against Surrey this morning. But this time with ball in hand, we're bowling to Scott Ridge. Yeah,
it was great striking for his 44 from 27 earlier on today. He loved finding the boundary. 3 massive 6s on the way to that. Just wasn't enough for Essex against Surrey, who chased it down with ease in the end.
Yeah, well, it is Moss from the CN, just running into bowl now. Starts with a bit of a full toss on leg stump, and it's worked away by Ridge. I said they need to find the boundaries, get as many as you can, and it started perfectly. The first ball of the skipper's over disappears through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, well, Ridge, as we say, played second fiddle, but he's still really played his part in this. 28 from 23. Gets another go here. Starting the over with a boundary as well, so they really are eyeing up those triple figures now. 100 should be on in this over, you would have thought, and then can they push to 110?
Yeah, boundary off the first ball of the over is never good for the bowling side. It puts all the pressure back on Essex, and Ridge that time tries to open up the offside, gets his boundary, takes his single, gets off strike and gets down the other end. It's good batting.
Very good batting. Very good batting, but he's on to 29 from 24. Gives Piper the opportunity to have a go, have a sight at the skipper. And the only place he's really going to be looking is the boundary rope.
Yep, straight down the grounds, down towards us here at Long On, Georgie, as well. I think we're in business. It's only going to go one way for Piper. There's a big load up. It's a good Yorker from the skipper. It's dug out well. And it runs down to the leg side boundary for just a single.
It's a nice looking shot, actually. I love a little flick away off the toes.
Quite Caribbean-esque, wasn't it? Just whipped through the leg
side. There's a little
side.
bit of dust puffed up as well.
It's a good pitch here. It's played really well, hasn't it? The ball's come through nicely. It's been good value for shots. Oh, it's helpful for Sussex. Disaster, really, for Essex. I think that's come straight off the bottom edge, the cue end of the bat of Ridge, and it's dropped through the wicketkeeper's legs up the slope here at Hove and runs away for another boundary. And it brings up the 100 partnership between Piper and Ridge, and a round of applause from their Sussex teammates down in the dugout beneath us at the Cromwell Road end, sorry, the C end.
Just unstoppable, these two, aren't they? Ridge now into the 30s, Piper at the other end 56, and they've still got just over and over still to play, so that 110 is very much on the cards. Earlier we talked about sort of 80, 90 being a good score, and this is showing just how well this pitch plays if you really get onto it.
Yeah, 2 balls left of Moss is over, and it's gone straight through Ridge. He's knocked the bails off. Ridge has got to go. It's the end of a fantastic partnership. It's just surpassed 100. It won't go any further than that. But Ridge has to go for 33 off 26. He's played a massive part in this innings. Sussex 101 for 1.
Yeah, really good stuff. And actually, he doesn't look too disheartened. It was there to be hit, and he just mistimed it. But he's played his part in this partnership. He's done well to rotate the strike while also taking on the bad balls and not chewing up any deliveries as well. So kudos to him. He does go for 33, but well made 33 from 26. And that's the first wicket down. And we're almost at the end of the innings. We're almost into the final over. That is sensational partnership. And obviously it leaves Piper still out in the middle as well, to be joined by his new batting partner, who might have thought, oh, I might not get a go here.
Yeah, a bit of pad rash in a T10. Great round of applause from all 4 dugouts as Scott Ridge makes his way off the field and into the Sussex dressing room. Joining Owen Piper out in the middle for what could be the 7 final balls of the innings is Ted Smith. He was run out, wasn't he, in that first game against Surrey. Bit of confusion between Aston Stewart and Ted Smith. He was run out for 8 off 10. The 1-4 in the innings. But again, everything's got to go now. You're in the game. You're 10 and over already, regardless of what happens.
I mean, if he holds out in the deep, you wouldn't blame him.
Not at all. Not at all. Final ball of Moss is over then. Smith on strike. And he just runs it down through the offside. It's going to run up the hill. It's going to be a long chase for the fielder who's going to finish second. And it's a boundary off the first ball of Smith's innings. It wasn't quite what we thought it was going to be.
It couldn't have been more opposite of actually holding out in the deep, but that is just a lovely little touch. I think it finds a bit of a bottom edge, almost playing it off the back of the bat in the end. But he'll pick up 4 off his first ball, and also, crucially, it means that Ridge will be on strike for the beginning of the final over. Piper even will be on strike for the beginning of the final over.
Yeah, death touch, wasn't it, by Smith to get himself off the mark, just casually striking at 400.
Yeah, stop the count. So 1 over still to come. And that's a very happy looking dugout there. Still batters with pads on. Still 6 balls still to come, so 6 of them could end up batting.
Ready to go. They'll all be looking to find the boundary rope if they get in there, but I mean, 115 plus potentially for Sussex here in the first innings.
Could well be. 1 over still to come. Piper, crucially, is on strike. Flaunty has been given the honour of the final over to a well-set Piper. He does take this on, goes aerial. The man can only watch it soar over his head. 6 more to the total, 6 more to Piper, and he is having a day out in the middle.
There's a bit of Joss Butler about that, just kind of a little flick of the wrists off that full-length ball from the finger spinner. For a second, I thought that was going straight down the captain's throat at long on, but just sailed over the top of him, could do nothing but watch it disappear into the stands.
It's one of those moments when you're standing there, isn't it? You think, right, this is coming to me, and then it just seems to keep climbing, and you're like, nah, I've got no chance.
Yeah.
111 up now. Takes this one again, slashed, and well stopped at extra cover. A dot ball, rare. A rare dot ball.
Yeah, interesting they didn't take the single there. Thought they could have done, but I think Piper wants to face as many as he possibly can. He's 62 off 29 now.
This time goes aerial again. Not quite got a hold of it. It will fall short of the skipper at long on, so it'll just be one. Brings Smith back on strike, striking at 400, as we said, 4 from his one delivery he's faced.
Yeah, what have they got left? 112 for 1, 3 to go. I think Flaunty's bowled well. To be fair to him, I think he's bowled with good pace, he's bowled a good length as well, but those 2 boundaries that he's given away, I don't think he could have done much about them, you know?
Well, he's in now, crosses in front of the umpire, and this is dug out nicely, and that's going to be a second boundary for Smith. So he's faced 2 balls, and he's hit both of them for 4. One of them the deft touch, and one of them smack back past the bowler.
Yeah, just muscled back over the bowler's head, wasn't it? I don't exactly know why, but the fielder, and I don't think he would have stopped it down at long off, but it was actually, I think he felt like about 10 yards off the boundary. As I say, I don't think he was getting there, but it hit too straight, wasn't it?
Right, 2 to come. And this time he goes aerial. The fielder is in the game. And has he taken it? No, I think it's put down. He's had a look at his finger, and that's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's a tough chance, wasn't it?
It was. It was sort of floating around in the sky. It is a little bit breezy. It's bright up there. Got himself set and perhaps just not quite got his body behind it and sort of falling to the left in the end. And you can see he's in a lot of pain. So 1 ball to come in this innings. 117 on the board now. That only a single in the end, so it didn't cost too much. 12 already from this final over. And this time takes it on, goes leg side. Not going to cut between the 2 fielders. They do cut it off, and they're coming back for a second. So good running in the end. So, wow, 1 innings we've seen here. 119 for 1 from their 10. Piper finishes unbeaten. 65 from 31. What a display of hitting. Smith at the end there, 9 from 3. So he played his part at the end, but it was that opening partnership that really did the damage.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Essex are going to require 120 to win the Shield here at the T10 Cup at the first Central County Ground at Hove. Sussex have asked a big question of Essex. Are going to need exactly 12 runs and over if they are to be victorious in this fixture. The pick of the batters. 65 not out for Owen Piper. 33 for Scott Ridge, and Ben Smith with a handy 9 at the end of the innings. That is the end of the innings. We're going to have a little bit of a chat with Matt Smith, the CEO of WebTrends Optimise, the principal partner for the Sussex Disability Pathway. Georgie, do you want to have a chat with Matt, or shall I have a chat with Matt?
Whoever would like to chat, I can chat, you can chat. Who wants to chat? Who would you like to chat to? That's the real question. It's like picking your favourite child.
Something like that. There you go, I'll jump out for you, Matt.
Yeah, so we've seen quite a display of batting as these 2 just change over seats. Yeah, Dan's going to go now. Matt, you're actually in for the rest of the afternoon now. Dan's going to go. He's going down to the pub.
Brilliant. Don't expect much from me today.
He might bring you a pint if you're nice afterwards.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. What have you made of today so far?
It's been wonderful. Yeah, it's been really good. The team turned up then, which was nice to see. We did, I think, the biggest, well, it is the most runs we've laid down today for any of the teams. Biggest partnership of the day, which is good to see.
I mean, that was some really impressive striking, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think that's what you love to see on a day like this, especially after losing the first game, being able to come back and really put that out as a display in the second game, sort of flushing the first match, putting that away, and then coming out and saying, actually, this is what we can do. And there's been some really great striking today. I mean, I'm sorry to talk about it because it was a loss, but that Hampshire game, they just came out and said, right, we're just going to have some of this.
Well, I thought they were going to do it in 5 overs.
It did look like it at one point. And what's it been like sort of preparing for a day like this? Because we don't really get to see much of a sort of full-on T10 Disability Cup all in one place. And this is some of the best players in the country.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Tom's done, and the team here have done a fantastic job of setting everything up. It's to have a little festival like this is a first of its kind in disability cricket, which is great to see.
Yeah.
Another first that we keep laying down. Like, we were the first sort of disability squad to play at a first class ground, so constantly pushing those boundaries and doing new things, and it's been brilliant to see.
And I think that's something that we both acknowledged earlier, Dan and I, was that there does have this sort of one club unity, whether it be the men's team, the women's team, the disability team. It does just come under that one umbrella. Is that something you guys really work to try and put forward?
Yeah, I think the club do a great job at uniting everyone together. Our awards ceremony at the end of the season for last season, it would all teams were there. The men's, the women's, the D40, the VI team, the overs, everyone in one room celebrating the glories together. It's phenomenal, and I think the club do a great job of just bonding the teams together.
Yeah. And what's your role in all of it? What does day to day look like for you?
Day to day for me, I'm just a sponsor. I come down and sit in the box. I love working out of here, watching the guys doing it, and the ladies. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's a great thing to be part of. We really do enjoy the little bit that we play towards the game here. It's phenomenal. It's really phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's great cricket on display. I can think of worse things to have to come, worse places to come and have to work.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds all right on a nice sunny Sunday afternoon. Well, just as the teams are heading out into the middle, who do you think's got this one?
Oh, well, I think we've done it already.
Yeah, going to be lifting a cup in a few hours' time?
Well, we're not in the final. We're going to win this one.
A cup of this one, a trophy.
We'll win this. I think this is quite comfortable. That's a big chase to lay down, and we'll keep our fingers tightly crossed that the bowlers go out there and do a phenomenal job.
And I think what's so exciting as well, just to finish off, is that this is the first, as you say, the first of its kind. And I guess you build this, and then we just go from here. And the plan is to just onwards and upwards, and bigger and better next year. Yeah,
well, we've got four county teams here today. Tom and I were talking earlier on that this format could work, and we could get 6 teams down here. Extend it a little bit, start a little bit earlier, but yeah, I think it's phenomenal, and I think Tom will have people knocking his door down next year to come and bring their squads along.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for everything you do to have your impact on a day like this, and just the development and the growth of disability cricket down here in Sussex. I think the team's just going through their final warm-ups. If you were having a team talk out there right now, what would you be saying?
Just keep your heads up, keep your head in it, and just do what you practice day in, day out.
Wonderful. Well, I will let you go, and I think Dan is quickly back from the pub. Quick trip down there, and that's where you can go and position yourself for the rest of the evening to watch the rest of the cricket on display. Thank you so much for joining us and for everything you do.
No, thanks very much. Cheers.
And Dan, I'm sure, will be sliding back into position any minute now, but I think we're just going to take a couple of minutes, and then we'll be back for the chase in just a moment. Hello and welcome back to the first Central County Ground here in Sussex. It's turning into an absolutely glorious evening. It's been a beautiful day all day, a little nip in the air, but just what you want when you're out there playing cricket. Well, it was a blistering 118 put on the board by Sussex, and it was by far and away the highest score we have seen so far today. So it's going to be quite an ask for the Essex batters as they come out to the middle. They're going to have to really go from ball one here if they're to hope to chase down 119 in their 10 overs. Dan Jads alongside me. Dan, this is going to be a big ask.
This is, I describe this as an uphill struggle, I think. This is going to be good going. They need exactly 120, which works out at 12 runs and over for those that just need those maths worked out for you. But they've got power. They have got power at the top of the order. They proved that in that power play against Surrey this morning. They were 41 for no loss off the power play against one of the two finalists, and particularly the captain, Joe Moss, was hitting the ball all over the place. He made 44 off 26. So if he can do that again, they're going to be close.
Yeah, he is key to this chase. It's whether he can find those boundaries and find them early as well, because you can't afford to start getting behind on that run rate early on. It's already up pretty high. We know he can strike a big ball, and it's whether he's been able to continue that momentum from this morning into his batting this evening. Piper down in front of us, well, he was sensational today for Sussex, wasn't he? He's now just hanging out on the boundary at long on, so he's being chatted to by 3 coaches.
Taking the plaudits, and he absolutely deserves them. It's been a fantastic day for him, hasn't he?
Yeah, how many runs has he accumulated in the end? Well more than most people. We saw our first 100 partnership of the day as well between Piper and Ridge, opening the batting for Sussex. Well, opening for Essex, Joe Moss and James Ward. And I just seen the practice of a defensive shot there. I'm not sure many of those will be coming out.
No, we don't need those today.
So Bunday starts things off with the ball, and that's just straying down the leg side, worked around the corner, and it's going to just reach that rope. It slowed down up that hill, not a particular hill really, but slowed down, managed to reach the boundary, and that's just how they want to start things.
Yeah, it's just one of those horrible, tempting chases, isn't it? That you just never know if you're in it, if you're winning, if you're finishing second. And unfortunately for Sussex, there, just finished second, running up the slope. But a good start for Essex. They're going to need plenty of those.
They sure are. Started off with back-to-back boundaries. Did the Sussex innings. And again, this one goes aerial, and that's such an excellent grab at square leg, diving to the right. What a grab and what a start that is for Sussex.
Wow. Wow, wow, and wow. What an absolute screamer that is at square leg. That's been swept off middle stump, and it's a full-length diving catch to dismiss Essex's wicketkeeper and opening batter for 4. What a phenomenal start to the innings for Sussex that was.
Is that Loveland there at square leg? I think it is. I mean, talk about making an impact from your first appearance in the game so far. So that is just what they would have wanted. James Ward, he goes for 4. It was 4 off the first ball. Second ball picks out the fielder and has to go 1 wicket down now for Essex. And Sussex are absolutely flying.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, isn't it, to break that partnership. As I say, they put on 43, I think it was, against Surrey before Ward himself was dismissed at that point of the innings. So to break that early doors, we didn't really see much other than that from the Essex lineup. There just haven't been a huge amount of wickets fall today, has there?
No, there haven't at all. And especially, that Sussex innings, only 1 went down. And that's just what they would have wanted to start. Now, I'm loving this, the red pad, orange shoe combination. Coordinated with the red helmet, and this is what I'm here for.
Flair.
Bit of flair, love it.
Flair, vibes. It's exactly what you need in a game of T10 cricket. That strikes me as I'm here to hit massive sixes.
Well, it just lets this one go, and actually could well reach the boundary, and it does. So that's 3 runs wide. And it hits the boundary, so they'll take these however they can. They get the extra delivery as well, so they'll be happy with this one. Well, Essex, Bunday just straying down that leg side.
Yeah, bit of a freebie, wasn't it? Had a couple of those so far.
Coach is down in front of us all, still chatting to Piper as Bundy is in again.
Do you reckon they're chatting to Owen Piper, or do you think Owen Piper's chatting to them?
Did you see that shot?
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
you see that one? Yeah. He's just having a little mothers' meeting, aren't they, down in front of us?
Hey, why wouldn't you be patting Owen Piper on the back after that knock in the first innings? It was absolutely fantastic.
Rhys Gaskin looks to launch this into the leg side, gets sort of stuck actually, and almost falls over, and is practicing that top hand drive.
I tell you what though, as impressive as that innings was from Owen Piper, that catch from Meg Loveland.
Yeah, sensational.
I mean, it's up there, isn't it?
This time just pushes it into the offside again. There's no run. So a really good recovery after an expensive start to the over. So at the end of the first over after this next delivery. Still a few fans in watching. A lovely evening. And this one struck on the pad, and a muted appeal again from the bowler. And it closes out the first over. So a successful one, a wicket falling at the end of the first. Essex 9 for 1.
Yeah, good start for Sussex. As I said, broke that partnership that did the damage really against Surrey in their first innings of the day when they went on to make 76. They put on 43, Moss and Ward between the two of them. Dangerously for Sussex, but encouragingly for Essex. The skipper, Joe Moss, is still there. He made 44 off 26 in that first game of the day. He's a dangerous cricketer. He hits the ball so hard that this ground isn't going to be big enough for him if he gets hold of them. And obviously gets the benefit of the power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside that 30-yard circle. Just finding station for them at the moment. They are down at deep extra cover, and I'm just waiting to see where the second one ends up going out to. It is going to be just in front of us here at deep third. Meg Loveland, a great catch at square leg. How do you take a screamer like that at square leg and then find yourself at deep third for the next over? An absolute worldie. That's going to be a wide ball to start the over for Charlie Ferguson, who's running in down the slope from the Cromwell Road end. We
haven't yet seen him in action bowling today. I mean, it was quite quick. That was the thing. The chase from Hampshire. There wasn't a lot of chance for the Sussex bowlers to really get many overs in their legs.
No, it was one-way traffic, wasn't it, through the course of that second innings? And that is up over through the offside. There's going to be a bit of chase on there. Fielder does well to come around and cut it off. And Moss takes the single. And we'll spend some time at the non-strikers end again.
Yeah, that's a catch that Meg Loveland is going to hope is on the highlights reel somewhere. Get it out on the socials.
Absolute worldie at square leg. And a big wicket as well, wasn't it, to get rid of the wicket-keeper Ward.
So a serious uphill battle, as you say, this for Essex now, especially after losing an early wicket. Moss now 1 from 1. Gaskin yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, he's faced 4 balls, has Gaskin so far. He gets off the mark. 5th time of trying, well fielded at mid-on. Nice little knee slide around there just to make sure it only goes for 1 and doesn't trickle away for anything more. So Sussex, on it so far in the course of this Shield final. This, of course, the 2 sides that were unsuccessful earlier on today. The Cup final will follow this. That will be Surrey versus Hampshire. That is down the ground by Moss. The powerful Moss muscles it back past Charlie Ferguson, and it's going to be 4.
I mean, that is sort of the epitome of stand and deliver, isn't it? Doesn't even take a step thinking about having to run.
No, he's powerful, Joe Moss. As I say, 44 off 26 against Surrey earlier on today. And all the while that he's there, Sussex will have to make sure that they're working hard. It's a change in field here. In response to that shot from Moss, the fielder at mid-on goes down to long off, and the fielder from deep cover, just hurries himself inside that 30-yard circle. That one I think is going to be too straight to be cut off. It's back over the top of Charlie Ferguson. It's back-to-back fours for the Essex captain.
Yeah, he's just continued in the same vein he played earlier on today, hasn't he? Has a big swing at this one. He's a powerful man. And it's far too quick for any fielder out there.
He just looks so relaxed at the crease, doesn't he? The cuts the figure of a relaxed man, does Joe Moss. Nonchalantly deposits the bowler back over his head, twirls the bat in his hand, stands and watch it jumps over the boundary rope. Oh, he goes again. It's a healthy outside edge off the toe, down towards Meg Loveland at deep third. He's just going to be one. Slightly less spectacular bit of fielding from Loveland that time, but no less effective.
Yeah, it still manages to keep it to just one. It's a great delivery, just finding that sort of toe end. Does Ferguson. Loveland now coming up inside the ring.
Yeah, so with the change of batter, we're going to have the fielder at deep mid-wicket goes out for Gaskin. And goes straight down the ground, but well fielded, well cut off by fielder at mid-on, who was quite straight there. So just anticipating that bit of bottom hand for Gaskin to end the over. So it is the second over done, and Essex are 22 for 1.
Yeah, Gaskin going to keep strike for the beginning of the next over as well. And you can see keeper there just calling for helmet instead of his hat. So he's going to be standing up to the stumps here. Yeah,
as it stands, Georgie, after 2, despite the fact that Essex are 1 wicket down, the scores are exactly the same. Both sides were on 22 at the same stage.
Well, it was sort of as they were pushing up from 3rd to 4th gear and then went into sort of sport mode, didn't they?
Sport mode.
Yeah, my grandma's car used to have this sport mode. She was terrifying, drove far too fast anyway, and then she'd press the sport mode button and through the Yorkshire moors we would go. Well, Bunday to bowl his second, and that goes aerial, slashed over cover. It's going to plug. Fielder sprinting round, cuts it off, and they'll come back for a second. So Gaskin adds another to his tally, and that's 2 more to the total. Essex move on to 24 for 1.
Yeah, they've got to keep going hard, haven't they? They're there or thereabouts. The run rate's only climbed by 0.3 so far, but it can climb quickly when the run rate is quite so high.
It's just driven up as Piper comes around and fields it. Comes in from long on, cuts it off, and it will be just 1 more to the total. Yeah, like you say, every time you don't hit that mark, it just keeps pushing up and up and up. You need to have 1 really big over to try and keep it down. And this just dug in at the toes, and again, it will be a single.
Yeah, it came for Sussex, didn't it, in the 6th over. Went for 25. Shot up from 43 to 73 without loss over the course of that over.
Struck on the pad. There's a big appeal from Bunday. Everyone else sort of just joining in a bit later. You know, when the bowler really goes up for it and everyone else thinks they should be part of it.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout from Bunday there, but Gaskin's just got himself outside the line there, trying to work it through the leg side. Trying to find that vacant boundary down there behind square.
It's a dot ball, though, in the end. 4 off this over so far. Uses his feet and shuffles across, and it's 2 dots in a row. And this is when that run rate can just start to climb without you quite realising.
Yeah, well, it's 13.1 now, Georgie. 2 balls ago, I said it was 12.3.
Final delivery of this 3rd over. And it's struck on the pad again. Just goes around the corner. Slightly slow off the mark was Gaskin, but gets himself through. So he'll retain the strike for the beginning of the next over. 5 runs coming from that one. 3 gone. Essex 27 for 1.
Yeah, end of the power play as well. So Sussex can push some more fielders outside that 30-yard circle. They're entitled to have 5 out on the boundary rope now to defend that total, that chase of 120. Still a lot of work to do for Essex. They require 13.3 and over for 7 overs if they were to be successful here at Hove in the Shield final. And it just does feel, doesn't it, like it's all on Moss's shoulders.
Well, he's 11 from 5, so he's striking it nicely. Reverse numbers for Gaskin, 5 from 11. And he's still on strike again.
Yeah, he can't get on strike. The Essex skipper, he's stranded really at the non-strikers end, just watching the proceedings going on in front of him. We are going to get a look at the left arm wristy of Jake Vosloo.
Oh, we were so impressed by him earlier, weren't we?
He picked up a big wicket, didn't he, against Hampshire?
Yeah, just his second delivery of the day as well.
Only 2 of them fell in that innings. He got one of those. Freddie Bridges got the other one. I'm sure it won't be long until we see the spinner from Roffey Cricket Club at the other end, but it's on for the wrist spinner to start with and is asking questions straight away.
Yeah, it's so difficult to read, isn't it? He just scampers it through. It's quite quick as well.
Yeah, it's low, it's skiddy. I'm sure that'll get a bit of extra bounce as he continues to get a bit taller. Fires it through, that one into the thigh pad of the Essex captain, who, yeah, disappointed with himself that he didn't catch up with that. He's looking at a pretty vacant leg side boundary down there between square leg and deep mid wicket. There's a big gap. That's a drag down, pulled away, and again, frustration for Moss. Can't get it past. There's one fielder there in on the leg side. Otherwise, he's got to run. He's hit it straight at him.
Yeah, and he's not had to move left or right. Just straight into him.
That required run rate up over 14s now as Essex take the wide from Vosloo.
Such an impressive young cricketer, Vosloo. He's just... think how good he's going to get when he just gets a bit older, gets to develop his craft, his variations.
Oh, nicely played by Gaskin. Oh, great pickup at backward point. Can't get it past the man there, just swoops round, picks it up one-handed, just drops it back into the wicket-keeper. It's 30 for 1. And that run rate, just stationary at 14.2 at the minute, but it's already added 2 points since we last spoke. And that one muscled into the offside, but straight at the man at cover, just for 1.
Just picking out fielders at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
You'd be so pleased as a captain with your field placement.
Yeah, Bunday has set this field nicely, and Jake Vosloo is bowling to it, isn't he? He's not giving the opportunity to throw their arms through it, even to the destructive Joe Moss, and it's a dot ball to end the over. So 4 now have been complete, and the score is 31 for 1.
That was a great start from Vosloo with the ball again. Just unable to get him through, were they? They're struggling to read him, and now 31 for 1 on the board. So 6 overs still to come, and they really need a big over here, because that run rate is just climbing and climbing now. Unable to find the boundary. And at the moment, the problem is for Moss as well, that he just can't seem to get back on strike. He's 11 from 8, and he's watching Gaskin at the other end, who's sort of struggling a little bit with his timing, not able to pierce the ring. 6 from 14 isn't going to get them up to that 119, 120.
No, they say that run rate, as you say, is up to 15s now, just under 15s. And that one big over that they needed a couple of overs ago is now looking like 2 big overs that they're going to need. And quickly as well, as time is running out for Essex.
So, change in bowler. It's Dexter who's been handed the ball this time. Another bowler we didn't see this morning. And looks to try and muscle this back past him. And again, just finds the bottom edge. And again, be just 1 run.
Yep, good start for Declan Dexter. On the money, not allowing Gaskin to get underneath that. Just not quite happening, is it, for Essex at the minute?
Here he comes again. Dexter. And that's kept very low. And it's well stopped in the end behind the stumps, right down at his feet.
Yeah, left alone by Joe Moss there as well. Whether that was just a bit of indecision or a misjudgment on line there. Maybe he thought that was going to be a wide, but obviously just inside those tram lines, and Looks like we're going to have to change of cricket bat possibly for Gaskin. Maybe a drink as well.
Just waiting to see. I'm sure someone will come flying out with some item of clothing or drink, or I think he is looking at the toe end of his bat, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he dug that Yorker out from Declan Dexter, didn't he? That went down to Scott Ridge in front of us here in the commentary box. Don't cross the boundary rope. You can't do that. I'm not sure that's in the that's not in the laws, is it? You can't cross the boundary rope if you're not out. If you're a not out batter. I'm sure we won't be getting to that.
I don't think we'll be running out there with a book.
Yeah. Law 133.6, Article A.
Yes.
Paragraph 3.
Oh yeah, because I carry one of those books around with me at all times as well, in a special case.
Special case.
Yeah. It's got my initials engraved on it.
I'm just pleased I call them laws and not rules.
Yeah, well, I'm sure someone would tell you if you didn't. Right, so we're all back underway here. Third delivery of this over. And this a little shorter and just clubbed, not quite timed, down to deep mid-wicket. And there's a misfield, and they'll pick up 4. And that's bonus runs.
That's a freebie for Moss, isn't it? The last person you want to give a bit of momentum to is the Essex skipper, the destructive batter at the top of the order. And it's just gone straight through the hands of the fielder down there at deep mid-wicket. Disappointed with himself, but be fortunate to know that Sussex have got 120 runs to play with on the board.
Yeah, it won't prove too costly just yet. So 5 from this over now. And that's a really good recovery. Full, straight, dug out, dot ball. That's what you want.
Yeah, it's been a good bowling change, hasn't it? As you said, we didn't see Declan Dexter in the opening game or this morning for Sussex, but he's come in, he's hit his length well. He's, unluckily been hit for a 4, but other than that, just been on the money.
He's got really nice looking action as well, hasn't he? He just sort of ambles through, and it does come out with a bit of something on it. But his Yorker that he's delivered a couple of times has been really nice, right on the toes. And they're just unable to get it away. And at this point, they've got to find a boundary. Yes, they had the lucky 4 earlier, but 1-4 in an over isn't going to get them anywhere near.
No, run rate up over 16s now as well. It's skyrocketing and getting there quickly.
That's going to hurt. Just on the ankle of the keeper. I think he seems all right, actually. But dot ball to finish the over. So a successful one again. 5 overs gone. Essex 37 for 1.
Yeah, comparatively in the first innings of this fixture, Sussex were 48 for no loss at the halfway stage. So 11 runs behind at the moment for Essex. So not out of it based on the like-for-like comparison, but it was the next over in the Sussex innings that really turned the screw. Sussex accelerated from 48 up to 73. So 25 runs came off the 6th over for Sussex. I don't know whether Essex have that firepower. Do they have that over in them? They're going to need it, and they're going to need another one after that as well. All the while Moss is there, they'll believe there's hope there. They are going to contend with Jake Vosloo, though, from the Cromwell Road end. It's fired into the surface and flicked away down the leg side past Freddie Bridges at short fine leg, and it will be 4 to start the over.
They had some good pace on it actually off the bat. If you think about it, he's not like he's got pace of the bowler to be able to use. So he's generated that and turned it around the corner. And we call it a hill, but it's not a mountain.
Yeah, just hit the middle of the bat nicely there, didn't he? And into the leg side, wide of the one fielder, just patrolling the inner ring, and Moss picks up 4. And a boundary and a single to start the over, and the run rate climbs from 16.3 to 16.7.
Yeah.
And Vosloo, bit of extra bounce that time. Gaskin can't do anything with it. He's just trying to run it down, isn't he, through or down to deep third, but can't connect as the ball just turns back into the body of Gaskin. Gives himself a bit of room, fires it straight down the grounds, and unluckily it's just clipped the stumps at the non-striker's end, which has put it beautifully down towards the fielder at long off. Otherwise I think that would have been 4 for Gaskin.
You know what's so exciting? The fact that Vosloo is only 16. So he's got a lot of growing to do, a lot of development into his cricket, and already looking like a real young star coming through this Sussex programme.
Yeah, very, very exciting cricketer. 2 balls left in his spell here against Essex, and that one is down into the leg side. Good take by the keeper, but here's an extra one. He'll have to bowl that one again. Flighted, great bit of bowling, great bit of work by the wicket keeper to remove the bails, and the skipper has to go. I didn't see the finger go up from the square leg umpire there, to be fair, but tidy work by the Sussex wicket keeper, whips the bails off. The captain Moss is out of his grounds and he has to go for 20 off 15. It was an innings that never really got going for the Essex skipper, and Essex themselves are now 44 for 2. And if they felt like they had a mountain to climb, it's just got a bit bigger.
He has thrown absolutely everything at that. Not just the kitchen sink, the washing machine's gone, the washing up brush, you know, the dog bed, the dog. And if he'd made contact, we would still be looking for that ball over the indoor school. But it's a great bit of bowling. Again, Vosloo picking up another wicket, and the key one. He really was going to be the key man in this chase. And good work again behind the stumps too. Quick uses the one hand to whip off the bail.
Yeah, looked like a bit of a top spinner there from Vosloo, whether it just got a bit of extra bounce for Moss and it skipped over the top of the bat, just caught him by surprise, but he shimmied down, didn't he? Tried to deposit the left arm wristy into the seats up the slope here at Hove. We haven't seen one go that far in that direction, but wasn't to be for Joe Moss, and Vosloo gets his wicket, gets his reward, which he had very much deserved. 1 ball left in his spell as well. 18.2 runs required for Essex.
You can just see that over to the right of us as well, the Hampshire players just going through the motions as well, thinking about their final later on this evening.
Yeah, enjoying the late afternoon sunshine down here at Hove. It's a bit chillier than what you'd think if you just looked at the cameras. It's a little bit of a breeze on, but a glorious day nonetheless. New batter for Essex is Jack Flowers in at number 4, and Vosloo gets chipped back over his head for 1, and Flowers gets off the mark straight away. So after 6, it's 45 for 2.
Yeah, Vosloo again in the wickets, as we said, a really young, exciting prospect, 16 years old and out there in the big leagues, taking on players who have been, well, we mentioned it earlier, some made their debuts back in 1994, so he's not scared of the task, and he has been really, really impressive and just kept the squeeze on as well, not just taking wickets, but not being taken on and sent across the boundary either. So Essex 45 for 2. We've got just the 4 overs still to come, and, well, it's looking very difficult now for Essex. Sussex can almost smell the shield. And Dexter will be bowling his second over.
Yeah, it was a good opening over, wasn't it, for Declan Dexter?
It was. And unlucky that the ball was misfielded for 4 at one point, and that's a really good first delivery. A bit of extra pace, but it's sort of kept down. It's not quite kicked up. You can see the practicing of the pull shot. Just didn't quite kick up as much as Flowers was expecting.
Yeah, there's only really been Greg McKenzie for Hampshire that's really got any spite out of this pitch, hasn't he? Everybody else, it's been quite a little bit docile for those that have just backed in back of a length.
Yeah, has a big swing at this one. Yeah, and I think McKenzie, he was coming from the Cromwell Road end, wasn't he, as well? So whether there's easier coming from that end to be able to get a bit more out of it. But I really like the way that Declan Dexter goes about his business. There's nothing showy about it. It's just good, solid bowling.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying the intent from Jack Flowers as well. He's not going to die wondering in this innings. He's throwing everything at it, just trying to find a gap in the field there. There's none of this looking for one, but it's an eventful one he's picked up there. He's quick between the wickets.
He is quick, isn't he? He comes flying past the stumps.
I think there's a bit of indecision here as to what's going on. Everybody's stopped for a couple of minutes there, didn't they?
It was almost as if I was watching a screen that had frozen, was buffering, but in real time in front of me. Very strange.
Bit of playground. Was it statues?
Yes, or I was thinking more of the one in Squid Game when the thing turns around and they all have to stop.
Yeah, I'll go for the slightly less violent.
Here he is again. Dexter has a big swing at this one and gets a hand to it, does Piper, but it's over the boundary for 6. As he signals that to the umpire. He did well to get a hand there, but it was going to take a lot to reel that in.
Yeah, he covered a lot of ground, didn't he? If anybody was going to take it today, it was definitely going to be Owen Piper. The star with the bat threw one hand up, couldn't quite cling on to it. It would have been 6 whether he'd got there or not. But yeah, a fantastic effort nonetheless.
2 to come now from Declan Dexter in his second over. A big slash at this one too. Goes aerial, and that's going to be 4 more. Made great contact with it, and we thought that previous wicket, that might be curtains, but Gaskin is just suddenly finding the middle of the bat.
Yeah, a bit of intent shown from Gaskin and Flowers. I mean, they've got no choice now, have they? That run rate is at 20s. They're going to need that for the remainder of this innings if they're going to get to that 120.
Well, has a big swing at this one, so it's going to be a dot ball. Not what they needed, Essex. End of the over. 7 overs gone, Essex. 56 for 2.
Yeah, they're a long way behind where they need to be right now. And that jump, it was 20.2 runs required. That dot ball at the end of that over has popped it up to 21.3 runs per over for Essex here in the Shield final against Sussex at the First Central County Ground. It's been a fantastic day of cricket here at Hove, the first ever Disability T10 Cup, hosted and organised by the Sussex Cricket Foundation on the main ground here at Sussex, in the centre of the wicket as well. What a fantastic advertisement for cricket, and a great show by the county as well to put on such a fantastic event. What have we got? 18 legal deliveries left in the innings, and it's going to be Ashton Stewart to bowl from the Cromwell Road end, and a little bit of a reverse sweep there by Jack Flowers.
Well, I really like the way Jack Flowers has come out and gone about his business. He's, as you say, he's not going to die wondering. This time, just not quite timed, struck on the back leg in the end, but he's trying to do something different, and he's not going to die wondering.
Yeah, it's not quite worked yet for him, but he's really given it a good go, and wowee. That's fired in, speared in by Stewart, and I think unfortunately for Flowers, that might have got him close to the unmentionables there. A little thumbs up from Gaskin at the non-strikers end, because it's always funny when it's not you.
No. I thought he just spun himself off his feet.
Energy from Flowers. 2 off 6. Another big sweep into the leg side, and Gaskin calls him through. And again, sprints the 22 yards, grounds the bat, and it is a leg bye added to the tally.
He's absolutely rapid between the wickets, his Flowers. Get him in a track team. I'd love to see him, how quickly he can run the 100 metres.
Bit of a pause there by Stewart, an appeal for caught behind as well. No interest from the umpire at all. Bit of a Robert Croft. He used to pause at the crease, didn't he, just before delivery.
Always makes me think of footballers taking penalties.
Nicely played into the leg side. It's going to be cut off though. 2 fielders down there. Conversion, it is just going to be 1 for Gaskin. It's been a great over, this.
Yeah, really good over.
I think Ashton Stewart opened the batting in the first game, then kept wicket as well. now he's bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and he's gone for one leg by and one run off the first 5 balls of his spell. And we're going to add 5 wides to the tally. I've just jinxed him. The commentator's curse strikes again as he spears it down the leg side, trying to find that leg stump Yorker, and gives away 5 freebies.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's not going to affect the result of the game, but it's going to affect how you feel and your numbers, because as you said, it'd been such a tidy over to that point, the leg by and the single. Now he has to bowl another. I mean, he might pick up a wicket with this. We don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, use the extra one would be the club cricket call, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
From your teammates. And here is the extra one. It's a long outside off stump, which Jack Flowers throws everything at and can't connect. End of the over, then 2 to go. It's 63 for 2.
Yeah, that required rate up at 28.5. So a difficult day. And there is someone, we were saying earlier how nice it is to score while you watch. Just a flask of tea and is that a lunchbox? And I think she's just scoring away.
That looks quite
nice
relaxing.
way to while away a Sunday afternoon. Although you're not in the sun now, and I feel like you'd be quite chilly.
Yes, I completely agree. Maybe you're out of the wind.
Perhaps.
I'll play devil's advocate to it. Maybe you're sheltered over that side of the ground, but yeah, a relaxing way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Although I'm a bit of a perfectionist, I'd get annoyed and have to have the Tipex out and all those kind of things if you do things wrong. And
do you reckon you'd be a coloured pens
Oh,
scorer?
I love a coloured pen. Oh, don't get me started. I get jealous every year when kids go back to school and you get to go and do the stationery shop. Which I could do.
You're an adult now.
I know, I have free will, but I don't have a mum to pay for it for me. You know, it was more fun when you could buy this sort of, you know, random weird dog-shaped eraser and all this kind of stuff that you just did not need. Novelty things that you just didn't need. All right, so penultimate over. And he has a big strike at this one. Not quite got enough of it to find Ridge out on the boundary at long on, so it's going to fall short, and they'll pick up just 1.
Yeah, it's Freddie Bridges from the C end. He got a bit of tap, didn't he, against Hampshire. A few of them went off into the shark stand. He did get the big wicket of the captain, Ben Williams, but yeah, went for a few.
Full toss, just dug out at the toes and sent into the leg side. Coming back for a second, Flowers going to have to be quick to get back again, and he is quick. Well, he's run a whole run. He's got halfway down, had to turn, run back again, and got the dive in the end. Thumbs up to his batting partner.
That's great work by the 2 Sussex fielders out there on the leg side. I think Jack Flowers has run 3 there.
Yeah. Strikes this one, goes aerial over cover. But there's protection out there on the boundary. So again, all that effort and just 1 run. 3 more to come in this over. Just 9 deliveries remaining. Sussex have got 1 hand on that shield.
Yeah, runs required per over, 36.
And he's gone. Well, it was exciting while it lasted for Flowers. There was some scampering around. He was trying to take it on. He tried to put some intent into it. And in the end, just loses the bail above his leg stump. Just the 1 bail falling off. He tucks his bat under his arm. And he's going to stroll off.
Yeah, he's disappointed with himself, isn't he? He's shaking his head all the way off there as he walks past the incoming batter for Essex. But you've given yourself absolutely every chance to be successful in that innings, Jack Flowers. Look, it's an uphill battle. You've scored 3 off 10, but you've thrown everything possible at every delivery to try and find the boundary. It's a selfless innings from Flowers.
It is. And also, it's just showed us just how fast he is, which is I'm still not getting over. But he gave himself a lot of room there. He really shuffled across into that leg side, all of the stumps on show. So it really was a case of, if you miss, it's going to take out something. All it had to be was straight enough. So 2 deliveries to come now in this over from Bridges, who has another wicket to his name today. Essex 66 for 3. And this is just showing just how brutal that batting was from the Sussex opening pair.
Yeah, it just kept going as well, didn't it, for Sussex?
Round the wicket again. And that found a bottom edge. And that could well race for 4. 2 fielders in pursuit, and they do well to cut it off. Coming back for a second. Oh no, it's bye is signalled, so nothing on that.
Yeah, well tracked down, wasn't it, by the two Sussex fielders to make sure it didn't cross the boundary rope. I think there might have been quite a bit taken off of it from the gloves of the wicket-keeper.
So one more to come from Bridges today. That's just a slog sweep into the leg side. Could well bisect the two fielders. Nope, cut off in the end. And they come back for a second. So 2 off the final ball of the penultimate over means that with 1 over to go, Essex are 70 for 3.
Yeah, they are going to require a few wides, a few no balls, a few free hits as well. They require exactly 50 from the final 6 deliveries here against Sussex. It's been a fair effort by Essex to get themselves up to 70 for 3. They'll be disappointed, won't they, that they lost their wicketkeeper Ward for 4 to one of the most spectacular catches you'd wish to see on any Sunday at any ground in the world from Meg Loveland. Then the skipper just couldn't really get going. 20 off 15 for the Essex captain, Joe Moss. He had the fireworks earlier on in the morning, didn't he? 44 off 26, and you thought, well, if you could have a bit more of that, then there's a chance here for Essex, but just hasn't quite worked for them, and that 120 is such a big number from 10 overs.
It sort of puts it into perspective, doesn't it? They're batting on the same track, trying to chase it down, so it's not like they had the opportunity to get themselves in. They knew they were going to have to go from ball 1. And at 70 for 3, you know, earlier we were thinking 90s were good scores, 100 would be a good score, but 120 is astonishing.
Yeah, well, as Edwards has made his way into the middle for Essex, and there's a big appeal for caught behind, and Gaskin has walked. So I believe that is Charlie Ferguson that's back into the attack for Sussex, bowling from the Cromwell Road end, gets the reward, a little feather through to the wicketkeeper, well taken, he's been tidy today. And Sussex have their 4th. Essex are 70 for 4.
Yeah, it's good bowling as well. It's just that probing line. He went for the big swing. Well, he has to. You've just got to swing at everything. They're not going to score the runs. Probably. You never know in cricket, but you've got to swing for the hills. And if he connects, that's going a long way. But in the end, the connection he makes is just with the edge and well taken again.
Yeah, a good catch. And Sussex well on top here. They can start thinking about lifting the shield in the T10 Cup. As Essex's number 6 makes his way out to the middle. Both batters now will be out there having not faced too many. Edwards on 2 off 2. And Sussex now just looking to wrap this up. It's been almost a business-like performance for Sussex in the second half of this innings. They've put themselves in the box seat with that first innings score of 119, and they've done exactly what they've needed to do. They've bowled to their fields, they've fielded well, and haven't really given Essex a sniff.
And they've not had to do anything special or showy or fancy. They've just gone around and done exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, Charlie Ferguson in again, and starts in the pads. There's half an appeal from the bowler. No interest from anybody else. Bit of a telltale sign when the wicketkeeper starts drifting down the leg side that those LBWs might not be as close as what the bowler might think. But a good delivery nonetheless. Still just nibbling around this pink ball here at Hove. 4 legal deliveries remain in the innings. It's 70 for 4. Again, good pace into the surface. They're going to take him on for a single. There's an appeal from the bowler. Absolutely no interest from the umpire as he casually just crosses his arms at square leg. Like, did you really just appeal for that?
I think that's one of my favourite appeals I've seen in a while as well. On the floor, lying on one side, leg in the air, sort of paint me like one of your French girls. And the umpire just folds his arms.
Good single taken, though, by Essex. You wouldn't have thought there was one there, would you? The ball never left the cut strip, but batter there backing up really well. Comes through for a single. takes us up to 71 for 4. So the scoreboard just taking a little while to catch up here at the county ground. There's 3 legal deliveries left. It's Charlie Ferguson in again. An inside edge into the pads. So no run. Again, just business-like here from Sussex, doing exactly what they need to do. They've been well captained in this second game by James Bundy.
I've been impressed by Ferguson, actually, with the ball. He's been really tidy, not giving them much room. He's been active, up and about, in that follow-through, trying to get through for that run-out. And he's got a bit of pace about him as well.
I think that's been nice to see. He has bowled with some really good pace. I don't think he's been as quick as the Hampshire seamers, and that is pace off, and it's just cut away through the offside, and Loveland covers a lot of ground to cut that off, make sure it is only 2. Score moves up to 73 for 4 now for Essex.
Yeah, I think Mackenzie is probably the quickest of the bowlers we've seen today, isn't he?
Yeah, I would say so. Off a couple of paces as well, which, I mean, that just, it feels like, and I'm sure a lot of people listening and watching this will have faced that kind of cricketer before, and it's really hard to line them up because no matter how many times you face them, you stand there and you think, this shouldn't be coming through as quick as what it is. It doesn't make sense. The brain's telling you it doesn't make sense. But yeah, it's 73 for 4. There is 1 legal delivery left in the innings for Sussex and for Ferguson. And he goes with a bumper. It goes through to the keeper, gets the outside edge and finishes the innings with a wicket. And Essex finish 73 for 5 in response to Sussex's first innings of 119, which makes Sussex the victors by 47 runs in the Shield final here at Hove.
Yeah, what a way to finish it as well. Just nipping back, followed him off the pitch, finds the outside edge, well taken, and the double fist pump rounding up from Ferguson to celebrate. The big wind-up and the finger went up. What a way to finish for the home side. They would have been disappointed when they didn't book themselves a spot in the cup final, but this has been quite some display to take home the Shield. They have absolutely dominated Essex, and kudos to Essex, because when they were struggling to find players to come in, they scrounged around, and different counties have given them players to ensure that we can have this tournament done today. But Sussex, the home side, they've come out and in the first game would have been slightly disappointed, perhaps a little undercooked, a little under par, but in this game they've been clinical. They did it with the bat and then coming through with the ball as well to take 5 wickets in the 10 overs and finish it off with a nice 2 for Callum Ferguson at the end.
Yeah, stars of the show, Owen Piper with the bat, Charlie Ferguson with the ball, and let's not forget that fantastic catch at square leg by Meg Loveland. As good of a catch as you'll see anywhere today, anywhere around the world. It was absolutely fantastic. Sussex victorious in the 3rd game of the day. They win the Shield, they beat Essex, and one final game of the T10 Cup is just around the corner, and it is the cup final. It'll be Hampshire taking on Surrey. Georgie, let's take a 5-minute breather between games, and we'll join you when the teams are ready for the final.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Good evening and welcome back to Hove, the first Central County Grounds. Players have made their way out to the middle for the first ever Cup final in the Disability T10 day here, hosted at Sussex County Cricket Club, organised by Sussex Cricket Foundation. It has been an absolutely fantastic day of cricket. We've had 3 games so far. This is the 4th and final of the day. It's Hampshire taking on Surrey in the Cup final. Hampshire won the toss and elected to have a bat first. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Georgie Heath in the commentary box. I think we got the 2 best teams in the final from the day here, don't you?
You know what, Dan? I think we're in for an absolute humdinger of a final here. These 2 teams were both dominant in their games early on, and that's what's clocked them a spot in the final. Hampshire with the bat first, which we're not surprised by because we saw how strong this opening pair were. They chased down 76 inside just 7 overs earlier on. At one point we thought it was going to be done in 4 or 5, so expect some big long bombs hit first. And if you're just tuning in and you can see 3 Hampshire batters out in the middle, that is because there is a runner. So that's the runner out there for Hampshire, for Greg McKenzie, the all-rounder, and he was striking it so well, wasn't he, early? He laid his intentions down early, and as we said, we're in for a really exciting final here.
Yeah, both of these guys, Ben Williams at the non-strikers end as well. It was 31 off 9, 3 4s and 3 6s for the captain at the non-strikers, 34 off 15 for Greg McKenzie. Some of the biggest 6s that we've seen all day. It's going to be Toby Carter Matina to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end, as Surrey search for breakthroughs. Hampshire, wow. I mean, what a batting lineup that we saw. It was a 9-wicket win for Surrey against Essex, an 8-wicket win for Hampshire against Sussex. And as we say, the two best sides in the competition. And Gregor Mackenzie opens his account straight away, just drops it into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, good bit of pace to start things off as well from Carter. I like this up the top. We've seen a lot of spin bowling today, so it's nice to have some genuine pace up top.
Yeah, it will be a fascinating matchup, this. We saw a lot of spin from Surrey earlier on in the piece. There was that one over, wasn't there? The second over of the day went for, was it 21, 22, I think? Other than that, it was a lot of pace off. Does pace off work against the power that Hampshire possess with the batting lineup that they've got? I don't know. It's going to be a really, really interesting final as Ben Williams takes guard and faces up for his first ball of the evening. And he leaves it alone outside off stump, and it just drifts further away, and it is going to be a wide. So 2 for no loss off the first, one of those being the extra that we've just seen there. And we didn't get to witness Toby Carter Martina bowl in the first game. It didn't get that far. It was very much a game of pace off against Essex, and it worked perfectly for them. Fantastic spell of bowling, wasn't it, from Marco Mahoney in particular. But we're going pace on down the slope, and it's worked through the offside. A tumble there at mid-off, but it's beaten the fielder. It's running away down towards the temporary standing there at Hove, and it's going to be 4. The first of what I expect to be many of this Hampshire innings. It's 6 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, great looking strike right along the carpet, never in any danger of being caught this time. Just nice timing, straight out of the middle of the bat, beats the diving fielder. And it doesn't matter if it's any kind of uphill there, it had well enough on it.
Yeah, beautiful cricket shot, well timed. 4 off 1 for the Hampshire skipper. That's straight, it's over the fielder at mid-off, and it's a 1 bounce 4. Nearly carried the whole way, and all of a sudden, Surrey quickly waving hands, pointing fielders in different directions to try and cover this off. This power play, so important for both sides. You only allowed 2 fielders outside of that 30-yard circle for the first 3 overs of this 10-over innings, and Hampshire will be looking to put Surrey to the sword in this period of play. It's 10 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, exactly the start they would have wanted. Winning the toss, deciding to have a bat. This is how to go about it.
Yeah, well, the fielder there out at long off in response to the shot we just saw before, and Williams trying to shape it up and send it over mid-off, but just can't get underneath it.
I love that Mackenzie's just hanging out at square leg, practicing his drive.
Bit of shadow batting going on. You love to see it. Good dot ball for Surrey there. It's a full toss. It's gone back over the bowler's head. It is going to be cut off. Well, stopped in the end. It's going to be a single. Just an eye on the umpire at square leg, who's happy with that. It obviously just dropped below waist height before it got to Ben Williams.
Yeah, I was eyeing up the umpire there as well. I thought it was a little high, but he's done well to get away with that one in the end and turns it into just a single other than the extra run and the extra ball.
Yeah, just a bit of a dip, wasn't it, on the end. Obviously just dropped it below the waistband of the Hampshire skipper. So the fielder's out on the boundary, long on, and a fine leg for Mackenzie, and that is into the pads. It's going to be a leg bye for the Hampshire batter. That is the end of the opening over as well. It's 12 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, the 3 Hampshire players come together in the middle. It will be Mackenzie who'll still be on strike for the beginning of the next over. Not quite the explosive start he had to his innings in their first game of the day, but he's in now. And 1 from the 2 plus the leg by Williams at the other end, just as the sun is coming down here in Sussex. And look at that for a view. I mean, imagine if you just sat up there on your Sunday evening, nice bit of sun, nice glass of something.
There we go. There's the flats that you want. I grew up as a kid down at Hove with my dad, looking up at those flats and watching the people on those T20 nights, sitting on their balconies watching the cricket, thinking, I'm going to own one of those one day. Still don't do it,
Still
so
don't.
I'm aspiring to it. But
There's still time. You're getting closer. You're in the commentary box now. Edging closer. I always think that when you're sat and you can see them and they're actually quite warm, and it's one of those cold T20 nights when you get a really random cold evening when the sun goes in, no cloud cover.
Yeah, the old patio heaters out there, and then they just go, you know what, I'm just going to go and get a blanket as well. And you think, that's just spiteful.
Yeah. Can you throw one down to us poor peasants on the boundary? So just a little delay in proceedings here at the end of the first over, but it's going to be Umar Khan to bowl the second. He was pretty economical in that first game. He's just chatting to Omahan, who's directing traffic, so pushing the fielder out from long off to long on. Our left-handed batter, so coming in and being pushed out again.
Well, they're going to have to figure something out here, Surrey, because they've got 3 outside that 30-yard circle at the moment, and they're only permitted to have 2, aren't they? So unless anything changes, and I don't know whether the umpire will have a word with the bowler or not.
There we go, fielder coming in.
It's going to take a little bit more time, because that's going to need a bit of readjustment on the offside as well, isn't it?
Yeah, stacked inside that ring on the offside. And he looks to try and smoke this through the covers. I think he's found a top edge there. And comes around and cuts it off. And good running, gets the dive in, finger goes up. And that is the end of, is it Mackenzie? Yes, coming back for a second.
It's Williams, isn't it?
It's Williams, running the first, sorry.
It often happens, doesn't it, when there's a runner involved, and there was a despairing look whilst the captain was on his knees back to his partner, who's just sold him short there, isn't he? He thought there was 2, there was indecision. Williams turned once, went back, turned again, and by that point he was reaching and diving for his grounds. And the run out was completed. That's a huge wicket and a bit of a freebie for Surrey as well.
Yeah, it's just what they would have needed. Rid of one of these 2 up the top. And I think that's what can happen, especially when there's a runner as well. A little bit of confusion. I was confused, I'm sorry to admit to everyone. But that's just what Surrey would have wanted. Big round of applause there. Good work in the field as well.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to report, Georgie, this isn't going to get any easier for you, because we're going to have runners for both batters now for Hampshire. So we've got a bit excited through the course of the day when there's been 3 out there padded up. Now we've got 4.
Just get the team out. Everyone's coming out to the middle. Nice yellow helmet too. Proper Hampshire colour helmet, that.
Yeah, that's... do you reckon that's one of Vincey's, one of Dawson's that's just been... I swear I left that there.
Yeah, Dawes is off to play for England. He's left his kit hanging around somewhere.
Anyway, the batters make their way into the middle. I'm not 100% sure which of the 4 is actually batting now, if I'm completely honest with you.
It has got a little like that. I think I can spot Mackenzie from a distance. So he's over at square leg with the umpire, waving his bat around. So he is he should be at the non-striker's end.
So I think we've got a runner at the non-striker's end. We've got a runner at point. We've got the facing batter, funnily enough, where they should be, and Mackenzie, the other not-out batter, who is naturally stood at square leg.
Yes.
Unpack that, Georgie.
So actually the 2 batters that are actually batting are standing at the same end, just one of them's at square leg and one of them's in front of the stumps.
Correct.
This is just hit into the ground by White, and I'm glad we've cleared that all up and it wasn't just me getting slightly confused.
That took some unpacking.
It does happen. Doesn't take much. And Khan in again, and this is smoke through the covers. There is a fielder out there, runner coming through, and it'll just be 1. They've done really well to keep them quiet up the top here in the second over. Wicket off the first ball, the run out, bit of confusion. Now everyone moves around, there's a lot of fist pumping. There's still 4 Hampshire players out in the middle, and it'll be Mackenzie on strike. So that run rate pretty healthy, 9.3, the left-hander. So Khan coming round the wicket. And he has a big heave at this one, and it's not going to be cut off, and he's going to pick up 4 straight as an arrow. And Mackenzie heaves it back over Khan's head.
That is slapped, isn't it, back over the bowler. There was half an attempt from the fielder there at long off to get that, but I don't think he was getting there. And there's power here in this Hampshire top order.
Comes in again around the wicket. And goes to the big heave again, this time into the leg side. Fielder thinks he's in the game and it goes for 6. That's a maximum for Mackenzie, and he is really on the charge here.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought the fielder was interested. I think he's just misjudged that a little bit. I'll be interested to know if you could rerun that. If he'd have kept on that boundary rope the whole way round, would that have been a simpler catch? He made a direct line for it, just misjudged it, and it ended up going over his head and all the way for 6.
This is just what they would have wanted. Push that run rate back up at 13 at the moment. Mackenzie 12 from 5. He's key to setting this foundation. The opener, the left-hander, key with the ball as well. And he goes again this time, and he's bowled. Well, both openers now heading back into the hutch. He was trying to heave it in the same direction, but it just didn't time it this time, and it's Khan who has the last laugh.
Did Mackenzie need to go again? Just had your captain run out at the non-striker's end, trying to come back for a second. The 2 previous balls had disappeared to the boundary rope. It was 24 off 2 overs. Did Mackenzie need to go for a third time?
So he's on his way. His runner is trudging behind him.
It's a disappointing end, I think, for Mackenzie. It's that format of cricket. It's the nature of it. You keep going, but can you contextualise it a little bit? It's a lot easier when you're not in the middle of the battle there.
Yeah, so he's going to have a job to do with the ball again later, but for now he can only watch the rest of this batting innings. That's the end of the second over. So at the end of 2, Hampshire, they won the toss, decided they were going to have a bat first. 24 for 2, both the openers, Ben Williams and Mackenzie, back in the hutch. Godfrey comes out to the middle to join White, who's only faced 2 balls so far. So 2 batters yet to really get in, and only 8 overs to play with.
Yeah, and a bit of an unknown quantity now for Hampshire. Pretty much all of that damage in that, 28 ball victory against Sussex, chasing down 76, was done by Ben Williams and Greg Mackenzie, 31 and 35 respectfully. So yes, we have a bit of head scratching here with Hampshire. Have they got the power all the way through the batting lineup, or was it exclusively within the top 2? Looks like we're going to have Luke Saunders going to bowl the 3rd over, the final over of the power play as well, from the Cromwell Road. And he bowled well in that first game against Essex this morning. But this feels like a different contest, doesn't it, compared to what it was earlier on today?
It does. There's just that extra bit of pressure. You could see it, actually. It's meant the 2 opening batters are on the way, trying to do a little too much in the final. Really trying to inject something early on, but both gone now, and Surrey will be feeling really confident about this. They're very much on top in this game. They'll be chasing again. They chased in the first game, and they did it with ease.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start for Surrey. Hampshire are going at 12s, but they've lost 2 wickets in the first 2 overs, and Saunders is on the money. Starts with a dot ball, left alone by the Hampshire batter there. I think he thought that was outside those tram lines, and standing umpire there, the classic officious shake of the head. Nope, that was in line. Dot ball to start for Saunders. 5 balls remaining of the power play. Hampshire now, is it a stick or twist? Do you keep going hard? They take at least 1, run it out to the fielder on the boundary. In fact, they're going to come through for a second. Really well run there by the runner in the yellow helmet.
That's what they need to do at this point. They can't afford to let it slow down too much. They don't have to take massive risks. You know, we talk about scoreboard pressure, obviously, in a final. So get something competitive on the board. But 24 for 2 after just 2 overs. So it's a healthy score at the moment, but they can't afford to just start dealing in ones and let the dots develop.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think they're going to, as they try to muscle that through the offside. That one certainly is just going to be a single. So it's 3 runs off the first 3 balls of Luke Saunders is over. There's 3 balls remaining in this opening 3 over power play of the T10 Cup final here between Hampshire and Surrey. It's Godfrey and White in the middle. Godfrey, the man on strike, he's yet to face a ball. He's been out there for a little while now, and he will have Luke Saunders to contest with. The two fielders outside that 30-yard circle. One's at deep cover, one is at a long leg, and that one is left alone by Godfrey, and standing umpire says, no, that's inside the lines again. It was a lovely leave though. Not convinced it's the shot you want to be playing in a power play, but it was a stylish leave.
It was a stylish leave, but as you say, it's kept inside the line, so it's just going to be a dot ball. Don't need too many of those to creep into their game now, Hampshire.
2 balls left. Dropped into the leg side. Oh, it's wanted one. Quickly, good call there from the batter to turn his partner round and say, no, get back to your non-striker's end. We're not having another run out in this power play. It's 27 for 3. This has been a really, really good over from Luke Saunders so far. Can he round out this power play with another dot ball? Can Hampshire find the rope? It's just guided into the offside, and it is going to be a dot ball. So that is a fantastic power play for Surrey. 27 for 2 on the board, Hampshire, having won the toss and elected to have a bat here down in the final at Hove.
Yeah, just the 3 runs coming from that over. And we talk about at the batting side, you know, you can have that big over where you really go big. But as a bowling side, if you just have the small over, when you keep it really quiet, starts putting the pressure on in the next over, they know that they've fallen below into single digits now with that run rate. Godfrey yet to get off the mark. White just the 4 from 5, and they're out of the power play now. So those fielding restrictions go off as well. And so this could turn into a very exciting passage of play coming up here. Umar Khan looks like he's going to bowl his second.
Yeah, it's directing traffic here, isn't it? Making sure the fielders are in the right place. You can have 5 outside that 30-yard circle now that that 3-over power play has elapsed in this T10. Just making sure they get the right people in the right places. Personnel in particular positions here could be so important, particularly against a destructive Hampshire side. Give us a good number, Georgie. What is a number that Hampshire can defend? What is it? For me, if you can get 90.
Oh, you stole my number. I'm going to say 95 you'd be very happy with. But in the 90s, just the sort of mental impact of having the 9 on the front as well. Obviously, they'd be happy to push into 3 digits, but it's going to be tricky. As that one's just cut into the floor, almost rolls onto the stumps, and it's another dot ball.
Yeah, it's been an impressive spell. It's Matt Harris, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be Umar Khan, and then they had a last-minute ball switch over. So Harris on for the first time in this game. It gives it a skip. And again, just not quite timing it. They're almost trying a little too hard at times, these Hampshire batters. They saw Mackenzie able to muscle it for 6, muscle it to the boundary, but it's not all just about muscle. If you can time it and place it well as well, it's just as effective.
Yeah, it's just a unique format of cricket, isn't it? T20 cricket, I think a lot of cricketers can get a little bit carried away with, actually they've got a bit more time than what you might think, but I don't think that exists in T10.
Just dug out, and it will again just be 1. So Godfrey's off the mark now. Didn't get too much of a bat earlier, faced just the 4 deliveries, made 6 runs, was not out at the end. So now's his chance to really have a go.
Yeah, it's nice batting that, wasn't it? Just a lovely cricket shot, dropped it down to long on for a single.
Waits on this one again, doesn't time it. Can't pierce that ring. And a good bit of fielding as well. So just dealing in singles at the moment off the bowling of Harris. Gone for just 3 from the 4 in this over. 2 still to come. Run rate down at 8.18 now. Godfrey, just the 1 run from the 4 he's faced. Gives himself room this time. There is a fielder out there on the boundary. He's not going to get there. Going to pick up 4. Breaks the shackles on a very tidy over from Harris.
It's a nice shot, isn't it? Just rocked on the back foot there. Harris dropping the ball back of a length, and it's cut away through the offside. There's just one fielder out there patrolling that offside boundary. Surrey here, interestingly, they're really trying to keep a squeeze on, aren't they? They only have to have 4 inside the circle. They've got 5. 6, in fact.
Just turned away off the pads. Has he got any bat on that? There's a little muted appeal, so I think it could well be signalled leg byes. Yes, it will. So 1 off the final ball of the over. In the end, 8 runs coming from the over, 4 gone. Hampshire, after winning the toss and deciding they were going to have a bat, 35 for 2.
Yeah, I don't mind that last couple of overs there from Hampshire. They've added, 11 off the previous 12 balls, but lost 2 wickets in the power play, 2 of your big wickets as well, your captain and plus your powerful Mackenzie. There's an element there. You probably do just need to take your medicine for 6 balls and just rebuild, stabilise and then go again.
And how often do we see this in cricket as well? You know, you come to a final, you've got your big hitters and we all have our eyes on them, and then they get out early and you think, oh no. And then there's some people, they just come to the party, the rest of the team work together, you know, a 10, a 15 here. And suddenly you've got yourself up to something pretty competitive, scoreboard pressure, as we said early, and you're into the 90s.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, Michael O'Mahony, who bowled so well in that first game against Essex this morning, comes into the attack. He replaces the previous seamer from the Cromwell Road ends. It was a fantastic opening over, but we're going to get Mahoney in, and that's just kind of smeared into the leg side there for a single.
He was great in the first game as well, Mahoney. Just an absolute consummate professional.
Yeah, Luke Saunders, 1 over, no maidens, none for 3. The previous over bowled from the Cromwell Road end, just saving him for the death. But he must have been tempted to have used that second over whilst he was in good form. That's a full toss into the leg side, whipped over a vacant leg side boundary. All eyes on the umpire as he looks towards the fielder there, and it's 1 bounce, 4 into the rope. Well picked up, a bit of a bad ball, a loose one there from O'Mahony. That's 1 that I think he's bowled all day.
Yeah, it's rare. We haven't seen much of that from him at all today. He took 2 for 14 in his 2 overs earlier on. It was very tight, and he's now just directing traffic again. And he really is a veteran of the game, an absolute stalwart of the disability game at Surrey.
Yeah, well, Surrey, the position they put themselves in, particularly in that last over, they still had 6 inside the 30-yard circle. They've now gone to the traditional 4, so they've got 5 on the boundary now as O'Mahony just wants a bit of protection. Drags that in, that's well picked up into the leg side and picked out the fielder down on the boundary in front of the boardroom, so it is just a single.
Went for the full long barrier there as well, not taking any risks at all.
Got to make sure. You don't want to look silly, do you, in the final hit. Silverware on offer for these two sides. Trophy presentation will be coming up at the end of this game. Which way that trophy goes, I'm not so sure. It's 41 for 2. Or 4.3, and O'Mahony into the surface again. That's really well played. That's misjudged by the fielder out there on the deep cover boundary. That he started running the wrong way, and it's 4 more added to the score. Really well put away by Godfrey. He moves on to 10.
And there's a head scratch from O'Mahony. It did sort of stick in his hand. It was dug in, went short, and it was quickly onto that Godfrey. Already 10 off this O'Mahony over. Not used to seeing this.
Stabilise, go again. That's what Hampshire have tried to do, and it's working at the moment. That's nicely played. Oh, it's a great stop at point. Great stop at backward point to keep that down to just a single. Otherwise, that certainly would have been 2, maybe more, with the slope here at Hove, just running away towards the boundary rooms.
It was almost like a football goalkeeper, wasn't it? Saving a low shot, really getting the full dive in, both hands outstretched above his head.
Tipping it round the post, putting it out of play for the corner. Last ball of the 5th over then. As you said, it's gone for 11. It's 46 for 2. And nicely bowled, nicely played. It's a dot ball to finish then. 46 for 2, Hampshire at the halfway stage. An expensive over from O'Mahony. And they're cruising towards that 90.
They are, and they've lost their 2 big hitters early on. But as we said, it just requires everyone else to just have a little bit of an input. 11 from a 9 for Godfrey. Run a ball 11 for White at the moment. So they are rebuilding, and as you say, when it slows, you then just build again and you go again, and that's exactly what Hampshire are doing here. There's no time really to spend too much time sort of fretting about losing early wickets, getting bogged down, because it's about taking on the bowlers and being able to then accelerate into this game. 46 on the board after 5, so naturally you'd say, what, double and add a bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah, certainly double it from here. 8 wickets remaining, and you'd think, I mean, with the way that the next Hampshire batter here has been stood pretty much on the boundary rope for the entirety of this partnership, you'd think there's a bit of power to come here. He's excited to get in the middle. There's a change of bowling as well, Georgie, from the C end. It's our first look at Mannion in the day's play. He hasn't bowled yet.
Yeah, first time we're getting an opportunity to see him. So man out on the deep square leg boundary in the sunshine. Difficult. If the ball comes aerial to you out there with that sun sort of low in the sky. And loopy first delivery. Driven straight to the fielder and extra cover. Not going to put that one down. And Surrey are on the charge here. They have their 3rd wicket. Godfrey goes. And there's a handshake between fielder and bowler. Oh, very old school. And it's O'Mahony with the safe pair of hands. There's a reason he's been playing cricket for 31 years.
It didn't quite work for him the over before, did it, from the Cromwell Road end? It went for 11, but that one there, a bit of a gimme from Hampshire, just chipped it straight to the man at cover, and there was no way that he was going to drop that. It's 46 for 3 now. As I say, the next Hampshire batter, he's been almost held back there trying to get into the middle. He's been chomping at the bit to get out there and have a bat at hove today.
Well, they look very happy. The Surrey batters out their middle having a laugh about something. Well, talk about that. Come into the attack, your very first ball, take a wicket. Makes it look easy, doesn't it?
Golden arm. Absolute golden arm. Can he finish it off though? Can he continue? What do Hampshire do now? Do they keep going hard at this, or is this another little rebuild? What have they got left? 4.5 overs to go.
This is when it also gets difficult, because obviously the Hampshire batters didn't really get a go out earlier because their top order did all the batting. So it's sort of a first sight for them today.
Yeah, absolutely right. Bit of an unknown for us as well, Georgie, to try and predict what happens next. Was it Tom Millward, the next man in for Hampshire?
And he just digs this one out of his toes, so he's off the mark straight away. He runs the first one hard, is watching, and decide against. So we've still got one batter out there with a runner, White at the other end. And Millward off the mark. Run rate now down at 8.8. Great start this from Mannion.
Yeah, they're still going okay though, Hampshire, aren't they? As you say, it's 8.8, and it's just below what we said would be par, I think, 90.
Yeah.
Would like more, but I think 90 gives you a really good number to bowl at.
And he has a feel at this one. I think he managed it. He might have just got something on that. Not going to be called wide. He's staring at the umpire.
No, I think that's gone underneath your bat. I don't think that's as wide as what you think it is.
So now a dot from Mannion. Yeah, reverse sweep this time. Absolutely no use of the feet. Doesn't need to. And great work scampering through for a single. So he'll now head off to keep the square leg umpire company as his runner takes his position at the non-strikers.
2 balls left. What an over this has been. 2 runs, 1 wicket, 1 dot ball from the 4 deliveries that Mannion served up so far.
Yeah, solid defence there from Millward. Gets the big stride out. Gets that pad down in front of his bat. But another dot. So 2 runs and a wicket from this Mannion over. Full toss, clubbed away, fielder out there on protection on the boundary, so it'll just be 1 bounce to him, and it'll just be 1. So what an over that has been. 3 runs and the wicket coming from it. 6 overs gone, another 4 still to come. Hampshire 49 for 3.
Yeah, this is really, really impressive from Surrey. We knew they were a good bowling lineup. They restricted Essex earlier on in the day to just 76. Chased it down with 21 balls to spare, so we know there's power in this batting lineup as well. What we don't know, And we haven't been able to work it out yet, but we don't know the number that Surrey would be happy with walking off. Obviously, rhetorically, or as little as possible. Dan, thanks for stating the obvious. But what is that number? Is it 90? Are they going to be fretting at that? Are they thinking it's less? Have Hampshire, do they keep going? They're 49 for 3. They've got 24 balls left. What can they get as a score? It's really well poised, this final at the moment between Hampshire and Surrey.
And I think also because we've had games of such varying scores throughout the day, there's nothing that really looks like a normal par score. We've had them down in the 70s, we've had up at 120, and you sort of think, okay, it'll have to sit somewhere in around the middle here, but different because it's a final. So it's very interesting to see what they think they're going to be happy defending Hampshire, because we saw Surrey attack that score earlier easily.
That's going to be cut away. Oh, a big dive there on the boundary at extra cover. Can't keep it in play though. And the over starts with a 4. There's been a few of those overs have started with boundaries in this innings, but Surrey so far have managed to pull it back. 3.5 overs remaining. It brings the 50 up for Hampshire as well. And Millwood picks up 4 through the offside. Carter, can he respond? And he does. He's on the money, but they will take the single. Just the single. Good decision there from the Hampshire pair to turn down the opportunity for a second.
Yeah, I feel they're scampering in off the boundary at deep cover. That's all you want as a bowler. Your fielder's really attacking in, saving those ones, not letting ones turn into 2s.
Yeah, he was lightning off the boundary rope, wasn't he? Brings White back on strike. He's 12 off 13. Again, good pace. Really well fielded there. But they are going to come through for a single.
Slight collision between bowler and non-striker. Both seem all right.
Yeah, apologies offered all round, wasn't there? Straight away from Carter and Millwood.
I don't to collide with him. He looks solid, Millwood. And he's wearing a helmet. I always think I'd just bounce off and hit the floor.
No, he's a tall chap. 3 balls into this over. That's a great delivery there. That has swung late. It's swung down the leg side. I think, unfortunately for Carter, it's going to go through his byes, is it? That's gone between bat and pad, and it's drifted down past the stumps after the batter's missed it then. I thought that had gone down the leg side, but it's going to go through as a bye, so that shows how late that did swing. 56 for 2.
Yeah, and crucially, for Surrey, it doesn't mean there's an extra ball either.
Yeah, disappointingly for Surrey, they'd have thought that's going to crash into leg stump, wouldn't they? And picked up their 4th wicket of the innings. But it isn't. It's still Millwood and White. And that's a big leading edge. It's skewed over backward point. It's going to land safely. Hampshire are going to come back for 1. It's 1, but there's confusion here. We've got 3 batters at the wrong end here. You need to get that down the other end, sir. There it is, the run out completed. We had 3 at the wrong end. There was confusion. It often happens with a runner. We've seen it once already in this innings. The runner there is absolutely distraught. He's ended up at the wrong end. He's got to go with the batting partner. So I believe, but we will figure that out, I think it's White that's going to be run out for 13 or 14.
Yeah, it's White who had the runner. And I think the run out gets attributed to Patwarden, who sent in the throw initially, but obviously it came into the keeper, who then had to send it up to the other end. And as you were saying at that point, you need to get the ball to the other end. You can't run them out this end. This is where they're all standing.
Yeah, we're having a bit of a tea party down at the striker's end. There was that moment, wasn't there? Everybody froze. Everybody froze. Everybody looked at one another as if to think, what happens next? And for a short moment, I was thinking, is the Hampshire batter just going to trot down the other end and make his
You've watched far too many social media videos when that kind of thing happens.
Around, isn't there?
There's always an early celebration or something, and the batter just sneaks back.
There's a few going around. So it's 56 for 3 on the score. I think the score there will just take a little bit of time to catch up once that's been worked out as to what's gone on there, as to whether that run was completed or not. But this, I believe, is the last legal delivery of Carter's over. There we go. It's 57 for 4. So it's the 1 and the wicket, and it's a dot ball to end the over. So 7 overs have been bowled in this innings. Surrey doing incredibly well here, and it's 57 for 4.
Yeah, Surrey have really come out all guns blazing in this final. They've come out with fight, intent, bowled really tight. The fielding has been great, attacking the ball as well, and then just the game awareness. I mean, Hampshire, where they have struggled, we see it a lot, don't we? When they've got a runner, there's a little bit of confusion, so we've had a couple of those. But you've got to give it to Surrey. They have been clinical with the ball in hand, and I think now it is going to be Umar Khan. Well, he currently has the ball. Last time he tricked me, so I'll keep my eye on him this time. He's just marking his run up, so he's going to be bowling his second over of the day, of the evening even. I think it is getting a little chilly outside. I've just seen a man walk in front and zip up his jumper to the top in front, as we've lost the sunshine now.
Yeah, it's just come over a little bit cloudy, hasn't it, down here on the south coast?
So Umar Khan back into the attack for his second over. He came off for one, back on again. And that's gone up. Fielder coming in at long off, takes the catch. What a grab, diving catch. He rolls over, he points to Umar Khan. There's a double fist pump, and Surrey are all over Hampshire at the moment. Handshakes all around. It hung in the air for a while. It's one of those stomach in your mouth moments. If you're the fielder coming in, you've almost got too much time to think about it.
That is an absolutely fantastic catch. I think that's Jonathan Gale that's taken that catch, running in from long off. Got there, didn't he? Made his grounds, had to put the tumble in to make sure that he held on to it. He didn't want to hit the knee on the floor, didn't want to hit the elbow on the floor, and it popped out. But Hampshire in a bit of disarray here. 57 for 5, and time is running out for Hampshire to put a score on that they're going to be happy with. They do have a fantastic bowling lineup. Let's not forget the quality that they have with ball in hand, but 57 certainly doesn't feel like enough. But 90 starting to feel like a long way away.
And Khan with his second wicket of the day, 2 for 12, and he's still got 5 deliveries up his sleeve. Just under 3 overs still to play with, so plenty of time to nab himself another wicket here. Hampshire got to find some runs. Not really time to get yourself in. You just got to go from ball 1. And he tries to go from ball 1. I can only pick out the fielder along the ground.
Yeah, he can't afford another run out, can we? And this is this unseen middle order from Hampshire that hasn't had the opportunity to have a bat so far today. I guess that's just the nature of the tournament and nature of the format.
Tries to take this on as well, and almost stumped as well to keep his foot behind. Quick work again behind the stumps. Everything Surrey seems to do in the field just seems so quick at the moment. They're flying onto the balls, keeper working well. Flying around in the outfield too, so Khan, wicket ... this over so far. As we're just putting the bails back together.
Yeah, this has been absolutely superb. He's 2 for 12 at the moment, is Umar Khan.
This is driven straight back to him, and there's no chance of a run there either. So building those dots, that pressure is really building now on the Hampshire batters. 57 is not enough on the board. We've seen what this Surrey top order can do. Chase down 76 with ease. And rocks onto the back foot, and finally a run off this over, and McAdam is off the mark.
Yeah, what have we got? 58 for 5 with 1 delivery left from Umar Khan. 2 for 13 from 1.5 overs. Incredible figures in the shortest format of the game.
And this time it's just going to squirt fine. And the fielder comes running round, and he's going to just cut it off in time. Finding that bottom edge. Keeper standing up to the stump, struggle to get anything in the way of it. So 2 off the final ball. What an over from Khan. What a spell. He finishes with figures of 2 for 15.
Absolutely superb work from Umar Khan. We've got 12 legal deliveries remaining in this innings. It's 60 for 5, Hampshire. Surrey will feel that they are well on top here. Still possible for Hampshire to get up to 80, but I haven't necessarily seen that from from this middle order. I don't know whether they have the power in there. Is it more likely to get up to maybe 72, 75? Would that be a number that they would be happy with? Be a number that hasn't been good enough so far in the tournaments. The 2 games this morning, 76 was chased down with ease, 75 was chased down with ease as well. Can Hampshire defend a number like that, though? That would be the question. Luke Saunders back into the attack. Just 3 runs coming from his first over in the day. That was the final over of the power play as well. Just went for 3. Oh, here we go. Down the hill from the Cromwell Road end and beats the outside edge through to the keeper. Good take. Keeper up to the stumps.
Yeah, it's just the 3 runs off that over, Saunders. What about having him up your sleeve for an over like this, down the order, the penultimate over of the innings? A pretty fresh batter out in the middle, McAdam, just the 1 from 5, going to be looking to try and take it on.
Yeah, fantastic to be able to bring him back at the death. Gets bat on ball, drops it into the offside. They will take the single. They have to take the single. Good captaincy here by Surrey. I've really enjoyed this. They've started here. They kept the squeeze on when Hampshire were 2 down. They only had 3 fielders outside that 30-yard circle when they could have had 5. And now with the game in a position where they're quite happy. 61 for 5. Yeah, that's fine. You can take a couple of singles down to our boundary riders, but we're not giving away free boundaries here. And that away cut towards Michael O'Mahony. He picks it up well, and the keeper, demolishes the castle. That's not what you want to see as a wicket keeper. That's a little bit of embarrassment there that 2 stumps have come out of the ground. You just want to be tidy. Just whip the bail off so poor old umpire doesn't have to come over and rebuild the castle.
See, I actually really like the idea of completely demolishing the stumps.
Just taking it all out of the ground.
Snap them in half.
Violent.
Yeah.
It's a bit violent, that. Good work, though. Good single taken as well. It was a quick single. A good pick up by Michael O'Mahony at backward point. Good throw in, but the 2 Hampshire batters made their ground. It was McAdam running to the danger end. 62 for 5. 3 balls left in the penultimate over. 9 balls left in the innings. Getting up to a number that they will have to try and defend. And there's, just chipped over the bowler. It is just going to be 1. Fielder down there at long off makes good ground. No chance of a second.
Yeah, for a moment it seemed to just hang in the air above Saunders, didn't it? He stuck that right hand in the air and just over the top, maybe a foot over the top of his hand. But he's got protection behind him at long off.
Yeah, 2 balls to go. Another fantastic over from Saunders. Continues a bit of bounce on that, actually, and it's well taken by the wicket-keeper, who has the presence of mind just to whip the bails off just in case that back foot rised up out of the crease. There wasn't a polite inquiry to square leg, but no interest from the umpire whatsoever. Last ball of the over coming up. Again, just 3 runs coming from it. Saunders so far 1.5 overs, none for 6. Can he round this out? Can Hampshire find a boundary? They're desperate to find one. Even if it's an outside edge, they won't mind. It's cut away well, but it is straight to the fielder, and it's going to be a single to end the 9th, and it's 64 for 5.
Yeah, Saunders finishes his 2 overs, none for 7. I mean, he didn't find the wicket, but it's not about the wickets. It's about slowing that run scoring, and he's done just that. Really put a lid on any chance of Hampshire getting back up with that run rate. So now 1 over to come, 64 on the board. They've got to find at least 10 runs, you would feel, in this final over to feel like they've got at least something to bowl at, because 64 seems subpar.
They were economical against Sussex. Greg Mackenzie, 2 overs, none for 9. Ben Williams, 2 overs, none for 17. Yeah, okay, fine, that's not quite what you're after. Bailey Lovelace, none for 3. Freddie Lehman, 2 overs, 1 for 9. They have the ability to keep that run rate down, but can they keep it low enough? Or can they put a number on the board? Can they get up to 70 here? Can they get 6 off this final over? It's not going to be easy though, is it? Because it's going to be Matt Harris who's going to bowl the final one from the C end here at Hove. He's got 1 over, none for 7. 2 crucial dot balls in the over that he has bowled so far.
Right, Harris with the final over of the innings. 64 on the board, 7 off his first over. They're going to want more than that this time. The left arm around the wicket and almost a collision, and there's a slip, and it's all going on in the first ball of this over. They do manage to scamper through. He's lying down on his stomach. Just go. Oh, it starts doing push-ups. That's what we like to see.
Get the crowd going, Matt Harris. I think there might have been a drop catch and a miss run out in that, but hey, never miss chest day.
And here he comes again. After all that excitement, it was just one, and this is squirted backward of square. Fielder's going to have to make up some ground to cut it off, and does really well. 2 of them hunting out there.
That'll help. I don't think Hampshire will care where these runs come from. It won't matter if they do it in 2s. It won't matter if they pick up a couple of boundaries. They just need as many as they can possibly get. It's still only 67 on the board.
Yeah, they've got 4 balls still to come. This one, full toss, lofted straight to O'Mahony, and that's his second catch of the innings, the veteran of the game. He holds his hammy, and I'm hoping he's joking, but it doesn't matter because he's held the catch, and crucially that's also a dot ball, so another wicket goes down, and Harris has the wicket. An exciting over this final one. Mahoney still holding that hammy.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like that's less of a celebration and more of a twinge there for Mark O'Mahony. A great catch. He was never dropping that, was he? As it just tracked towards him on the edge of the circle there, just buckets for hands. As you said, a crucial dot ball for Surrey. They've really strangled Hampshire here. They've not let them get away at any point in this 10 over innings. They've put them under pressure. They've fielded well. They've taken their chances. Bowled incredibly well. Yes, there's been a little bit of indecision from Hampshire. 2 clumsy run-outs, which have cost the batting side dearly. But Surrey well on top at the minute. And Hampshire, I'd say, considerably under par at the moment. 67 for 6 with 3 balls remaining in the innings. Harris and O'Mahony, you still rubbing that hamstring. Just double checking where they want their fielders now that Lehman has made his way to the middle.
Here comes Harris. 3 deliveries still to come. Gives it a bit of flight this time. Looks to try and heave this, does Lehman. Can only send it down to long on. Had to be quick and taken cleanly, and that was definitely gone, but they kept back for the second. Crucial runs, looking to push over that 70 mark now. 2 still to come.
It's well run. Hampshire don't really have a choice here. They've got wickets to play with, so they can take a risk with those seconds. And body language here for Surrey, they still look like they're on top.
Heaved in the air this time. Long on, thinks he's in the game. Cuts it off after 1 bounce. Thought about coming back for the second as well. And now on to 71, still to come. Millwood 12 from 12. Lehman 3 from 2. This one, you just got to swing hard. Swing as hard as you possibly can and hope you make contact. All the field is being pushed out now. Long on and long off. And he's still holding that hammy, is O'Mahony, giving it a stretch.
Yeah, absolute free hit for Millwood here. Harris, this is either going to be fired in or there's going to be no pace on this at all.
Fired in this time, and he misses it. Scampers through. Chance of a run out. Finger goes up. He had to. Lehman set off so early for that run. He was sprinting for his life, just not enough. The ball went nowhere. There was absolutely nothing the keeper really had to do. Barely had to move. And it is a run out off the final ball of the innings. So 70 for 7 is how Hampshire finished, and you can see the Surrey side look very, very happy with that. They know they need 71 runs to win and take the title in this T10 Disability Cup.
Yeah, fantastic by Lehman. I really enjoyed that. He had absolutely no right to get down that other end. I think he nearly overtook the ball by the time he got down there, but was well run out after a little bit of untidy work from the wicket-keeper. But it does bring to the end of the innings for Hampshire. One that never really got going, did it? It offered a lot, but never really delivered. Eventually all out for 70, which will leave Surrey with 71 runs to win in the final and lift the T10 Cup here at Hove on the Disability T10 Day. The first ever event of its kind in the UK. 4 counties coming together to play 4 games of T10 cricket across the course of what's been a fantastic day. Surrey, as I say, 71 required. It'll be less than what they chased against Essex at the start of the day. But, Georgie, let's take a 5-minute breather between innings and we'll be back for the run chase. Well, welcome back to the stream. Delighted to say that we've been joined by the architect, the curator, the brains of the T10 Day. We've been joined by Tom Belcher, the Disability Cricket Manager here at the Cricket Foundation. First of all, Tom, I'd like to say congratulations for putting on an absolutely fantastic day.
Yeah, cheers, Dan. I mean, architect craze is probably, yeah, thanks, but
take your pick. You can have whichever word you like.
I think from my perspective, it's taken many people to get together, but big thanks to our sponsors, Web Trends Optimize, for the help that they've given us, but also Richard from an ECB partnership, Richard Hill. It's been a really great journey in terms of conception to delivery today, and then on the other side of it, we've had 4 counties, best part of 50 players, 4 captains, 4 managers, two umpires, scorers, you guys. It's taken a lot to get here, and we're really proud of the product that we've ended up with.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, really. What goes into making a day like this possible? How early did you start planning it? When did this idea arrive? When did it start materialising into a genuine possibility?
Yeah, it was, I suppose, it's that saying of back of fag packet kind of scenarios, really. Like, myself and Matt and Gary Wallace-Taylor, the Community Cricket Director at Sussex, we went out for dinner, sat down, and I said, I've got this idea, what do you think? And we all just went, let's go for it. So we had a couple of competition meetings with the ECB, and I was up there and I just mentioned to Richard in passing, we've got an idea, do you want to hear it out? and here we are. But in terms of the kind of building of an event like this, it's not been easy. It's 14-hour days, and we don't have within foundations, we don't have media teams and professional media setups and all that kind of stuff. So it's been working with people like yourselves, Sussex Cricket's media team, who've stepped up and give us an opportunity to do this. So from our side, it's a club buy-in. Sussex really do try to ensure that we have parity across the board, and this is an example of how we do it.
Yeah, it's been, I think Sussex as a whole, it's a really family feeling or vibe around the club. It's fantastic to see the players here today wearing the same training kit that the professionals will be wearing, the same kit as well, playing at the same ground with the same live stream. It genuinely has been a fantastic day. Is that something that Sussex as an organisation and a business strive towards?
Yeah, I think it's part of our DNA. Everyone calls it's very Sussex. How do we call ourselves one club? What does that DNA look like? And I think for us, it actually comes quite naturally. It's quite an organic process. We all buy into the picture that we're trying to see at the end of the day. And it's also how we're set up. Ultimately, every club's set up differently. Every team, every department set up differently across the country. We've got ourselves into a position where we can deliver outcomes like this, and here we are.
And are you happy with the outcomes that you've delivered on the day?
Yeah, I mean, blown away, to be honest with you. We saw Hampshire absolutely perform earlier, and it really, the whole point of today was about giving these players an opportunity to have the best experience possible and to showcase their sport. And we did a player briefing this morning, and we said, be the best you can be. Put that shirt in a better place at the end of the day. And here we are. They've all stepped up. You look at our guys in Sussex, Owen Piper, Scott Ridge, Ted Smith. They stepped up, performed way above and beyond what they did earlier, and the first team to put over 100 points on the board. So yeah, really, really, really excellent day. But I'm just overjoyed for everyone. Whether it's from a club perspective or a player perspective, it's a great outcome.
Fantastic. 2 last questions for you before we get back to the cricket, the players making their way out to the middle. One is, where do you think this cup's going, Hampshire or Surrey? And the second one is, are we going to be back next year?
Oh, that's 2 very good questions. Next year, let's say it, let's do it. 6 teams instead, see how we go. Make a longer day of it. And team-wise, I was going to say Hampshire earlier, but I think Surrey might pip it on this one.
I think they're just in front at the moment, aren't they?
Absolutely.
70 doesn't feel quite enough. But Tom, thank you for joining us.
No, pleasure.
Congratulations again for putting on a fantastic day, and genuinely you've worked incredibly hard to make this happen. There should be a lot of people giving you a good pat on the back as you walk around the county ground for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's really kind of you, Dan, but thank you as well. You and Georgie, it's been great.
Spot on. Thank you very much. Well, let's get back to the cricket. Surrey are out there with bat in hand. Hampshire out there in the middle, ready to get this second innings going. It's going to be Mark Pilkington and Jonathan Gale to open the batting for Surrey. 33 off 18 for Jonathan Gale, 31 off 15 for Mark Pilkington, and it's going to be that man, isn't it, Greg McKenzie from the Cromwell Road end to open the bowling in the final innings of the day. And he starts on the money, but there's a quick single taken. It's well fielded, but the 2 Surrey batters respond incredibly well and pick up 1 straight away.
Yeah, he's getting that pace again from that very short run-up, but that's what I like to see from Surrey. They've got that intent straight away, just push it into the offside, get through for that run.
Where do you see it going? Georgie, where are you putting your 50p?
I think I put my 50p on Surrey here, They've got that intent. They're already, they're pushing the 1 straight away, and they just had the squeeze on Hampshire.
Well bowled again. Good pace from McKenzie. You know what? For a little bit of fun, bit of competition, I'll put my 50p on Hampshire.
Okay.
I feel
I actually think I have a coin.
There's runs. There's runs in this top order, as there was in the Hampshire lineup, as Pilkington gets off the mark there. Just a top edge that could have landed in the gloves of the keeper. And again, similar to Hampshire, we didn't see what that middle order for Surrey were like. So if Hampshire can pick up a couple of quick wickets in the power play like they were on the receiving end of, I think they're in this game. It's well played through the offside. It's Gale there, just taking 1, a casual 1, off the bowling of McKenzie. But they do need a couple of wickets early.
Yeah, very early. Break this partnership. Get one of these 2 Bring in a fresh batter. Wicket also being a dot ball as well, going to be crucial.
And I feel there's no better cricketer out there than Mackenzie to pick up one of those wickets, and that's a beauty. There's real shape on that. It beats the outside edge of Pilkington through to the wicket keeper for no run. Been a good over. Just 2 runs off the bat, 1 leg by as well, with 1 ball to go. And again, through to the keeper. No runs added, so it's 3 without loss after the first.
He just surprises batters, doesn't he, Mackenzie? Because he's got such a short run-up, and then it comes down with that pace. You're sort of shocked into it because you haven't got that preparation time as he's going through his run-up, and suddenly it rushes you. I like it as a little shock tactic. So first over gone, just the 3 runs coming from it, and that's what they would have wanted. Keep it quiet up the top. Hampshire didn't quite get the wicket, but start to build that pressure.
Yeah, it's just awkward to line up, isn't it? It's you don't think it's going to be as quick as what it is. It just goes through the air. It's a quick shoulder from Mackenzie, and it's going to be his opening batting partner to open the bowling from the C end as well.
There you go. Talk about the pair that open everything. So number 17 from his 2 in their first match today. Ben Williams, and we can just see O'Mahony strolling around in front of us, around the outfield. Some of the Sussex players playing, but Ben Williams into the attack. And that's just kicked up, beaten the outside edge. Really nice first delivery from Williams.
Yeah, it was good. Good pace, wasn't it, as well? Bit of extra life maybe in this pitch at the end of the day. But these two, they did the damage, didn't they, against Essex earlier on today. Gale was 33 off 18, 6 fours in that innings, and Pilkington 31 off 15.
And looks to go aerial back over the bowler's head, and somehow manages to squirt it fine enough that 45 can't get around to cut it off. And he picks up the first boundary of the chase.
Oh, I thought he'd done really well there down on the boundary. I thought he just kept that in play. He got there, didn't he, I think, but just couldn't keep it inside the rope.
Yeah, it's one of those days you almost wish the ground was slightly damp, a bit of dew, and you can slide across. It's a very rare day. And this time just squirted backward of point. Really excellent diving effort. Parries it. Third comes around and will cut it off. So not pretty runs so far. But I don't think Surrey will mind too much as long as they're runs.
Yeah, and I think they might know how important this partnership is as well. As I say, the rest of it was untested. Umar Khan did make 11 off 6, but nobody else got in. Nobody even thought about making their way out to the middle for Surrey. I'm sure there's plenty of power in that batting lineup, but from what we've seen at least, it's these two did the damage against Essex.
Coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Just pushes this up past cover, and they decide against taking the run. Again, we've got that communication between the batter, the non-striker, and the runner.
Yeah, that's really good by the Hampshire fielder there at short cover. Maybe was never going to get there, but created that bit of indecision with the dive to make sure that he didn't give away the single.
Comes down the pitch to this one, and they will come through for 1 this time. Again, not quite time, but just adjusting, forcing him to adjust his length. He moved early at that one, so moving on to 9. Still 1 to come in this over. 62 needed from 49.
Yeah, what is it? 7.6 runs per over required for Surrey.
Here he comes again. Final delivery of this over. 6 from it so far. And hoiks it into the leg side. And well cut off inside the ring. And sort of throwing as he's falling over backwards almost. Great bit of fielding to cut it off. Definitely saved at least 1 extra. So single off the final ball of the over. 2 gone. Surrey 10 for none.
That's really good. To get the ball in the air. It wasn't the greatest throw back in, but just put the Surrey pair under a bit of pressure to make their ground. 10 for no loss after 2. The same stage, Hampshire had 24 runs on the board. So as it stands, Hampshire ahead, and ahead quite comfortably. But it was those middle overs, wasn't it, where they just lost wickets throughout the innings. put them under pressure, never really allowed them to get going and build that pressure. It's going to be Mackenzie to bowl out from the power play, and that's gone straight up in the air. There's a chance, is there? No, it's gone all the way for 6. For a second, I thought that had gone straight up the chimney from Jonathan Gale, but he got plenty of it, and it went all the way over long on for 6, and it's 16 for no loss.
It definitely didn't look like it came out of the middle of the bat, did it? But we were even signalled by the fielder there, holds it up for 6, and first ball of Mackenzie's second over. He's been absolutely dispatched.
Yeah, and a change of angle for the first time for Mackenzie, and Gale takes his 6, takes the single, and gets off strike.
Moral victory that for the batter when the bowler then has to adjust their angle.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He's bowled exclusively from this side of the wicket, hasn't he, throughout the course of the day so far. Just wants to get Gale maybe off strike. Have a look at Pilkington. Somebody that he consistently went past the outside edge earlier and continues to do so. Just shaping away, isn't it? Just swinging nicely. This new pink cricket ball in the hand of Mackenzie. And Pilkington advances, but again, can't connect. 1 off 8 now for Pilkington. Is there pressure building on the opener?
Mackenzie's got his number, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Just bowling a nice length. Away swingers. Can he pitch it up? Can he get an in-swinger going? Can he clean up Pilkington? They're going to need the wicket. He goes for the in-swinger and he gets picked up over the leg side. It's gone over square leg for 4. One bounce down towards the hospitality boxes here at Hove. And he did go for the big in-swinger, but Pilkington was up to task and he worked it away for 4 runs.
I'm not sure Pilkington was actually quite sure where that had gone as it came off the bat. He sort of looked in a few directions and probably very happy to see.
Again, goes for that classic outswinger. It's well worked through the offside. I think it's just going to be 1. It is. Hampshire fielder does well to get that in the air. And it's the end of the over. It's the end of the power play. 22 for no loss. Importantly, it's 22 for no loss.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this as a start. Sorry, it's not a massive total. They're chasing 49 now needed of 42, so it's getting ever closer to being parity between runs needed and balls left. They've still got 10 wickets in hand. There's a few fans looking a little bit chilly out in the crowd there. He's got a nice blanket and a coat, so why not get yourself out and watch the sort of dying overs of a very exciting day of T10 disability cricket. And what a first tournament this has been. These two teams have been phenomenal, winning both their first matches of the day, but we've seen some great cricket all around from all 4 sides. And it was exciting to hear the idea of perhaps pushing it to being 6 teams next year and just to keep growing the game. We always talk about growing the game in cricket, and it sounds like such a cliche, but that is the plan. You know, the women's game, the disability game, all different forms of cricket, long form, short form, whatever it might be. And so expanding this next year and having the first one and it being such a success as it has already been, and the efforts put in by everyone, makes it a very exciting prospect for the future. So we're going to see Loveless for the first time in this game. Left arm over the wicket. He's bowled him. What a way to start. Loveless has the first wicket and it sees the back of Pilkington. He struggled against Mackenzie, who had his number. He finally found the boundary, and this time he's just beaten by Loveless.
Yeah, he's gone back to a full ball, hasn't he, Pilkington? I do think that kept a little bit low, if I was to be kind to Mark Pilkington, but again, if he had the option to play that again, I think he'd go forward. And he's been beaten there, hasn't he? He struggled. He got himself under a bit of pressure. He was 1 off 8 at a time. You mentioned that one over the leg side, that maybe he wasn't quite convinced as to where it had gone. But he's gone, and Hampshire have one of those early breakthroughs that I said they needed so much of.
He's just signalling, actually, to the new batter. Exactly what you said, Dan. Just about it keeping low. But what a start that is for Loveless.
It's nice, isn't it, when a cricketer just backs up the point that you've
so
made. It's helpful, yeah.
Or when you say, I think they should just put the field this, and then he's going to bowl this, and then they do, and you go, I know what I'm talking about, people.
Yeah, or is it the phrase about throwing enough stuff at something and something will stick eventually?
There are words that we could insert into that sentence, I'm sure.
Both, I think, fit. Both caps fit.
Yeah.
But they have the breakthrough. They need another one, but they've got to break through Hampshire. They're going to have a look at a new man, which they'll be very excited about.
So he faces up now. Wicket off the first ball, round the wicket this time, dragged down, and that's going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, those thigh pads are never big enough, are they? Never big enough. They always manage to find the fleshy part of the thigh.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is, but welcome to the crease, Ben Carter. Have a nice ball-shaped bruise on your thigh. Dug in this time, and he looks to try and hoik this into the leg side. Mackenzie comes around, and he's hobbling. I did see him just a minute ago holding that left hammy. So he comes around from long on and just couldn't quite run around to it like he would have hoped to.
It's a good arm back in, though, isn't it? There was no chance of a second. It was fired in. I mean, the speed that he bowls at and the power that he's got with bat in hand, I'm not surprised that he's got a cannon of an arm back in from the deep. Quite round arm, isn't it, Lovelace, which maybe contributes to that ball just keeping low.
Well, this is good stuff from Lovelace. The wicket and just the one run. Round the wicket again, just darted in this time, and he rocks off the back foot. Fielder coming round will cut it off, so it'll just be one. So a really good over this is proving to be from Lovelace. The sun is just getting really low, the shadows stretching across the pitch. And final delivery, straying a little down that leg side. Good running, really good running, backing up. And just the 3 runs and the wicket coming from that over. 4 gone, Surrey 25 for 1, that target 71.
Yeah, same stage of the innings, 4 overs gone. Hampshire had 35 runs on the board. So Surrey, as it stands, are 10 behind where Hampshire were. They need 7.7 runs per over if they're going to be successful here at Hove and lift the T10 Cup today on what's been an absolutely stunning Sunday down on the south coast. But it's those middle overs where Hampshire just lost a procession of wickets. They never really were able to get going. They couldn't build the momentum. Every time they started to, Surrey broke the partnership and just stunted that first innings for Hampshire. But it has been a good start. We're going to have our first look at Godfrey with ball in hand. Samuel Godfrey from the Cromwell Road. And it's going to be more spin. It's going to be well bowled. A bit of turn there, drifts down the leg side, and 3 Hampshire fielders converge on that to make sure it is only a single.
Yeah, we haven't seen Godfrey yet with the ball today, but a tidy enough start.
That's nice flight on that, isn't it? Nice up and over from the finger spinner. Nice dip on it as it gets through to the batter, and it is just going to be a single run down to the fielder at deep backward point. So score goes up to 27. They're not going to be able to do this in ones. Sorry, I don't want to state the obvious too much, but they are going to have to try and find the boundary rope. And all the while that Jonathan Gale is there in the middle, he feels like the player that holds the power to do that, and he is going to be on strike for the next delivery.
Yeah, you feel like he can just anchor this, work it around, and he's got that time actually. So now 43 needed from 33. It's just pushed up that little bit. Now 10 above the required is above the balls remaining.
That's maybe just on line there. I thought there was going to be a big appeal from Godfrey as it was speared into the pads there. Gale going for a big sweep shot, targeting that short leg side boundary. Not much protection down there if he can get it behind square. Nicely played, nicely bowled. Bit of drift, I think, away from Jonathan Gale. It is just going to be another single, though. How long can Surrey and Jonathan Gale stick with taking these ones before the frustration builds? And that run rate, which is now just creeped over 8, how high does that number have to get before someone at Surrey does something a little bit reckless to try and get themselves back in the contest? It's a great bit of bowling and a great take from the keeper up to the stumps, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. So halfway stage, it's 29 for 1, and well, Hampshire are 146 at this stage.
Yeah, so it's maybe not quite as easy cruising as we thought it might be. Just the 1 wicket down, but they've been really tidy, economical. Just 4 runs coming from that over and 3 from Lovelace's previous over. So 7 runs in the last 2 overs. That's just what they would have needed, Hampshire, because it's going to force those Surrey batters to try and take a few more risks. And if they can keep bowling this tight, it could end badly for Surrey batters. But unsurprisingly, Loveless is going to bowl his second. So he's coming round the wicket. And he does try and take this one on. Fielder out there, can't cut it off, and it's going to be 4 along the carpet.
Yeah, and it feels like Jonathan Gale is going to have to do that work, doesn't he? He struck the ball so well against Essex earlier on this morning. And maybe Loveless, maybe if you can line him up, maybe he is one of the bowlers that you can target. It's not going to surprise you with the bounce. Doesn't look like there's been a huge amount of turn.
Again, just into the pitch this time and along the ground again. And long off will cut it off. But it's just a single. They won't mind them dealing in singles.
No, they'll let them have as many of those as they want, because you're going to fall a long way short if that is the case.
This time shuffles down, takes it on the full, and again that man down at long off. He's been a busy boy.
Yeah, it's 2 boundaries and over, isn't it, really, from Surrey at the moment. 1.5 really. Runs required 8 and over.
This time it's driven straight, and Mackenzie won't be able to get that. That had a lot on it. Straight as an arrow.
Yeah, that was muscled, wasn't it? Absolutely punished. A bit over-pitched from Loveless. And Gale isn't going to miss out on those. Just quietly, he's 27 off 16. Jonathan Gale, the Surrey opener.
So 10 off the over. And he goes reverse this time. Finds the top edge, and it's put down. And that could prove costly. Manages to cut it off before that boundary rope. Loses his floppy hat in the process. But Jonathan Gale lives another day.
How expensive could that be? Dropped on 27.
Final delivery of the over. 12 from it now. Darted in, and this time full and straight again up to that man at long off.
Well, I think the umpire's just done Hampshire a favour there. I don't think the umpire will be thinking he's been that thoughtful, but it has just hit him or been caught up in the jacket there in the forearm, and it's taken a lot of pace off that, and I think that's probably saved a certain 4 off the bat of Jonathan Gale. But that catch at 45, it's always difficult to try and read where that's going to go off the reverse sweep, but it was relatively as regulation really as a catch could be there, and dropped on 27. He's already added 3.
I think it's only our 3rd reverse sweep we've actually seen of the day as well, so you're not really expecting it. Hasn't been the kind of pitch that batters have really tried to play that shot.
Sam Godfrey continues, and he's gone straight through him. Well, it's only cost 3. Jonathan Gale goes. He can't believe it. He's gutted. He's furious with himself. It's gone straight through the Surrey opener, and he's got to go for 30, and it's 42 for 2. And Hampshire, there's life in this game, Georgie. They're not done yet.
They are not done yet. This is going to be a very exciting finish to this final. He looked like he was trying to steer them home. 30 from 19, a really well-made 30 from 19 from the opener. And perhaps that 70 isn't looking so bad after all.
Scoreboard pressure in a final. How often do you see that? You've always got to go out there and get one more than what the opposition have posted up there. And there is pressure now. So it's going to be Umar Khan in at number 4. He does require a runner. It is going to be Jonathan Gale to stay out there, which I really, really like as a tactic from Gale. He's clearly an incredibly experienced and talented cricketer. Can he stay out there with the two of them? Can he help with those into-over conversations?
That's the thing. It's the level head of someone who's already out there and experienced 6.1 overs of this as well. So he's set, and it's almost when you have the runner coming in, so he's already batted with the person who's batting at the other end. So him and Carter have already batted together as well. So he knows exactly what's going on. They've got that communication set already.
Yeah, and that previous over as well, Georgie's done a lot just to get Surrey a bit closer. After 6, it was 49 runs on the board for Hampshire, 42 for Surrey. And with 4 overs to go, they required 29 from 24 deliveries, did Surrey, in order to be victorious here today. But they have obviously just lost that wicket. So it's 29 off 23 now for Surrey, and Hampshire just taking their time and making sure that the field is in the right place. They've got protection all around the grounds. They are going to try and put a bit of a squeeze on here. They've got 5 inside the circle, trying to keep Umar Khan on 0. They don't want to bowl at Ben Carter. They want to bowl at the new man, and they're going to try exactly that with Sam Godfrey. And that is going to be a wide. You can't afford to bowl too many of those in the state of this game.
No, 3 runs, not what you need to be giving away. Not straying down the leg side, just too far outside that off stump.
Oh, and that is very, very floaty, and I think he's done quite well to get away with that. It's a good dot ball for Hampshire in the end.
It's another one that's just dropped at the last moment, isn't it?
Yeah, he comes over the ball, comes just over the top of it really, really well, which creates that drop. There we go again, and that's well stopped eventually in there at cover. Got himself into a bit of a tangle, but did what he needed to do, and Umar Khan now has faced 3 without scoring. And excusing the wide from Sam Godfrey, this has been an absolutely fantastic over. It's not cost Hampshire anything, but they have picked up the massive wicket of Jonathan Gale. Umar Khan gets that away and gets off the mark with just a single.
Yeah, this is just the kind of over they needed, especially taking the wicket at the beginning. You then want to back it up by being economical for the rest of the over. And I think there's fielders moving around in the middle. Do you think that's the end of the over yet?
No, there's one to go.
Yeah.
With the wide. There was just a bit of a confusion there. Sam Godfrey, I enjoy it. I don't know whether it was genuine or not, but I always admire a cricketer just going to take the hat back from the umpire if they know full well that there's still one to go. Maybe you've just forgotten about the wide. You never know. It's worth asking the question. Bit of gamesmanship. Last ball of the over. That's a big heave. It's gone down over the offside, and it's going to run away for 4 up towards the silly point, and that is huge. It's a big boundary to end what was a fantastic over for Hampshire, and it's 48 for 2 with 18 deliveries left in the game.
Yeah, so an over bookended by a wicket at one end and a boundary at the other, and you can see the despair on Godfrey's face. That one extra ball caused by the wide, and that's what comes of it. So 7 overs gone, Surrey 48 for 2. That equation now 23 needed off 18. The only bonus of that final ball being a boundary means that Khan is now back on strike, and he's not seeing it as well as Carter.
No, he's just starting his innings, isn't he? But we saw what he can do. He scored 11 off 6 in that first game against Essex. He had 2 4s in that innings as well. So he can find the rope. Just needs to get himself in. No, don't panic. Take a single if it's on offer. But Hampshire, I think, will probably squeeze here. They're not looking to put many out on the rope. There's just 2 outside the circle at the moment. Whether there's going to be many more that join them, I'd be tempted if I can just to keep as many in here and try and keep Umar Khan on strike.
Yeah, I really like this pressure as well, and force them to have to try and go over if they want to find any runs here. 23 from 18 now needed. Khan on strike, the left-hander facing up to Lehman. So seeing him for the first time in this game as well.
Yeah, but they're not.
1 for 9 from his 2, so really economical in the first game.
Yeah, and they are going to put the 5 out on the rope. It's a deep extra cover, a long off, a very wide long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. So, yes, they'll try and keep Umar Khan on strike, but they'll quite happily let Surrey take the 1 at the moment.
Darted in this time by Lehman, and it's going to be a dot to start things off, just what they want. Pressure building, scoreboard pressure, 23 needed from 17. They've got the wickets in hand, but you've got to find the runs. It doesn't matter how many wickets you have less if you don't score the runs. Bowled him. What a start from Lehman. A dot and then the wicket, and he's given it the big one, the big celebration, and Khan has to trudge off for 1 from 6. 3rd wicket down, and Surrey are suddenly looking a little wobbly. Hampshire are really in this game now.
Just an innings that never got going for Hampshire there, was it? Fist pumps for Jonathan Gale to the Surrey batter that's left there not out as he makes his way off with Umar Khan. It's 48 for 3. Lehman, what a great asset to bring in late in the game. The innings or the game against Sussex earlier on today, it was 2 overs, 1 for 9. If he replicates that, Hampshire win this game.
Oh, what a great start this has been for Lehman. Broad on to bowl, comes in, bowls a dot, gets a wicket, says cricket's easy. You know what's not going to feel easy? 23 runs. It doesn't sound a lot, but when you have to just keep ticking them off, Surrey, and they could well run out of balls.
Yeah, 23 off 16 required.
And it brings the veteran out to the middle. O'Mahony was holding his hammy earlier, but he doesn't have to do much running if he's got a runner out in the middle. So he'll be all right.
Jonathan Gale
just doesn't want to leave the field.
He's going to have to be removed, isn't he?
Yeah, O'Mahony doesn't actually want a runner, but Gale has offered himself anyway. You've got no choice. I'm staying out here. So he is hobbling slightly.
Yeah, he was holding the hamstring, wasn't he, in the field after he took that catch, the second catch of the game for him. Again, another batter that we didn't see earlier on in the piece. It's an unknown, isn't it? We don't know. We do know if spin isn't quite right, quick outfield, smaller boundaries, it can travel. But so far, Lehman in particular across the course of the day has been absolutely fantastic.
So Lehman versus Mahoney. O'Mahony, a former international, on a board up at the Kia Oval as well. He's a man who's been there, done that, seen it all. And now he's got to try and see something new today. Rocking I think he's got the England lid on as well. I like that.
It's a status, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Not taped up either.
No.
Just straight out there. 3 lions on the crest.
As we said earlier, this is a man who made his debut the year I was born, which is, well, back in 1994, so do your maths. He just surveys the field now. Lehman, 1 wicket, no runs so far. 23 needed from 16. O'Mahony, he's got his runner out there and the square leg. And Carter at the other end, 9 from 8, going along well. Here comes Lehman. Darted in, and O'Mahony looks to launch that over deep square, and it just drops in front of him. It's another dot. I can see Mackenzie down in front of us, nervously biting his nails, hands on hips.
Yeah, squeeze on from Hampshire again. There's 5 inside the circle. They want to keep O'Mahony on 0 for as long as possible. A bit of frustration from Carter at the non-striker's end as well at the end of that previous delivery. Classically, as I say, they're keeping the squeeze on. The 5th fielder disappears out to the boundary.
I think they can afford that at the moment. O'Mahony only just in. Again, looks to launch that into the leg side. And they scamper through for 1. O'Mahony actually set off to go for the run there and then remembered he's got a runner and he doesn't have to, and starts holding his hammy again. He does look like he's in quite a bit of pain.
They caused confusion. We saw it earlier on in the piece, didn't we? It caused 2 run-outs for Hampshire. They were cruising. It was sloppy, really, particularly by Williams. They knew that partnership was important. But just that bit of indecision, it happens in every format, every level of cricket. As soon as a runner gets involved, it makes things happen.
Here's Lehman. And that is slashed away, but there's protection out there on the boundary, so it will just be 1 for all the power and how nice the shot looked. It's still just 1 run, and that's not going to be enough for Surrey at the moment. He has a little look at his bat, does Carter. Not timed out of the middle, so now 21 needed from 13. It brings the 50 up for Surrey. 1 to come in this over, a really tidy over. A run and a leg bye and a wicket. Goes for the sweep, round the corner, off the pad in the end. And it will just be 1 again, not signalled leg bye. So perhaps a little bit of bat in that one. So 51 for 3 at the end of 8. 2 overs still to come, and Surrey needing 20 off the final 2 overs. We are in for a nail-biting finish on this glorious Sunday evening.
Yeah, there's more cricket to be played here, Georgie. I don't think this is over. I think Ben Carter has got power in those shoulders out in the middle there. If O'Mahony can get him on strike, I don't think this is over. But I think that is going to be the important thing. Can O'Mahony get Ben Carter on strike? What do Hampshire do? Do they squeeze it? Do they try and keep the Surrey skipper on strike? Do they try and keep him on 1? Do they run the risk of giving away a single and bowling at Carter? Surrey need 10s now. There's so much to unpack as it stands. Hampshire have got 4 fielders inside that 30-yard circle, so they are prepared to give away the single if O'Mahony can find it.
So it's Ben Williams back with the ball in hand, so a bit of pace back on. And the way we've seen O'Mahony play so far, he's just trying to launch it into the leg side. If he makes contact with this, with the pace coming down from Williams, he's going to get a hold of it and he's probably going to pick up a boundary. It's just whether he can be accurate with the bowling.
Yeah, well, it is Williams, and he does get hold of it through the leg side, but not well enough, and clothed really to the one fielder inside that circle at mid-wicket. It's going to be a dot. It's going to be 20 off 11 now for Surrey. As the game just keeps ticking away from Surrey here against Hampshire. 51 for 3, 11 to go. And that is pulled away. It's gone up. I think it's gone all the way. It has. What a massive shot by the Surrey skipper. It's 6 runs. It's 6 massive runs. They all count the same, but that one just feels a little bit more. That takes it down to 14 off 10.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things we were saying he's been trying to do that the whole time since he came in, just given that extra bit of pace, and off it goes.
Yeah, it's really, really well picked up. You could claim premeditation, but it doesn't matter when you get enough of it like that. The fielder was in no interest at all, just had to toss it back from the stands. What can Williams do? Can he respond? Does Mahoney go again? Goes pace off, and he is going to get called for a wide.
Oh, it's getting close. 13 from 10 now, and the extra delivery as well. It's so crucial at this point in the game.
Yeah, that run rate was up at 11 before that 6. It's now down at 7.8. Surrey have taken a huge chunk out of it. It's slow again, and it beats the outside edge of O'Mahony. He nods back to Ben Williams in appreciation for the slower ball.
Why am I nervous?
I'm excited, Georgie. I'm not nervous. I'm excited. It's been a great day of cricket here at Hove in this Disability T10 Cup, hosted by the Sussex Cricket Foundation. Williams into bowl. Slower ball again, and that goes up into the offside. There's a chance it lands safe between 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm unsure if there was just a little miscommunication, perhaps, a bit of Chuckle Brothers, to me, to you, to me, to you. And in the end, landing safe, and they'll take that. It's 1 run, 12 needed from 8 now.
12 off 8, and the dangerous Carter back on strike. He's 10 off 9, but I think there's more to come here from Ben Carter. What does Williams do? Pace on, pace off. It's pace on, and it's up, and it's all back at the bowler. I think does well to get a boot to it, and it ends up rolling away down to long off. It's chaos, it's confusion. There's a misfield, there's a misthrow, there's going to be 3. Now steady on, Hampshire. Just hold the ball, don't give any more away. And somehow Surrey have added 3 runs to the score there. I'm not quite sure how it got to where it got to.
But it definitely involved a boot of a bowler, I can tell you that at one point, and then extra runs, overthrows, and in the end you just shouting, don't throw the ball.
Hold it, Hampshire, hold it. 9 off 7. Surrey have wrestled this back. This over from Williams has been expensive. It's slow again. It's into the leg side. It's gone straight up. The wicketkeeper wants it. He wants it. He's got it. Oh, he's held on to it. What a catch. What a catch by the Hampshire wicketkeeper. It went up. It went up for a long time. O'Mahony premeditating that short leg side. Top edge. Straight up the chimney. The keeper wanted it. Changed his mind. Wanted it again. But wickets will slow this Surrey run chase down, and it's done exactly that. It's a great time for a wicket.
He did really well to get there in the end. He had to make up ground and sort of wasn't quite going fast enough. In the end, it was sort of a gazelle leap to keep hold of it. A little bit of a fumble, but managed to keep hold, and it gets rid of the captain, goes for 8 from 8, because if he'd got a hold of that properly, it was going over the stand this time.
Absolutely right. 62 for 4. It's the end of the over as well, Georgie. So it's over to you for the final 6 deliveries here at Hove. Surrey require 9. Hampshire, can they restrict them for less than that? Where has your mind changed? Are you still backing Surrey? Would you like to change it? This feels like a complete 50-50 right now.
You know what, it would be, if you gave me the coin that we're betting, I'd just have to flip it, because at this point it is so in the balance. Carter is on strike. That is the crucial point. And it brings Aditya Patwardhan out to the middle. We obviously haven't seen him with the bat yet today. He went for a very expensive 21 off his first over of the day as well. So it didn't start well, could end in a lot of glory. But Carter on strike crucially for Surrey, and Lehman with the ball. And Carter looks to try and cut it away and almost skewers himself with his bat. And it's crucially a dot ball. 9 now needed from 5. There's some nervous folk wandering around. The Sussex boys are all still here watching. The sun is just going down. Lehman has bowled so well. 1 for 2 so far. 5 balls to come in the final of the inaugural T10 Disability Cup here, hosted by Sussex Cricket Foundation. This time shuffles down and he's not quite got a hold of it the way he would have liked. They think about coming back for a second and decide against it. So just the miscued into the leg side, picks up 1. Now 8 needed from 4.
8 or 4. Can you go straight, Patwardhan? There is a big gap. If you can get this back over Lehman's head, I don't think either of these Surrey fielders are getting around to cut this off. Can you get it back past the bowler? I think if you can, I think you've got 4 runs for Surrey.
Otherwise, he's just got to get off strike and give Carter the final 3 deliveries. He gives it the big heave-ho into the leg side. Fielder coming in off that boundary, and they will settle for 1. 7 now needed from 3, and that's all he needed to do, really, Patwardhan. Carter is the set batter. He's looked really good, as you say, looked strong. 14 from 12. Could do this in just 2 deliveries.
Yeah, if you can manipulate it, if you can create the angle, can you get straight back past the bowler? It's the short end, isn't it? It's down the slope. The fielders at long off and long on are wide. There is a lot of real estate to land that in if you can hit it with power. But can you create the angle?
Especially with Lehman bowling, and he just gets himself in a bit of a tangle. There's only going to be 1 there. Fielder coming in. Patwardhan tries to turn and is sent back, so just 1. 6 now needed from 2. They've got to find the boundary. Patwardhan's got to find the boundary, and all the fielders are flying out towards the rope.
Yeah, everybody has run for the rope, haven't they? What a final this has been. We didn't think 70 was going to be enough. We knew Hampshire were going to have to bowl well, and they've done exactly that. They've restricted Surrey. They've taken wickets at key moments. Is there another twist here? It feels like it's going Hampshire's way with 6 required off 2, but is there a twist in the tail?
Patwardhan is bowled, and it is almost over. They can almost taste victory here, Hampshire. Just 1 delivery still to come. Lehman, what a bowler, what a man. And on the big stage, he has showed up, and he takes another, and crucially again, that means it's a dot ball.
It is a dot ball. Still possible. The game is still on. It's 6 off 1, Georgie. What a moment to walk out to bat. How big are your shoulders? Are you up for this challenge? Where is this going to go? Could you be the hero for Surrey?
I can tell you what, I would not want to be the one walking out there right now. The nerves, but you've just got to come out. He's got to have a big swing at this one.
Definitely nerves, definitely excitement. The one thing you'd say here that goes in Matt Harris's favour as he walks out to the middle is there's only one thing he can do.
And that is swing for the hills.
No other option available to him. Nothing else will work for Surrey. The mind should be clear. But can Matt Harris do it? He's bowled so well through the course of the day. Haven't seen him with the bat in hand. What's he got?
He's got the opportunity to make a little bit of history here for Surrey cricket and take the title in this inaugural T10 Disability Cup. Lehman just going through the motions, waiting at the top of his mark as the 2 batters have a little discussion. I don't know what you say at this point out in the middle, other than you got this, just give it a whack. Takes guard, doesn't even take guard, he's just gone out, stood there, taps his bat. Here comes Lehman, final delivery, 6 needed. And he does go to give it the big heave-ho, and he doesn't make contact, and it is Hampshire who take victory. They have stolen victory from the hands of defeat. Surrey, they looked so in it, but Hampshire, they all come together. They're hugging in the middle. The two Surrey batters get a handshake from some of the Hampshire players, but it is jubilation for the men in navy blue. They take the title here, and what a final we have had. 6 were needed off the final ball, couldn't make contact. Lehman finishes with 2 for 5. The final over, 3 runs, a wicket and 2 dots, and that is death bowling at its finest.
Hey, they say save the best till last, and that's exactly what's happened here at Sussex for this Disability T10 Cup. It was 70 for 7 Hampshire in that first innings. Greg McKenzie 12, Tom White 14, Godfrey 11, Millwood 12, an innings that just never really got going at any point, and we didn't think that was going to be enough. I don't think many people thought 70 were going to be enough. Hampshire had to bowl well, and they did exactly that. Jonathan Gale 30 off 19 for Surrey. Mark Pilkington really struggled to get going, 6 off 11, and Hampshire took wickets at key moments, bowled 4 extras, restricted Surrey down to 65, and Hampshire have won the T10 Cup here at Hove by 5 runs.
What a day of cricket this has been, and it all came down after all of that to the very last ball, and that's the excitement of cricket. It can be such a long game. People say, how can you watch it for that long? And you say, because one ball can change everything, and it can come down to that final delivery. It's exactly what we've seen today, an incredible display of cricket. First time we've had this tournament, and I think, by the way things have gone today, it definitely will not be the last. What an incredible display of cricket. Some serious young talent coming through, some slightly older talent already on display, and it has been sensational. A round of applause there for the ground staff as well from the Surrey players as they walk off. Handshakes all around, but it is Hampshire who take the title, and they will have their names etched on that trophy, be the first team on it. Handshakes around also from the Sussex team, who will be taking the Shield after winning the Shield match. So it has really been quite a day of cricket.
Yeah, just trophy presentations, medals to hand out before this inaugural T10 Cup comes to a close here at the county ground at Hove. I think the only thing really left for us to do, Georgie, is just say thank you. Thank you to yourself for the company on commentary today. It's been absolutely fantastic.
It's been great fun.
Thank you to those of you that have tuned in to the live stream through the course of the day. We hope that you've enjoyed it, and we hope that we've added value to the production here at Sussex for you as well. A huge hats off to Tom Belcher for putting this day on, obviously with assistance and help from others within the Cricket Foundation and the County Cricket Club. But what a fantastic 4 games of cricket we've had. 44 players and more involved through the course of the day. Plenty of runs, plenty of wickets, only one victor, and that's Hampshire County Cricket Club.